abandoned by the citizens themselves. We have, when you think about elections over the past 20, 30 years, how has education ranked in terms of priorities that have been set by the electorate for what they want to see from their elected officials? Because you have to set your prioritization right. The truth is that we haven't set education as a priority. And if you look at our budgets, it explains that. Because in the budgets, the education budgets, 80% of the money goes to recurrent expenditure and 20% to capital. So you're certainly not growing. So you have a system where where your population is exploding. We say we have, and that, I always go to numbers because numbers actually tell a story that you have to confront. Remember I said that there are only 2 million students in Nigeria's universities. In that 2 million, only 5.3% of that is actually in private education, private universities. The rest are in public schools. Which means that if you don't solve the problem of public education at a tertiary level, then you don't have an education system at tertiary level at all.
Okay, please stay with us. We'll go on a short break and be right back.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Thank you for staying with us. We're still on 101, talking about education. So, Jenny, please carry on.
So I was trying to make the point that you have a tertiary education system that represents about 2 million of a population of 200 million, approximately 200 million people. So if you take the numbers again and you look and you say, well, if they say indeed that Nigeria's population, 60% of our population is youth, 60% of 100 million is 60 million, 60% of 200 million is 120 million. Essentially what it means is that you have to have an education system that accommodates 120 million people from early childhood all the way to on-the-job training.
True.
So within that 120 million, ASU is fighting for funding for 2 million. What happens to the rest of the population? And shouldn't that be a concern? Why is it that the system is the way that it is? It's fundamental. I think the bottom line is really accountability.
Okay.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says, it offers a guarantee for free education, qualitative education to every citizen of Nigeria. That's what the Constitution says. The Child Rights Act reinforces that of 2003, reinforces that and says every child has a right to education. Because we understand that without education, you cannot be a good citizen, you cannot be a productive member of your society.
True.
So constitutionally we say so, but if you go to the Constitution, you'll see there, it says where practicable. So we wrote a Constitution that offered a guarantee and then provided a backdoor for us to abdicate that responsibility. And all ourselves as citizens, as well as the government, we have gone through that back door with great happiness and abdicated our responsibility. So there is no accountability within the system. If you can hold, the only person who is held accountable in the education system is the student. The student doesn't pass an exam, he fails. The student has to write a thesis, he has to develop it somehow, he fails. The student gets out of the university, out of the education system, and goes to get a job and cannot get the job because he's not ready for industry, he fails. What happens to all the people in the entire value chain, from the highest of levels to the lowest of levels? What is their accountability to the student? And how do you hold them effectively accountable? That's the role of the Office of the Citizen.
So how do we begin to do that? Because I remember when I was in university, some of our lecturers would say, hey, the Office of the Citizen is important. So how do I begin to want to do this? Because oftentimes, even in schools, when the students have student unions that try to make, lecturers accountable. If you remember the report done by BBC, where some lecturers were exposed, even some lecturers came out to defend those lecturers, even when there were video evidence to show. So how do you begin to do that? Because when student unions begin to try and make lecturers accountable, they are victimized, expelled. How do we do that? What do we need to do?
And this is where it's a great question. This is where we have to, because we cannot abstract the education sector from the rest of the society. The challenge is in the larger society. So if we admit that we are not really practicing We're not really playing our roles in a democracy. And then we understand that the structure that we have is top-down. That's why there is so much emphasis on who the leadership is in every layer, at every layer of our organization, every layer of our society. If you go to school and you see the structures in a school, you have something called a PTA.
Yes.
The PTA holds the school accountable.
Accountable.
Right?
True.
And the school then has to answer to the PTA for certain things that it does. When that system does not work, then the school is the school administration and ownership is completely liberated from any accountability. They can do what they want to do.
But in a university system, how do you have a PTA meeting?
Exactly.
Because that happens in a primary and secondary school.
So now this was where the unions came up, because the unions came up as a means of applying some kind of a check in a system, in the former system that we had. So you had the NANS, you had the ASU, you had the non-academic staff union and all that sort of stuff. So these guys were really supposed to be like a counterbalance to authority, which resided at that time in the public universities and the federal government.
Okay.
Over time, particularly during the military regime, they worked to break the power of those unions. And by breaking the power of those unions, they liberated themselves from responsibility. We moved into a democratic environment, and they continued, the civilians who now took over continued with the same attitude as though they were military. And so the lack of accountability is not there. What is the how? I think that there are two or three things that need to happen. The first is that, and unfortunately, all these things have to start from the top, because that's the structure that we currently have. First of all, we have to accept that we cannot, in the year 2020, be building an education system that's on a 19th century model. So that means that we have to fundamentally re-envision education for the 21st century. Okay. And when we do so, we will find that a lot of people, including ASU, will be uncomfortable. Because what it means is that the ASU lecturer is no longer evaluated based on what his vice chancellor or his head of department or his faculty head thinks. Because the student will have, in the 21st century learning environment, the student will take courses from a lecturer in Harvard. He will take courses from a lecturer in MIT. Mm-hmm. He will take courses from a lecturer in the university in China. He will take from Australia. And so the university lecturer in ASU, in Nigeria, is no longer measuring himself against his neighbor, but against the global standard. And the student will be able to pick and choose what courses he or she wants to attend from anywhere in the world. That fundamental transformation is a threat to the existing system, because then those who cannot meet up to that standard will fall by the wayside.
True.
Today I was going through a document for Eton College. Eton College is a secondary school in the UK. And it's one of the oldest and one of the most famous schools. And I was looking at the house masters and the credentials of the house masters, those who manage the students in the school boarding environment. There wasn't a single one who didn't have like a PhD or a master's from an Oxford or a Cambridge.
Wow.
They had studied things like neuroscience, nuclear physics, chemistry, the classics in Oxford and all that. Secondary school. How does a secondary school student in Umuahia compete with the secondary school student who has gone to an Eton College in a flat world that has been created by the 21st century? You made a good point around what happens to a student when he leaves Nigeria. And I want you to mark it by two things. First of all, for almost 40 years, we have been doing something called Alternative to Practical as an exam.
Okay.
Alternative to Practical is an exam that was put in place for students who didn't have access to labs, who actually never did the titration, didn't do the experiments that were required to do in physics, chemistry, and biology.
Okay.
And that Alternative to Practical has become the de facto exam because the schools don't have labs. Now, you do Alternative to Practical, and then you take an exam to get into university to study medicine. You have never once done a single experiment in a lab. So what do we do? If you look at the cost of implementing laboratories, each laboratory in a secondary school would cost something between 80 and 100 million naira for one lab.
Wow.
So how many of them can we possibly build? you need to be able to understand the limitations that you're facing. If we took the entire federal budget and applied it to education, we would probably not even be able to meet up with the infrastructure.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question of how can we begin to merge technology to help with education, not just on the tertiary level, but also across board, so that we don't have to, because even, the open university system that we have in Nigeria that we assumed will make things better still is very, hands. So yes, the students don't physically go in except when they have exams, but they really don't use so much technology. How do we begin to use technology to reduce this cost and to improve education, on a whole, not just from tertiary, but from primary, secondary to tertiary?
The first challenge we have is not the how. The first challenge we have is that we don't believe it. If we believed it, we would have committed to it.
But I think we believe it. Sorry to interrupt, because the pandemic
what did
now
ASU
has
tell you?
What
did ASU tell us about online?
Okay,
learning?
yes, well, true.
So they said it is impossible.
But it said to be practicable, because during this time, most schools now, even for the secondary schools, they've alternated the days where they go to school 2 days in the week.
You and I understand
3 days in the week.
We know it's a reality.
Okay.
But if the the Academic Association of Universities, highest, where all our eggheads are, tell you it cannot work, then what do you expect the government to do? Force it down their throats? Who's going to make it happen? The issue is that by 2014, the Indira Gandhi National Open University had more students, at 2.2 million students, than the entire 167 universities in Nigeria today have. One university, online university, had more students than the entirety of all 167 physical universities.
But Jenny, I think you've also alluded to the
So what we need to do is this. So the first thing is, and sorry, just to kind of, because I know we always have time limitations. Yeah. The first thing is that we have to make a national commitment.
Okay.
Right? And that national commitment can only come when we have an open and public acceptance that the 19th century model for education has to go. And we must, as a country, go to the 21st century. And you cannot go to a 21st century model without accepting and embracing technology as the fundamental enabler of learning.
There's so many questions I want to ask. There's so many questions, but sadly we can't take, time, because I want to ask about internet penetration. How are we going to have that, across the
We don't need the internet.
We don't, across the country. We don't need the internet?
No.
What do we need then? Please, let's just make this your last one. What do we need to be able to go fully online?
So if this were a classroom for me, and every building around here was housed parents with children who wanted to go to my school,
okay,
what I would do is that I would set up Wi-Fi access using a simple router, no internet. My computer will be here, all my lessons will be here, and anybody who is around, just like you use your MiFi,
okay,
right? Your MiFi, you're connecting to me.
Sure.
This time, not connecting to the internet. And anything that I broadcast from my computer here, anybody in this vicinity who logs on to my network will get exactly the same content. So 80% of the content that is required, even up to 90% of the content that is required to teach, does not require connection to the internet.
Okay.
So I can create in a rural community. I can bring the world to a rural community. How would I do that? I take my laptop. I download all the content that I require onto my laptop. It's powered for 8 hours. I pass my neighbor generator. I go to a primary school. And I take a small projector, and I go to a primary school, and I project on the wall. I will run every single class to world-class standard off of my laptop, because I can have the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica on my laptop. I can have all the lessons from early childhood through to university. I can have over 6,000, and it's not theory. We've done this in Cross River State, where we went by canoes into villages, and we taught teachers how to use laptops in their classrooms.
Wow, interesting. Sadly, we will have to go. And please, we'd like to have you again. I hope you'll make time to come again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
That's all we can take on this episode of One on One. Please join us again. I'm Fumi Onuajefe.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Adebank. As the acting vice-chancellor of the institution at an emergency Senate meeting held on Monday, before his appointment, Oke was the deputy vice-chancellor administration of LASU. Recall that Lagos State Governor and visitor to Lagos State University, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, had cancelled the ongoing process set up for the appointment of a substantive ninth vice-chancellor of the university. The outgoing vice-chancellor, Professor Olarewaju Fagbon, was also directed to convene an emergency Senate meeting for the purpose of appointing one of the deputy vice-chancellors who is not a candidate in the cancelled selection process as acting vice-chancellor from Monday, January 11, 2020. The Academic Staff Union of Universities says it is unsafe for universities to reopen as the government is yet to provide facilities for hand washing and social distancing in lecture halls and hostels. ASU said its members are ready to start work when the government can make resumption safe for both students and lecturers. The National Universities Commission had directed universities to resume on January 18th, but ASU members say they must adhere to COVID-19 protocols in school. The union chairman at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Osun State, Dr. Adiola Egbedokun, lamented that there is no preparation for safe reopenings of the universities. He also called on parents to insist on safe reopening that conforms with COVID-19 protocols. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has suspended the ongoing screening of applicants for recruitment due to the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. NDLEA spokesman Jonah Achema said that the screening suspension was based on strict compliance with the directive of the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. NDLEA had, on January 8th, released the list of shortlisted candidates. The candidates numbering 5,000 were due to appear at the agency's academy, Citadel Counter Narcotics Nigeria, Carton Ricos, Jos, for screening and documentations between January 10th and 23rd. According to Achema, the minister ordered the suspension of the exercise given the current and alarming second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic across the country. Minister of State for Health and member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, has said the ongoing national identification number enrollment may be suspended over COVID-19 risks. Mamora said the government has a duty to ensure that people are protected and that they comply within the limits of what is good for the society at large. He described the registration as a super spreader event as people gather in large crowds at NIMC offices nationwide. He also urged the National Identity Management Commission to go back to the drawing board and reorder the enrollment process. A chief magistrate court sitting in Abuja has granted bail to Omoyele Sowore in the sum of 20 million and 4 others and 1 million naira. The court ruled that Sowore and the 4 others must provide sureties with like sum and that Sowore may remain in Abuja and must physically report to the court registrar every Monday and Friday, pending hearing and determination of the case against him. Speaking to newsmen immediately after the court ruling in Abuja, counsel to Omoyele Sowore expressed dismay at the outcome of the ruling, saying that his client should have been allowed to go without a bail as the charges against him are incompetent.
Worship has exercised their discretion judiciously and judicially. If you ask me whether I'm okay with the bail conditions, well, the first application, our first kind of application was that they should be allowed to go on self-recognizance. That means they should be allowed to go without any bail conditions. She just said, well, these guys are patriots. You can just go back to your house and then continue your agitations as patriotic individuals or citizens of this country. So if you ask me if I'm satisfied with the bail conditions, of course I will tell you I'm not entirely satisfied with it. On a personal note, I'm not entirely satisfied with it, but of course the conditions are still meetable and we are on the verge of meeting the bail conditions.
For the second time, a judge is asking me to remain in Abuja and not travel abroad, even though I can't travel already. I've been restrained to Abuja and given a bail condition to produce a civil servant, which is unlikely to want to risk his job, and to produce somebody who has 20 million naira. If you're a civil servant and you have 20 million naira, you are likely engaging in corruption.
It's obvious that it was everything's game. They refused to bring us to court on Friday in all attempts to keep us over the weekend so as to extend the detention with the purpose of breaking us. But it's unfortunate that while we were in the detention, we had access to several victims of injustice, and we've been meeting with them, talking to them, and then we promised to advocate for a number of them when we get out of the cell.
The federal government will shut down Lagos Island-bound traffic on the Third Mainland Bridge for 2 weeks on Friday, January 15th. This is part of the ongoing rehabilitation being carried out on the longest bridge in West Africa. The Federal Controller Works Lagos, Popoola Olukayode, announced this in a statement over the weekend. He said they will shift the current diversion point towards Oron-Shoki and closing of the Lagos Island-bound carriageway, including the Adekunle Slip Road. Olukayode also called for cooperation and understanding from the public, particularly motorists. At least 20 people have been reported killed in a road accident along Bauchi-Maiduguri Expressway. The police public relations officer, Bauchi Command, Amen Wakili, confirmed this accident. He said that the corpses have been deposited in the ATBU Teaching Hospital mortuary. According to Wakili, the accident occurred on Sunday afternoon when two commercial vehicles, a Volkswagen Golf heading from Misau to Bauchi and a Hummer bus heading to Maiduguri from Jos collided. One of the vehicles was reported to have gone up in flames and its occupants got burnt beyond recognition. After 22 passengers involved in the accident, only 2 survived and are said to be receiving treatment at the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Teaching Hospital, Bauchi. And in other parts of Africa, the Ugandan military says it is looking into circumstances under which a soldier killed 4 people before being shot dead by colleagues on Monday morning. The shooting happened in the central Ugandan district of Wasio, and Aswilo was gunned down to stop his wanton action. The Ugandan military and police have stepped up security in and around Kampala ahead of the presidential and parliamentary elections slated for this Thursday. Military men are moving on foot and patrolling the streets, while others are stationed on some streets known to be violent hotspots. There are also more motorized police and military patrols, unlike before the election period in the East African country. Heads of security agencies last Friday warned all those intending to cause chaos during and after the election that they would suffer consequences. Former minister and one of the main opposition leaders in Côte d'Ivoire, Abdallah, has called as resurfaced on Sunday following his 2-month disappearing act. Many speculate that he disappeared because he was charged in November for conspiring against the authority of the state. He has been under investigation since November 6th, along with other opposition figures who staged a movement of civil disobedience before October presidential election. They boycotted the vote and then went on to create the National Transitional Council to replace the power of President Ouattara, whose re-election into a 3rd term in office they deemed as unconstitutional. He is, however, in talks with the government of President Konan Bediye to continue in unity and bring peace. And outside Africa, landslides caused by heavy rain have killed at least 13 people and left 27 others missing over the weekend. Search and rescue operations have continued in western Indonesia at the village in West Java about 150 kilometers southeast of the capital, Jakarta. The Indonesian National Board for Disaster Management said the unpredictable weather poses challenges for the search and rescue members who are working on the fairly steep terrain with unstable soil conditions. Indonesia frequently suffers floods and landslides, particularly during the rainy season from November to March. The situation is often worsened by the felling of trees in forests. South Korean President Moon Jae-in said on Monday, January 11th, that he remains committed to engaging with North Korea. He added that cooperation on issues such as anti-epidemic work would help lead to a breakthrough in stalled talks in the last years of his term. Seoul will make efforts to jumpstart talks between the United States and North Korea as U.S. President-elect Joe Biden prepares to take office. Moon says he would liaise closely with Biden's administration. Talks aimed at convincing North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons and improve relations with the United States and South Korea have been stalled, with Pyongyang accusing Seoul and Washington of maintaining hostile policies. And in entertainment, a Sex and the City revival is heading to the small screen more than 20 years after the hit series made its debut. The original HBO show followed the lives of 4 New York women negotiating work and relationships in the late 90s and early 2000s. But only 3 of the Fab 4 are returning for the new TV series. The new series will consist of 10 half-hour episodes. Production will start in late spring. And in sports news, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta admitted on Monday, January 11th, that emotions are hard to control. He said this after many sides failed to maintain social distancing guidelines in dramatic FA Cup matches at the weekend. Despite advice from authorities to maintain as much social distance as possible during the current pandemic, there were numerous occasions where players' emotions got the better of them and they celebrated together. Speaking ahead of his side's Premier League match against Crystal Palace, Arteta said it was difficult to remember the instructions in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, to control the emotions when you're going 200 miles an hour in a game full of things happening around you is very difficult to control. We're asking our players in corners, for example, to be man-marking people, to be pushing people around, and then we cannot fist bump anybody, you cannot say hello to anybody. It gets a little bit controversial and difficult to understand. Morally, with the situation that we have in the country, with the situation we have worldwide, to keep doing what we are doing, it's a little bit of a strange feeling. But we know as well what we can bring to the society if we are able to do it in a safe way. And there are a lot of positives to take. It's just that balance that when this starts to get damaging and worrying and start to exploit people, and when we can do it when we are still safe and we can, as I said, add something to positive to this.
And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Adebanke Odunoyi. Thanks for watching.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating it to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
You are one family. There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Someone has complained that the daughter was raped, a 16-year-old girl, and then all of a sudden the case was withdrawn. Well, I suspect something like blackmail, but because it's not logical for a parent to withdraw such a case, and it's also very dangerous for our society. It means that people will keep doing things and bad things like that and then get away with it. We should take rape cases more seriously.
It's unlawful and should be punished accordingly in line with the dictates of the law. So whoever does it, whether it's a prominent man or a lowly placed person, the law must take its course. So if it is investigated and it's found, or that man is found to be culpable, he should be tried.
Any society where the law becomes weak, the instruments are used against the poor. In this case, the society should stand, the law should stand in defense of one who is the base. If the society does not stand, then believe me, Nigeria is heading to a place where tomorrow, you and I probably will not have a say. Because here it is, the government has become the law. And the government is the institution and it has the institution.
The rest of the body of government and those people in power, I'd like them to understand that if they are in power today, doesn't mean they will be in power forever. It might be their own children tomorrow, or their sisters, or their brothers' children that will be assaulted in this manner. And the same way they are actually looking at this case without giving a considerable judgment to this kind of case, I believe the table will turn tomorrow that it will fall behind them.
I think she was being threatened. We know we are in Nigeria and such things usually occur. So I think if the government is serious and the law take its course and castrate the rapers and all that, I think it will stop.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. We're going to win this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to. can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do match our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Truthfully, women, we are dangerous. For real. And it happens. So, it happens. It's a hard one, for real, but it happens. That's all I know.
Well, from what we've been hearing, it happens maybe sometimes. I won't say it's right. However, in a situation where that happens, there's different sides to it. You know, if the man, for instance, has a good relationship with the kids, depending on their age also. For instance, you can the reaction when the kids are still like maybe age 1, age 2, age 3, is going to be different from, for instance, if the kids are like 20-something, 30-something years. In that case, life goes on. If the children are grown-ups and they still feel, oh, even if you are not their biological father, but they still feel that, oh, you are the father we know, then the relationship can continue.
It's strange as it is, as it sounds, and whatever around it, everything for me is strange. You understand? I mean, it could be a fiction, it could be, I don't know, is there any reality in what you're saying, or is something that you watch on, is it African Magic now? Is it just a joke or just a play or something?
Well, it depends on who the father of the child is. If he's a bad man, definitely anything can happen. Do you understand? But if he's a good person, you know, it's a very bad thing to do. There are some grounds where you can do that. Very terrible Yoruba demon.
I will turn the person, and from there I will know how detailed they go, and I will trace to know the place the person come from. I will make sure that I verify, not that to chase it. The person is not a cow, is not a goat. Rather, I will train the person and I will verify to know the taproot where the person come from. That's what I can do. Yes. I will give it to them because I'm not the one that get the picking.
Oh, by God's grace, that one cannot happen with me. No, he will go and find his father.
I will do a DNA test before I leave the hospital, personally. Yes.
You will do it?
I will.
But you are the one that carried it.
You know me, they fit change picking for hospital now.
Oh, okay.
So I will, personally.
Okay, because of the...
anything can happen. Yes, our healthcare system is messed up for real. Like, you can't trust even the doctor, the nurses. Truthfully, before I used to have this notion that if you come to me with that, we are done. After you get the results. But thinking about it now, I doubt if I'll be offended.
Before you go in to marry a lady, you must first of all know who the lady is or who the man is. You know, because if the person you are going with has been an untruthful person from the beginning, you get, you know, so every other thing you build on that is going to fail. You know, but if there have been trust from the beginning, or more like, if you are sure of who you are dealing with, then I don't think there should be a need for paternity test.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. We're going to win this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
What's going on, beautiful people? You're welcome to the latest entertainment show on the planet, where we educate, entertain, and of course dissect the biggest entertainment stories. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, and to do today's analysis with me is Eniola. What's going on?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Yeah, I thought I was seeing it first somewhere, but I guess it was just, it was just the vibe. I was just feeling our spirits, but our energy. It's too early on a Monday for us not to have that beautiful soul around. What do you think?
True. I miss it too.
All right. But I guess the weekend was too litty, probably, right?
Right. How was your weekend, by the way?
Amazing stuff, yeah.
What did you do?
A lot that are above your age group.
You've started again.
No. Do you want me to corrupt you? Do you want your mom to come to the station to come speak to me about orderliness and stuff?
Lord. Why are you making it seem like one underage child like this? Okay.
Yeah, you see, I want that age child like this. Like, I want to give a shout out to my mommy and my daddy. But that's just what it is. How you doing, though?
I'm fine.
How was your weekend?
It was interesting. I met up with some really old friends of mine, and on Sunday, was my niece's birthday, so just vibe throughout.
All right, amazing stuff. Yes, but since we're still catching up on the weekend, one vibe I caught throughout this weekend, it was private vibe because this video is going to be premiered on, so you have to stay tuned. It's going to be premiered on Tea Time Live, so you just have to stay tuned because this super duper personality that I've known for ages is going to be joining us in the studio. And this is the upgrade video by Cash Wale. Let's enjoy that before we get back to the business.
Casuale, cura, the girl them, they can make casuale. Olówó láyé mọ̀, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayé. Them say, no matter what you they talk, I'm a logo upgrade, upgrade. No matter what you them they check, no matter what you them they do, we go they throw away, we go they throw away. Everything done the pepper, with the eye on rose, then the high on check. My music bad will be 10-10. If you the dance shaku, my lord to be there. Fine girls all over me, swing well and roll back. Pretty girl, come over, make it dance to the rhythm like bang, bang, bang. Olówó láyé mọ̀, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayé. Dem náwó, dem pawó. Designer lọ́mọ. Balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. We done the balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. The way you want, be soon on me. I want a girl with a real body. The way she pocket, she could kill person. I wanna pay for your Gucci body, yeah. For your Gucci body. Baby girl, for your Gucci body, yeah. For your Gucci body. Senorita for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ lọ́wọ́, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ lọ́wọ́, jẹ́ pawó.
I look good, Lama. I'ma look good. Casual, baby. Yeah. That's just a snippet of the greatness that we'll be having in the studio. So just stick around and enjoy the show. Yeah, so we welcome back from that musical break, and we're moving on to the first story of the day. And of course, I still got my co-anchor with me, which is Eniola, of course. And yes, the first one is a big one because Sunday Ednut has its 639,000 followers under 9 hours of return to Instagram, which is currently 730 something. I'm not specific, but 730 something, which is a big deal. After his return to Instagram, controversial blogger Tunde Ednut is back on the image sharing platform Instagram with over 600K. I just told you more than 700 followers under 9 hours. Okay, more than 9 hours now. Hours of signing up again. The influencer was permanently suspended some weeks ago over the infringement of the platform's policy, which cost him millions of followers. Well, Tunde Ednut is back bigger and better, with reloaded vibes like never before. Sharing his first ever post on the new account, the singer turned blogger wrote, "The King is back." And yes, I think he did how kings do, you know, he was royalty all the way. And well, before you come, because I know a lot of people want to come for Tunde Ednut and you just want to throw your hating spirit all around.
It's
and
not
yeah,
hating
no, it's not
spirit.
you. I'm
Okay.
speaking generally now.
Okay.
Like a lot of people just want to throw a lot of hating spirit around, you know, but one thing that is certain is that a lot of people may not support what you do. A lot of people may be against what you do, but trust me, there's still some people that will always believe in you. And this guy has shown the type of people he has around him. Did you see the number of celebrities that came? You cannot tell me Tunde Ednut paid them. Tunde Ednut did not pay anybody to repost that he's back on Instagram. He probably just told them, Baba, I don't come back, help me share. And they owe this guy favors and they're doing it. So at the end of the day, it's your personality will always speak for you. People will have opinions. People will badmouth you. But see, we always say, I think we're just too, I don't know how to put it, we get to pick and choose when it suits us. When Tunde Ednut is working in our favor, we say he's a good guy. When he's not working in our favor, we say he's a bad guy. And that's just life. You can never satisfy everybody.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with you at all on that, because when they banned him, I was quite happy because I see Tunde Ednut as a bully. I'm just saying, in my personal opinion, I see him as a bully. Even his site on social media, there's a difference, like I said earlier when we talked about this news, there's a difference between entertaining and embarrassing people. I feel Tunde Ednut always crosses that line. And I would be happy if he was back on social media, if he didn't come out again after they banned his page saying, okay, this is the person responsible for me, for them closing it. Like, you're not even staying back to reflect, like, okay, why did they cancel my show? Why did they close my Instagram page in the beginning? Like, it didn't even have any self-reflection to me. I'm fine, his friends may support him. Your friends will always support you no matter what. But the fact still remains that...
No, not no matter what.
Sometimes some friends will stay with you no matter what you do. Even though people are against you and they tell you that your character is bad, they'll still stand with you.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Do you think that Tunde Ednut has supported a lot of brands? Do you think Tunde Ednut has helped project a lot of artists?
Yes.
Do you think Tunde Ednut has done quite a good job at blogging, as far as blogging is concerned? Without the bullying, without the negative vibe, do you think he has done, informing you and keeping you entertained?
Yes, I would agree.
So
yes.
if a person is like 60% or 70%, I think everyone deserves a second chance because everybody is out there for me. Hold up. Okay. Everybody is out there for me holier than thou. Like, he without saying should cast the first stone. And yes, everybody is there there, like, yeah. But you, of course, there are people that will say a lot of negative stuff about you. You cannot be good 100%. Even Jesus Christ had this saying.
I think people
Jesus
are just
Christ
waiting
slapped
for him
somebody
to show
in
this
the
remorse,
temple.
like, okay,
Jesus
I'm
Christ
sorry.
slapped somebody. He let his anger get the best of him. Nobody
Okay.
is perfect. The fact that today had not doesn't mean everybody. The way everybody is coming out like, hey, I'm only.
People
I'm the
expect
only
him
one.
to show this level of remorse, like, okay, this is what you called me out. So I'm sorry. At least just apologize for the
But a
things
lot
you
of people
did.
couldn't even own up to, I was the one who reported you. At least if I was here on this table, and I respected her for that. She said, I personally have reported Tunde Ednut's page over and over again. That's somebody that had the testicles to own up to it. Do you understand?
Yes, I
now,
get
that's
your
a
point.
different vibe entirely. But a lot of people cannot even own up. His so-called celebrity friends are some of the people who reported his page. And you're saying, brother man, shouldn't have a problem with that. If you have a problem with me, say it to my face and don't be sneaking around my back. Do you understand?
True.
That's just what it is. So there's nothing wrong with, if I find out that now you did do me, I will call you out. I know the shame. You cannot shame the shameless.
So you don't feel you need to come out to the public and actually apologize for
Apologize for what exactly?
Okay.
The fact that you're offended and I'm not offended? I'm not offended. You're offended. You're the one in your feelings. I'm not the one in my feelings. Every other person in their feelings are
But
the
that
ones
doesn't
in
mean
their
what he
feelings.
did right.
I don't even know what he did. Do you know why it was reported? Do you know the exact reason why it was reported?
No.
Do you know the exact reason why his page was suspended?
Okay.
What if it was false? What if it was a hoax?
Deeper.
I'm deep like that. I'm a well. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah. So black women deserve love that doesn't require suffering first. Mike Edwards. And I think this one requires a bar. Yeah.
you.
Preach it. And BB Niger 2019 first runner of Mike Edwards has said that black women deserve love that does not require suffering first. The reality TV star, known for his love for cigars, aired his opinion about black women in the post he shared on his verified Instagram page on Sunday, January 10, 2021. He was reacting to the popular notion that women have to pass through a certain amount of suffering with their men in order to be adjudged the wife material status. And I think one person that has always been vocal about this is also Ife, who has always said that if you're very strategic about the type of man you want to date, it is not being a gold digger.
True.
Do you understand? Yes, and I think I can second that. But when that is now the order of the day and that is your goal, that is your focus, so let me go and catch one rich man. That's where there's a problem. But if you're strategic about, meeting the right people, making sure that you're building a relationship with somebody that is bringing something to the table, there's absolutely nothing wrong with
Like
it.
just your personal preference.
And I can remember when I had a conversation with my dad and he was talking about marriage, that, Boris, you're getting old. Fertility reduces the older you get, blah, blah, blah. He always has such conversations with me. And I told him that, Dad, I'm not going to get married until I own my own house. And he said a Yoruba insultive word to me. He said, are you kidding? I married your mother in a one-bedroom apartment. Look at us today. And I'm like, Dad, that was your time. I'm not going to bring another person to come and go through my struggle when I know I'm not yet done taking care of myself. Do you understand? It has to be something that I know I'm ready for this. I'm not saying I want to control my woman, and I'm not saying she's not bringing anything to the table. But as a man, I want to be the provider. That is what God has created me to be, the provider, the breadwinner. Do you understand?
Yes.
So I think I just want to be that brother that is able to provide, and anything that comes in is just extra, is jara. Do you understand? But if I don't need a woman to be the one to say until we put hands together before things work. Can my hand be put together first?
You don't believe this notion that you and your woman have to struggle side by side
During
to get
courtship,
money?
yes, it's fine. We're struggling together anyways. I have a very solid, supportive woman by my side.
Okay.
And yeah, she's been super supportive. But at the end of the day, I also need to be the one to make sure that we're good, regardless.
Okay.
You understand? So it's not a matter of, I just think women, they deserve a whole lot more. They deserve a whole lot better. They're still the ones that will suffer for 9 months. It's not suffering anyways because they're bringing life into the world. But they're the ones that will go through the pain. They're the ones that do the monthly menstruation and all of that. You get, like, they have a lot to worry about. They're the emotional ones. They're the ones who have the high hormone system. Everything the testosterone, all of that put together is enough to put on one human for you not to care so much about making sure they do not
If
suffer?
I never knew it this deep, like I've actually seen a new light, and it's quite nice actually. Let me just point that out now.
Yeah, you're a
It's
new
quite-
generation, baby. You're used to the top, you're
And
not used
he
to the well,
ruined
so
the
you will not know
compliments.
anything
And
about
he
deepness.
ruined the compliments. Can you just say thank you?
Can I say thank you? That's not a compliment because I know I'm deep. That's stating the obvious. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Okay.
So
I don't even know where to start
I'm cocky
from.
like that, guys.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so I totally agree with you. Like everyone has a preference, because when he made the statement, I saw comments saying, women have to struggle with you, suffer with you, so because everything is not money. Like what you said, everyone is strategic about what you want. I have my preference. You have what you want in a partner. So you actually making a conscious effort to be with someone that can provide for you, I don't see it as gold digging. I'm just referring to the comment section right now that I saw. You having a preference doesn't make you a gold digger. And also, I think it's an African notion that believes that you have to struggle with your husband. Because, okay, I was talking to my aunt, so I want to make it an example too. Where she was like, you have to stay with your husband with nothing. That over time he's going to respect you and love you more for that. I actually don't buy that notion at all. You can actually meet someone that has money and it does not make sense. And okay, I think what Mike is also trying to say is it does not actually have to do with monetary aspect alone. I think suffering means in some cultures they believe if your husband is treating you badly over time, it will improve.
There's no culture that supports that.
Actually, in some cultures, they actually...
No culture supports that.
Are you sure?
It is the society
Okay,
that makes
I
it.
think
There
I will
is
use
no
society.
culture
Okay,
that
society
supports that.
expects you to actually stay and maintain that over time, it will actually love you, and over time, it will start treating you that way. So I don't accept that, sorry. What do you feel about that?
I already stated how I feel. I just feel like women deserve a whole lot better. And if, don't get me wrong now, I'm not saying do not stand by a man who has a bright future. I'm not saying do not stand by a man who is from a humble beginning or who has a humble start. You can stand by him, be supportive of his dream, but there's absolutely, if that is your choice and you know that it is true love and you know this guy doesn't have yet, but he will have, or you are hopeful that he will have, your hope and your support and your togetherness can bring about a change, a blessing, you know. Sometimes they even say kids bring about the blessing, but that is a Yoruba myth. Don't go and impregnate somebody's daughter and they say it brings blessing. I didn't advise you to do that. You get me? Yeah. So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is that there's so many things that people attach to blessings for a man. So if your thing, just do whatever rocks your boat. But if you're also strategic and say, me, I cannot date a broke man. I cannot date a man that doesn't end up to 1 million naira a month. You see, it is your choice and it is okay. It is typically okay. Don't let the society force you into something you really do not want to do, because if it's not working for you, sis, it's not working for you. Do your thing.
Amen, brother. True.
Amen? Hallelujah, somebody. Let's move on to the next story, which is on what's it called now? Vector, the Viper, who said it doesn't need COVID-19 vaccine in Africa. Rapper Vector, Nigerian rapper Olarinwaju Ogumefun, popularly known as Vector, said we don't need COVID-19 vaccines in Africa. Well, I think he's had a change of heart, because he has taken down that video, and in his new post, he's saying that he's never going to be in support of misinformation about anything that's important. All he's saying is that food is vaccine, but he will not claim it was said in a scientific knowledge. In fact, it was a simple moment of passion in his conversation about the value of food. Healthy diet remains one of the most efficient methods of protection from the COVID-19 virus. And yeah, you know, he also mentioned a lot of other food that you can try out to make sure that you boost your immune system. In as much as I want to agree with this brother that yes, the food, what you take into your system is quite important. It's to boost your immune system, because when they say garbage in, garbage out, that's what it is. So you need to make sure that whatever you put in your system works. It also doesn't mean you should now say that we do not need vaccine. But my question to you is, would you take a COVID-19 vaccine right now?
Yes.
Why?
To actually, I see like you taking it, it's preventing you.
What about all the conspiracy theories coming with it?
If you don't accept the COVID-19 vaccine, the question is, what else do you use to treat people? that already have the COVID-19 right now. He's saying that we don't need it. So what is the solution to people who already have the virus? Because people who already have the virus, you tell them to start eating healthy and taking drugs to boost their immune system. Would that actually cure the virus? That's the question right now. Because when I read this post, I was wondering, like, what was going through this guy's head? Okay, we are not taking the COVID-19 vaccine. What other solution are you telling us to do? What other option are you giving us right now? Because that's the only thing I can see right now. Fine, I'm hearing in some news I heard that, okay, it has an after effect. But right now, that's what we can really focus on, and that's what we can actually rely on right now, to me.
All right. So, Mr. Vector, I'm glad you've been spoken to.
Do you agree with what I just said?
I'm kind of Switzerland on this one because I don't want to let my cherries know. I'm still doing my research. I'm a very, what's it called now? I'm a perfectionist, so I like to know it. I like to have finesse when I'm speaking. So I'm still doing my research in the theory on the vaccine, and I'm saying, you know, I'm reading different conspiracy theories, getting different reviews, and then by the time I have my thoughts put together, maybe I'll be in a better position to let you know if I agree to, if that's the only choice we have right now. But for now, I'd rather be Switzerland on that subject matter.
Respectfully. Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. All right. So we will be going on a quick music break, and this one is by. Okay, just let's go on the music break. The producer would choose what music. You know, we like to surprise you guys. Say spicy.
Why?
You have to copy that, you know.
Yeah, man. I got the game. Stone boy, come to show them my grind. Even a copy of today. Nobody can stop we now. See the love where we get it just the elevate. Virus can't catch me now. See my software, it be up to date. Girl, you look so cool, make me wanna give you all and more. I feel your love so true, woman, that's all I'm looking for.
Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Calma. You got to know, say, now me be your calma. Oh.
Calma. Say you don't know, say now me be your calma.
Oh, calma. You got to know, say, now me be your calma.
You give me better, I go take, I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, we go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. Give me better, I go take, I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, we go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Calma. You got to know, say, now me be your calma. Oh.
Calma. Say you don't know, say now me be your calma.
All right, then again. Wine for me now. Baby, wine for me now. Good old. Wine for me now. Bounce for me, wine for me. Calma. You got to know, say, now me be your calma. Oh.
Why you laugh on me face? Why you look at me like that? You have to copy that. Yeah man, copy that. Welcome to Africa, where we dance and vibe. Too many for your body, we go spend tonight. Cause on this side, we can catch a vibe. Just free your mind, so you can feel alright. Who is in the, who is in the garden? waste. Cannot go to waste, oh yeah. Sissy Roma, come closer. I like the way you fuck bossa. From your lyric bossa. When she doesn't mock bossa. Sissy Roma, come closer. I like the way you fuck bossa. From your lyric bossa. When she doesn't mock bossa. Oh, oh, who is in the, oh yeah, who is in the garden? Mama, the Germany.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, you're welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And you know how we keep it real, man. It's always good vibes and energy only. I told you about the music video who's going to be premiered there. I'm sure you guys already saw it if you're a religious watcher of the show. Yes, but right now we have somebody else in the studio, and it goes by the name D-Tac. He was born Daniel Adeosun. He's a Nigerian singer, songwriter, performer, and producer. Over the years, he has embraced various musical styles and reinvented his image through music. He officially began his singing career in 2012 when he started rapping and making music with some group of friends. He has performed in various singing competitions as a child and emerged in the finals. Well, we'll find out. His first experience into music creation was in 2009. He was just 10 years old when he started experimenting with various disc jockey software. He went from show to show, playing in parties as a DJ. And yes, I think he has a very lengthy bio, but I think I'm just going to stop there because that caught my attention. You know, having that background of being, welcome to the show, by the way, D-Tac. How you doing today? Looking fly, super fly. Yeah, you know the vibes. Yeah, you have one of the biggest songs of 2022. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I feel blessed.
Working with Victor A.D., where you always complain. You know to complain on your song. You know, but you know say into the complain, have you?
No, I don't know that part.
Wait till we get.
Okay. But he said it in the song as well.
But there's also one other song that he said, what's that one? That one with Davido. Now, what's that Victor A.D. and Davido? Now, still complain, Sha. You shall get the vibe. If I give you like 4 of Victor A.D. songs, Baba, they always complain. They always shout to God. But yeah, how does that make you feel? You know, working with Victor A.D., you know, working on new project, and it's 2021, baby. How does that make you feel?
2021. I feel great. More projects coming out. Trust me, like I've been recording, I've been making music. I know I produce my music as well, so. Trust me, every song coming out from D-Tac is going to be a hit back to back.
Okay.
Trust me, if you've been following up the brand D-Tac, you know what I'm saying. So, you know the vibes.
Okay, checking your bio, I saw that you're a music producer, you're an artist, you write your own songs, and you're also a DJ once.
I used to be a DJ.
Yeah, yes, that's why I said you're also a DJ. So I just want to ask, when did this love for music develop? I really want to know the background. How did it develop?
Yeah, it just started. To me, I was young, and I just love listening to music. From an early age, I love listening to music. So when I was in secondary school, that's JS1, I had this group of friends. We just used to be in the class. When there's nothing doing, we just be playing drumming, singing. We used to be the class noise makers, you get. We drumming, sing. So they had the talent show in the school, and we're like, okay, let's just drum and sing. So we did what we could do, and from there, I just started taking it serious, and we started vibing, and I started making music.
Okay, interesting.
All right, so you know, making music is something that comes with a lot of challenges, especially when you're an emerging artist in the industry. What are some of the challenges you would say you faced? I know you have a very solid brand behind you as well, which is skills. You work with skills most of the time, right? So how would you say, what are some of the challenges you face in the industry?
First of all, people don't believe. When you start, people don't believe, okay, this guy's just playing, just joking. You get, they don't really take you serious till you take yourself serious. So first of all, you have to take yourself serious. Then second of all, the challenge you face is funding, because you have to get your music. To get your music out there, you have to get your music out there.
Sure.
You understand? And you have to fund it. So another challenge is, first, people don't believe in you. Second, the funding. So these two challenges have been major challenges. That's what I see.
All right. So aside that, right? Aside from people not taking you seriously, there's this issue of comparison when they begin to say your sound sounds like this person, you sound like this person, and there's always a bigger brand that sounds better than your sound. It might not even sound better, but it's a bigger brand, and people will always buy into that. Have you faced that, and what would you say they are comparing you with?
First, when I started, that was one challenge I had as well. They said I sounded like Wizkid. Because I used to love Wizkid music. I listened to his album. I used to love him. So I actually was sounding, I knew. And the thing about this thing is you have to tell yourself the truth. When they said I sounded like Wizkid, I listened to my music and okay, yeah, I actually sound. So I had to work on my sound. So it was actually a challenge as well.
All right. So for me, there can only be one star boy because you know me. I'm a star boy MC for life. So we're about to find out if this young man over here sounds like a Wizkid or not.
I don't sound like Wizkid anymore.
Yes, I don't know. Let the people decide. Yes, you can send your message to 09060005719 and let us know if you think D-Tac sounds like Wizkid and you should change his style, or D-Tac should keep doing his thing. And let's watch a quick video from D-Tac, my man.
You know, I give you everything, still let me down. You said that I'm not your type. Show my body, me say make we settle down. Baby girl, say I got you for life. This kind of love for them. This kind of love for show my God, me say make we settle down. Baby girl, say I got you for life. This kind of for them. This kind of for this kind of for
this kind of love. Oh shit. I got you for life. I like that emphasis, And we got you for life on T-Tac. You're welcome back, and that's T-Tac. Like I told you, 09060005719. Let's know if this young man still sounds like Wizkid. Or if you keep doing this thing and keep riding that wheel. Yeah, that's how we do it on the show, and we just, like to express how we feel about certain music. And personally, I think it's an amazing jam. How about you?
I love it too. I don't see how you sound like Wizkid. You have your own unique sound to me.
Thanks. I try to work on that when you get. I try to work on it.
All right. So we're kind of running out of time because we have another guest in the studio who's going to come in. But I'd like you to just fill the people in on what to expect from you in the year 2021 and where they can find you on all social media platforms.
Yeah, definitely. D-Tac 2020. Like I said, 2020, I'm coming with bangers. Now 2021, I'm coming with bigger and greater bangers. Just expect a lot. And I'm D-Tac _official on all my social media platforms. D-Tac spelled DTAC _official. So you can reach me, follow up, I follow back. Trust me, I own all the vibes.
So any EP, any album dropping?
Yeah,
Are you independent? Are you looking forward to get signed? Shout. You don't know if your helper is watching.
Oh no, I beg.
You need signing.
Okay. Definitely, I'm running solo right now. I'm not signed under a record label. So if you're out there and you want to sign, you want to make good money.
You're the man.
So, D-Tac, I'm ready. This year, trust me, I have a lot of songs. I have an EP with Skills, a collabo EP with Skills. I don't know when it's dropping, but definitely the first quarter of the year is dropping.
Nice.
So I have other singles dropping. Trust me, hits back to back. Good music. So stay tuned. Bless. Support.
Wait a minute. You think you're gonna get off so easy? I don't understand. You're already doing this. You think we are not going to freestyle on this thing? You're already doing this. Come on, do freestyle for us.
Wait, before he does that, sorry, I just really want to inquire something. So you worked with Skills. Is there any other artists you look forward to working with in the future? I really need
Definitely. I look forward to working with. I love Kiss Daniel's sound. I would love to
you
work
guys
with him.
doing magic together yourself.
I would love to work with Dice Alice. Different people. Like, see, anybody that's down to work, I'm down to work. As long as you make good music.
Let's come back to the subject. Okay. You already signed out, but just sign us out of it. Do you do freestyles?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of. All right, so I like people to freestyle with Plus TV Africa. I mean, fair.
You know
she's
the vibe.
any, so you could just freestyle with that.
Give me vibe. See, just like Akon, she got me locked up. She say make her love her no stop. But plenty fish for ocean. She done they call my brother-in-law. Only one girl no fit occupy my heart. You know that from the start. See, and even Uju no fit use her Juju Plus TV. You got me see me. When you see me up and you see me on your TV, I look so fly, look so good. When you see me, that is so awesome. Okay. And nobody know what we've been through. When you see the vibe and you come through, say, but the girl so bad. Say in on the camera, they got me now. See.
Girl, I really know what you've been through. Say, Mr. Fire, now come
Hey, oh no, you caught me, bro. You caught me. But on a good day, I'll bust the speakers. Trust me. So.
It's cool.
We're good.
And that's an amazing chat with D-Tac. Thank you for joining us in the studio.
Thank you, man.
Yes, we have to go on a quick break right now. And thanks to my man D-Tac.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks.
And yeah.
You look beautiful, by the way. See how you fine. Yo.
Anyways, shout out. All right, so let's move.
You know, I give you everything, still let me down. And you said that I'm not your type. Show my body, me say make we settle down. Baby girl, say I got you for life. This kind of love for them. This kind of love for trouble. You know me well. Why you calling no? Why you calling no? Yeah, you know me well. Why you calling no? Why you calling no? You know I give you everything, still let me down. And you said that I'm not your type. Show my God, take me, say make we settle down. Baby girl, say I got you for life. This kind of love for them. This kind of love for trouble. This kind of love for them. This kind of love for trouble. Say you deserve a better life. Want you kilote, oh I got you, my lady, my baby, my lady, oh my baby, yeah. This kind of for them. This kind of for trouble. You know me well. Why you calling no? Why you calling no? Yeah, nigga. You know me well. Why you calling no? Why you calling no? Yeah. Before the pepper them.
It's the Talk the Beats Weezer.
Yes, y'all. You're welcome back to the show. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And yes, my man D-Tac was amazing with us in the studio.
Yep.
And yes, you know, we got to move on. Like I've been telling you guys, I told you to hang around from the beginning of the show. Before I even started saying anything and enlightening you people, I already played you an upgrade video. I hope you have been upgraded. Because right now, it's all about that upgrade stuff. And yes, our next guest is originally born Lawal Ismaila. But yes, the street has taken over. And his name is now Cash Wale. He is a Nigerian recording artist, songwriter, and producer. Cash Wale began his music career in 2013. He released his debut single, Oshomolo, in January 2016. He released a song titled Wankere featuring Dami Crane, and the song was preceded by Lover Lover. He rose to prominence in 2018 when he released his hit song, Ankachi, Bami Wankachi. Okay. Nigerian Afrobeat artist, the remix of the song which featured CDQ, Malaika, and Ido West was released in August 2018. And today, ladies and gentlemen, he's here to premiere his new body of work, Upgrade, which I'm sure you've seen already if you're a religious viewer of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you are, can we give a standing ovation for man like Cash Wale? What's good, brother? What's good? Welcome to the show, man. Welcome. It's nice to have you in the studio. 2021 is definitely a good year because you started with that Upgrade. Tell me, what has changed for you? Why is the song Upgrade?
Yeah, because, you know, when I look back into my career and everything I've achieved in life, you know, I can see a change, I can see a transformation, do you understand? And a lot has happened for the past 2-3 years, you know. After Handkerchief, you know, I was shut down for a bit because of my mom passed away, so that was why I was missing, you know. And that just taught me and opened my eyes to a lot of stuff, like you have to appreciate people around you and your loved one. You don't take anything for granted in life. So, but now we're back, you know, I can see a lot of things that's changed, you know, the way I reason and the way I relate with people. And the kind of music I want to, you know, I want to put out there. I just want to talk about myself, talk about where I'm coming from. Like, you know, like it's life. We're living this life, you know, no matter what, we're going to encounter something. There's going to be an obstacle. You can't get away with that. So I believe, you know, 2021.
Not to buttress on this point, but they say if it don't break you, it makes you, right? And yes, you're definitely not a broken man. So what would you say is the deepest lesson you learned from your mom's passing? I know you said a few in passing right now, like you should appreciate the people around you, but what did it really teach you? What emotions did you feel?
It taught me about, you know, time. Do you understand? Because I'm the kind of person that travel a lot. I hardly spend time with her. Like, we do spend time together, but I wanted more. Do you understand? You know, there was a time I was like, okay, I wish I could have done this. I wish, you know, we were there together, or when I was somewhere, you know, why didn't I call to come around? You know, that time, you know, it was very, you know, and the thing about it was when she passed, you know, we are Muslims, so they got to bury her the same day. So it's hard for me to just fly back, you know. I didn't make it to her.
But you got her on your chest permanently.
Yeah, I did. Still. You know, I bear the mic over in my heart. So wherever I go to, you know, this is my shade now. You know, I carry her everywhere. Wonderful. So that's one of the.
And that's the most important thing.
True.
Yeah.
So let's talk about music right now. So I want to find out about the challenges you faced in the music industry, and what do you think still needs to be done in the music industry?
You know, like when we started, you know, we're naive at first. You know, how we gonna be recognized? How we gonna get stuff out there, and how we gonna understand the cornerstone of the business. And sometimes you spend a lot of money and you don't get nothing back. You don't know how to navigate what platform I need to put my song on, and how am I gonna be heard. Do you understand? These are the challenges, and how that's my, you know, my fans, how they're gonna relate to my kind of song. Is it gonna be accepted or not? Do you understand? You gotta put that into consideration. And now it's not even about the funding part. Like, okay, how am I gonna, like, in terms of distribution and all that, how am I gonna have the, you know, budget for that? How can we meet up with the budget? Because there's no, like, the music industry right now, and how you gonna break into it. Do you get me? Even the budget part too, it's large now. Unlike before, like, okay, people will willingly play your stuff. without you moving an inch. But now the industry is so occupied, like a lot of people are inside already. How you gonna break into the circle? Do you understand? Because we have a lot of artists out there. Do you understand?
All right,
so it's hard.
All right,
sometimes.
let's come back to upgrade because me, I'm willing to be upgraded. I don't know about you guys, but in 2021, all I pray for myself and everyone around me is upgrade. So yes, definitely, that video was a lot of money went into that because it was super clean. The quality was amazing. The ladies too, woo. And yeah, you know, everything was on point. Are you working with HG2? Yeah, HG2. You know, that movie was, I mean, that film was actually very good, and you know him for greatness already. So, you know, putting a lot of money into that, what are some of the strategies that you would also put in place in 2021 to make sure that that video is all in our faces? Maybe say when you wake up, upgrade you this.
Like, you know, right now there's a structure.
Yeah.
So we dropped the video like, okay, let's see what people gonna say about it. You know, upgrading, this is something about my life, this is my lifestyle, this is what I wanted, not like this, okay, this is the kind of music I want and this is the kind of video I want. Because I told the label, like, okay, I want something like people can, that I'm talking about lifestyle, so I gotta put it in their face, like, this is the lifestyle, this is what I wanna live, and this is the kind of life I'm living at the same time. You get it.
Right. You've been strategic about placing yourself in the right places, your type of friends, you know. When you look at your friends in the industry, you know that casually not be today. It may not be the Whiskey, though, it may not be the David, it may not, it's probably even bigger, we don't even know. You get me? But you've planted yourself, but it still feels like something is lacking. Can I call it lack of support in the industry, where your industry colleagues do not actually give you enough support as you are due?
I don't think so, to be honest with you, because I know, like, if I put in more works and if I put most of my work out there, regardless, they'll support me and they'll vibe with my kind of vibe. Because, you know, when you see good things, you can relate to it. You know, good things attract good things. So if I work hard, you know, I told you, after Ankachi wasn't even promoted. And the song went viral, because then I was going through a lot of things. My mom was sick and everything. So I pressed for a bit. So I know, like, if I put in work and if I put my stuff out there and it's still a budget for it, definitely I'm going to be hurt. So I don't need to, like, you know, force myself into people's hearts, but they'll definitely accept me, because if you're doing the right thing, people will accept you regardless.
All right, sure.
You know.
Okay, like the most common thing right now, do you find they comparing artists to another? What do they normally compare you with?
Yeah, like I don't.
Get to Wale.
No, like people don't. It's just me. Like Wale is Cash Wale.
Your style is
Do you understand? My style is kind of different. You know, I'm just me. You can't really say, okay, Wale is like somebody in the industry. Even the kind of music I produce is just.
How many people do you know that would go and catch you for your face and did not slap them? How many people do you know?
Okay, another question is the name Cash Wale. How did it come about, like Cash Wale?
You know, I grew up in a place where, you know, money is very essential. Like, I don't want to, like, okay, stuck in somewhere and I don't have a cash on me. Even if it's cashless Lagos now. But when I was growing, I like my money to be on me. So a lot of my friends, you know, people always save their money in I always want to have my money with me.
Can you show us a stack right now? Pull out a stack.
Nah, you play.
Anyways, we're all about the upgrade video. And when we go behind the scene, casually will upgrade my life. I will embarrass him on live television if it does not upgrade my life. So yes, let's see the video of upgrade real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do that. Gee!
Casuale, cura, they girl them, they come me casuale. Olówó láyé mọ̀, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jà time for them say. No matter what in there they talk, I'm a logo upgrade. Upgrade, yo, upgrade. No matter what in them they check. No matter what in them they do, we go they throw away. We go they throw away. Everything done the pepper. With the eye on rose, then they high on check. My music bad, don't be 10. If you the dance, shaku, my lord, chobi, God. Fine girls all over me. Swing well and roll back. Pretty girl, come over. You make it dance to the rhythm like bang, bang, bang. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. We done the balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. We done the balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. The way you want, pursue mommy. I want a girl with a real body. The way she pocket, she could kill person. I wanna pay for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. For your Gucci body. Baby girl, for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. For your Gucci body. Señorita, for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ lóko ń jayé. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó.
I'm a logo Jaye. Oh, we're live. We're back. What's up, people? How you doing? I'm sure you guys had as much fun as I did listening to that song called Glee. Yes, I was not embarrassing. Yes, my mom told me. No, now. Normal levels. But it's all good. Before you people, some people have started sending me messages that send my own share, thinking Cash has not. Just relax your mind. If it does, I'll let you know. And if it doesn't, I'll also let you guys know. But yeah, Cap, man. I say Cap. Cash. That's a good one, man. Like, what's the plan for 2021 for you? Because you started on a bank note already. What's it going forward for you?
Yeah, the way going forward is just to work more and bring out, what we've been working on in the studio. We've been putting in work back to back. Right. So I can't wait to, to bring in a lot of stuff. This is just the, least part of it. Okay. That's it.
Alrighty. Yeah. Alrighty. All right. You know what? There's one thing I always do on this show. Okay. In as much as I want you to freestyle, a lot of people see musicians and they think that they might not know it all. You get so. Yeah. I'm gonna put you on the spot right now. I'm gonna be playing a game with you. It's called fact or cap. So you have to tell me what is fact and which is cap. Okay. So let's go straight because we're running out of time. Right. Sydney is the capital of Australia. Cap or fact?
That's a cap.
All right. Yeah. In fact, it is Canberra. Yeah. Nepal is the only country in the world that does not have a rectangular flag. Fact or cap?
I think that's a fact.
Oh, nice. Amazing stuff. Clap for him. Clap for this guy. This guy is brain and brain. The knight is the only piece in chess which can only move diagonally. Is that cap or fact?
Diagonally? No, that's a cap.
Oh, amazing stuff. It's the bishop. All right, so Nicolas Cage and Michael Jackson were married to the same woman. Fact or cap?
Nicholas.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson.
I think that's
a tricky one.
Yeah, okay. Can you name the name of the
Listen,
wife?
Mary Presley, and that's one person was married or two of them were married.
Okay, I think 2 of them.
2 of them.
Yeah,
that's
I think
a
so.
fact.
Yeah, that's
all
a
right,
fact.
amazing stuff.
Yeah.
So a woman has walked on the moon. Cap or fact?
That's a cap.
Okay. All of Africa was colonized except Liberia and Ethiopia. Fact or cap?
Yeah, that's fact.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Wow, amazing. I don't think we need to express greatness any further. This guy has shown you that it's the brains, and yes. All right, real quick, tell people where they can find you on social media.
Yo, on Instagram, it's at Casually Official. Yeah. On Twitter, it's Cash_Wale, and on Facebook, it's Casually Bimo.
All right. So thank you guys for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag Tea Time or Twitter us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on all our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Alta TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you goes to my co-anchor, Miss Annie, and of course my studio guest D-Tag, a man like Cash Wale, and the entire production team. Thank you guys for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshunkeye. Stay jiggy.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another episode of Red Carpet. I am your host, Razia Adam. In this episode, we're going to take a look back at the crazy year of 2020 and the events that took place all year long. I know that we're all looking forward to 2021. Let's take a look. Now, we all know the coronavirus took up our entire year. So we're going to begin with some of 2020's big moments in entertainment, including how celebrities came together to reach those stuck at home during the lockdown, like myself, and I'm sure you, from putting on live shows to raffling special opportunities, all to raise awareness and funds for the global fight against the spread of coronavirus.
Mariah Carey, Billie Eilish, and Tim McGraw headlined a virtual benefit concert hosted by Elton John to raise money to help fight the spread of the coronavirus. Eilish later took part in another fundraising event to support healthcare workers responding to the global outbreak. Curated by pop star Lady Gaga, the telecast One World Together at Home was a joint effort with the group Global Citizen, which also featured Paul McCartney and Lizzo. From hiding to cooking to chocolate, actor Kevin Bacon joined other celebrities online, including supermodel Naomi Campbell and singer Jon Bon Jovi, to reveal to writers just how they were surviving quarantine.
You know, we love to cook, so we've been cooking a lot, and we like the challenge of trying to figure out what's just what's lying around in the pantry and make something good from it.
I treat myself. I either have some cookies, gluten-free cookies, or I've got a whole stash of English chocolate, meaning flakes, caramels, Twixes, Galaxy bars, dairy milk chocolate. So that's my little treat at night.
Trying to hide from my wife and 4 kids. You know, you're getting to know yourself pretty well. You know, you catch up on all those things like cleaning your closet and reading a book.
Some artists released new music this year, which came mostly as a welcome surprise for fans during the months of lockdown. In February, Billie Eilish released her much-anticipated official theme song to the forthcoming James Bond film, No Time to Die. Meanwhile, the new Bond film's female star, British actress Lashana Lynch, spoke out about the online backlash she received after it was reported she would assume the 007 title. In March, Lady Gaga released the dance track Stupid Love from her 6th album, Chromatica, with a music video shot on an iPhone. She later released the upbeat single Rain on Me, collaborating with Ariana Grande for the first time. The dance track won Song of the Year at the 2020 MTV Video Music Awards. In July, Taylor Swift surprised fans with what she said was an unplanned new album. Folklore is her 8th studio album, and the standard edition includes 16 songs. Canadian rapper Drake teamed up with American rapper Lil Durk to release Laugh Now, Cry Later. One of the biggest issues in 2020 was racial inequality. Social media turned the color black on June 2nd as the music industry and stars, including Rihanna, Katy Perry, and others, showed their support for Blackout Tuesday. Leading record labels and others pledged to suspend business and work with communities to fight racial inequality after protests erupted in the United States following the death of George Floyd in May. And we can't forget how Prince Harry and wife Meghan Markle announced their plans to step back from their roles as senior members of Britain's royal family and work to become financially independent. The couple remained busy as Meghan narrated a film on the Disney Plus platform that follows the journey of a family of elephants across Africa.
So one of the most anticipated films this year was Beyonce's Black is King. I know that I definitely downloaded, Disney Plus this year, and I watched that movie. So Beyonce's film gained global fans and critics for its portrayal of African culture. In South Africa, where several scenes in the 85-minute feature were filmed, many say it's more than just a movie. VOA's Anita Powell reports from Johannesburg.
Unlike any other.
Black is King is a new visual album and musical film directed, executive produced, and written by American singer-songwriter Beyonce. The film stands alongside her album The Lion King, The Gift. It was shot last year in the US, South and West Africa, and Europe, and features many African artists. The film, released in July, has been generally well received by audiences, but it does have its critics. Some say that Beyonce, who was born in the U.S. city of Houston, in Texas, is guilty of cultural appropriation for using African imagery throughout the work without having any specific cultural roots to the continent. But in South Africa, those involved in the production were thrilled.
I'm really, really honored to have become part of the crew that put together this film. And on my side, I really, really like the film. I really love the film. It went into a lot of things that we haven't been told in our schools about Black history. And when like I saw the film, that's when I started to see that the stories and the attires and outfits that she was putting, and the whole scene really represented something deeper than what people were expecting.
While the film is not widely available on the continent, South Africa's largest cable provider made it available to premium subscribers. Beyonce fan Nkosi Motsoane says African diaspora, including Black Americans, have the right to reference what some see as African culture.
Black women have always been on the lowest sort of like strata of social hierarchy. And to have them occupy these really key, critical, profoundly influential platforms is really it's heartening and it's encouraging.
On one thing, her African supporters agree. If Black is king, Beyonce is the queen. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
So I would say 2020 was also the year of creativity. A lot of us had to come up with new ways to showcase what we usually do. Some made us dream with their movies, others made us dance and filled our hearts with music, others influenced our lives with their writings and designs. VOA correspondent Mariama Diallo reports on some of the people who passed away in 2020. Unfortunately, we have quite a long list, but let's see who impacted our lives.
Among the movie actors lost in 2020, Sean Connery, who died at 90. The charismatic Scottish movie legend shot to international stardom playing the first James Bond.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Chadwick Boseman, another superstar, also passed away. He was 43 and was best known for his title role in Black Panther. From the music world,
rock and roll is alive forever.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Little Richard and Bill Withers, Grammy winners John Prine, and Kenny Rogers. An actor-singer, Rogers preferred to be known as a country singer despite his crossover music success. Manu Dibango, who fused African rhythms with funk, died at 86. The Cameroon-born saxophonist was also known for his effervescent personality.
Le rire, comment dire, symphonique, j'allais dire de
Manu Dibango's symphonic laughter. He wouldn't say a sentence without bursting out laughing. He was a man at his age of inalienable youth, unalterable, and always positive.
Toujours positif.
The sudden death of basketball legend Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter in a helicopter crash shocked the world in 2020, prompting an outpouring of grief. Another sudden loss felt around the world, Argentine soccer giant Diego Armando Maradona, who suffered a heart attack. 3 former presidents also died in 2020. Former presidents of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings, of Mali, Amadou Toumani Touré, and most recently, France's Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Other public figures, U.S. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a legal and feminist icon, died at 87.
We must say, wake up, America, wake up. We're going to continue to fight.
A pioneer of the civil rights movement, John Lewis died in 2020 after serving more than 3 decades in the House of Representatives.
We have made some progress. We've come a distance, but we still have a distance to go. We still have roads to travel.
And George Floyd, a black man whose death in police custody
begging for his life,
sparked an uproar against racial injustice in the U.S. and around the world, was among those the world lost this year. But 2020 will also be remembered for COVID-19, which caused hundreds of thousands of people to perish as the pandemic swept across the world, shattering economies and lives. As the year drew to a close, more than 68 million people were infected worldwide and more than 1.5 million died from the illness. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Washington.
Now, for all you sports fans out there, I know that none of you guys really got to sit at the stadium this year and make as much noise as you wanted to. And it's all because of the terrible coronavirus. The pandemic caused havoc with the year's sporting calendar, with many events canceled or postponed across the globe. Let's take a look at how it changed sports this year.
One of the biggest stories of the year was the postponement of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. In March, International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach announced that the Games would be delayed until 2021.
In order to safeguard the health of the athletes and everybody involved in the Olympic Games, that we have to postpone the Olympic and Paralympic Games Tokyo 2020 to the year 2021 with the aim to have it there at the latest in summertime 21.
Both the Wimbledon tennis tournament and the Open Golf Championship, which were due to take place in Britain in 2020, were cancelled altogether, while other sports such as the NBA were shortened. Also in sports this year was a show of support for the Black Lives Matter movement. LeBron James and Lewis Hamilton took leading roles, along with U.S. Open tennis champion Naomi Osaka, as taking a knee became a common sight before the start of play in many sports.
So we spoke about mental illness a couple times in a couple episodes, especially during our pandemic for this entire year. As a way to wrap up 2020, we're going to be on that topic, sort of. But Washington, D.C.'s Architect House, the first U.S. museum of digital and experimental art, transformed its space into a unique exhibition designed to help people combat COVID-19 anxiety. Maximum Moskalev has the story.
So here you can actually see your silhouette in the installation. You literally become a part of the art, but you're also controlling this wave of crystals that grows wherever you go.
Artec House in Washington creates interactive exhibits using digital technologies in art. Its latest exhibition is called Crystalline. This art space was created in partnership with a New Jersey-based color company called Pantone that annually presents a color of the year. The color chosen to represent 2020, a tough year that has included the coronavirus pandemic, is classic blue, reminiscent of the sky at dusk.
This has been a difficult year for all of us around the world for many reasons, and this color was chosen for its dependable qualities, its calming qualities, its inspiring qualities, the ability for this color to help us center ourselves and move forward with confidence.
Artec House also has installations in Miami and New York City. Each of the three features a color that represents either air, water, or earth. This one in Washington is dedicated to Earth. The center of the exposition is a large-scale installation that represents a world of change. Thanks to large projections and motion sensors, anyone can create their own visual effects here.
To be honest, this is my second time here. Last time I was here, it was a summertime, so it was more like floral kind of themed artwork here. But today, it's so relaxing. It's like the crystals, the blue theme and everything. It's very relaxing.
The exhibit organizers hope this coming yet inspiring installation helps visitors battle the pandemic-related anxiety and forget, if for a little bit, about the grim COVID-19 reality. Maxim Moskalko for VOA News, Washington.
So guys, we are at the end of our show, and we are also done wrapping up that chaotic 2020 year. So now we're going to be talking about 2021 for the next following episodes. I'm so happy I was able to host this episode. My name is Razia Adam. I hope everybody had a happy new year. See you guys next time.
You are one family. There's nothing wrong with this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm yet to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind that I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like you're on TV. I'm trying to form. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. I usually, Wonderland, a couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very alright.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like. No, I don't do everybody that way.
Yeah, Lekki Conventional Center. It's chill now. I like their overhead rope. Yeah, that's why. It's why it's cool.
Obodo Cattle Ranch.
And why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabana, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Lagbo Resorts here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's nothing wrong with this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident do mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
If you live in Lagos or visiting Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Nigeria, and with a population of over 20 million persons, you would notice the traffic is almost a daily life situation. To ease this burden, the Lagos State government have put in place Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, to control the traffic situation. But as you would imagine, it is still overwhelming. Well, recently we began to notice a different kind of traffic warden on the Lagos Island part, not employed by the government but on voluntary basis. They are physically challenged. Ismail and Ibrahim used to be beggars, but after Lagos State government placed a ban on begging, they decided to do something different.
Na yi niyyar wannan aiki, kuma ko da yaushe ina nan cikin wannan aiki. Ba gudu ba jara ba, gwamnati ta taimaka mun, a taimaka mun, ma ko da wani lokaci ai na san ganin mu za a gamu, gwamnati ta taimaka mun. Allah muna son wannan aikin saboda ba ma son bara, wannan baracin ya ishe mu, shi yasa muna wannan aikin.
Ina roƙon mutane waɗanda suke masu kuɗi, Hausawanmu, wuci Yoruba, wuci Igbo, ina roƙon su taimaka mana da wannan abin da muke yi. Ko aikin yi ko allowance duk abin da ya samu muna da bukata.
Motorists attest to the fact that their voluntary services have been quite helpful while calling for some sort of formal payment be made to them.
We really thank God for them that they are here. If not, there will be a lot of traffic. They are helping us here very well. And we want government, at least if they can do something for them, maybe little things at the end of the month, because we really like that. We too that are driving always give them something. If not because of them, there will be a lot of traffic over here.
Most times when I pass around, I saw that particular guy there doing some traffic work there. I'm encouraged because one, they are giving them a kind of privilege to also try and use their skills, and they can also add to the society by also doing some other work like that. It's very good. So that will be a kind of an encouragement to other people so that they will not look down on anybody that is, they're also human beings like us. So for me, it's encouraging, and I think it's a very better idea.
I will support them at the same time just because of the traffic men are not much and the LASMA are not here. and the policemen are not here. The PCRC members are not here, which I'm one of the members. But it's okay. We support them. At least if government can, Lagos State government can look at a way they can just reach out to these ones by giving them other uniforms to, perform this duty they are doing at the same time. If the government can be able to reach out to them with some little funds every month, so to encourage them to do what they're doing instead of then going on the street begging people money.
This uniform, government does not give me this uniform. So the work what they do inside this order, many people that go see me, they go give me something what go buy. So now the thing what go take buy this uniform. Because na him my uniform, na him the ID card.
I doubt if the community were the one that contracted them. I believe they are volunteers. But however, whichever way, I think the community should take advantage in the sense that they've changed from, instead of begging, they've decided to volunteer their service in controlling traffic. And basically they are trying. I remember sometime, was it early January or between early January and late December, I can't place it, at going close to a roundabout. If you're coming out from Etimi and the other ending, there's this crippled guy. Each time I close from work, I'm always seeing him there around 4, 5, 6. He's doing an amazing job there because usually that place used to be a spot for heavy traffic. Everybody wants to move, and so if we are the local government chair lady, or if there's a way we can get across to her, let her just take advantage and recruit them, and even if it's just a commission, it should be placed on a payroll or something.
In a separate event, we caught up with Princess Rashidat Adu, the executive chairman at Etiosa local government area, where they serve, and she says this of them.
For the traffic officers that you said you see, they've attached themselves to the local government. Sincerely, I didn't give them jackets because I saw them too on the road, and I approached them. When I see them, I just give them money because I believe that they are looking for what to put in their mouth. And sometimes I call them to the office. I said, I don't want to be seeing you at the roundabout because of your own security. You never can tell. A vehicle can be coming now and something will happen. I am the first point of call. Because of that, I try to discourage them from controlling the traffic. But because they now told me that this is what they get, at least people that are passing, the motorists, they'll give them, they'll tip them and all that. I said, okay, what do you think we can do that will bring money to you? And some came, they said they want to go back to their villages, and I gave them money. I said, okay, when you get back to your village, what will you be doing? One said you'll be doing shoemaker. One said it will be selling provision. And I said, okay, how much do you think that will cost? And they mentioned the money, very ridiculous. But in my own little way, I gave to them. And I asked them to go back. Funny enough, they didn't go back. You will still see these same people on the road controlling traffic. So what do? There's nothing you do about it. Because in a way, that is how they get their own livelihood, and stopping them from doing it will be a harm to them. And I don't want to harm anybody. As much as I want to add value to the life of the people around Victoria Island, I think since they said that is what they want to do, let them continue doing.
However, motorists like Kalu, on the contrary, feels they are not needed all the time.
It could be better when there's much traffic, but now there is no traffic. Staying here is not all that conducive now, because I suppose I've already passed.
While doing their bit to ease off the traffic, Ibrahim acknowledges that they meet motorists who sometimes are impatient with them.
I don't forget for that day, I just stopped the one person for this job. The time when you come block the road, I say stop, make it one person pass. So that time, for this man, I beg and say stop. No one stop. You ready to jam me for the motor? You don't know, say, you see me, say me, I'm disabled. Why not stop? I know they stop him for nothing. Because he come blocking the road. He come show me, say, he get power. He blocked me for this my eyes. Remain small, it will scatter my eyes.
Well, with over 1.6 million vehicles plying Lagos roads daily, just maybe volunteers like Ibrahim and Ismail are a great asset aiding government strategies to tackle high-volume traffic across the state. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
Well, many thanks for joining us in the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Former presidential aspirant Demo Garba has withdrawn his case against the chief executive officer and founder of Twitter International company, Jack Dorsey. Garba had filed a suit against Dorsey before a federal high court in Abuja over his alleged sponsorship of the recent NSAS protests in parts of the country. The motion on notice was brought pursuant to Order 2, Rules 123 of the Fundamental Rights Rules 2009 and Section 34, Subsection 1, Section 35, Subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution. But Garba, in a tweet from his recognized Twitter handle, said the purpose of taking the Twitter founder to court has been achieved. Meantime, the workers' unions of the Polytechnic Ibadan have started an indefinite strike to press for the implementation of the new national minimum wage introduced by the federal government in 2019. The unions, which comprise the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, announced industrial action after a joint congress held on Monday. As of the time of filing this report, students were seen milling around at the main entrance of the institution with the hope that the school's gate would be opened. The academic activities of the institution after the Christmas break were scheduled to resume on Monday with the start of full semester examinations for the 2019-2020 session, but was disrupted by the protest by the unions. While still talking education, the Senate of the Lagos State University, LASU, has appointed Damola Oke as the acting vice-chancellor of the institution at an emergency Senate meeting held on Monday. Before his appointment, Oke was the deputy vice-chancellor administration of LASU. Recall that the Lagos State governor and visitor to the Lagos State University, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, had cancelled the ongoing process set up for the appointment of a substantive ninth vice-chancellor of the university. The outgoing vice-chancellor, Professor Olarinwaju Fagbohun, was also directed to convene an emergency Senate meeting for the purpose of appointing one of the deputy vice-chancellors who is not a candidate in the cancelled selection process as acting vice-chancellor from Monday, January 11th, 2021. Meantime, the Academic Staff Union of Universities says it is unsafe for university to reopen as the government is yet to provide facilities for hand washing and social distancing in lecture halls and hostels. ASU said its members are ready to start work when the government can make resumption safe for both students and lecturers. The National Universities Commission had directed universities to resume on January 18th, but ASU members say they must adhere to COVID-19 protocols in schools. The union chairman at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Osun State, Dr. Adeola Egbedokun, lamented that there is no preparations for the safe reopening of the universities. He also called on parents to insist on safe reopening that conforms with the COVID-19 protocols. And away from education now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has suspended the ongoing screening of applicants for recruitment due to the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. The spokesman of the agency, Jonah Achema, said that the screening suspension was based on strict compliance with the directive of the Ministry of Justice, Abubakar Malami. The agency had on January 8 released the list of shortlisted candidates. The candidate, numbering 5,000, were due to appear at the agency's academy, Citadel Counter Narcotics Nigeria, Caton Rigos, JOS, for screening and documentation between January 10 and January 23. According to Achema, the minister ordered the suspension of the exercise, given the current and alarming second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic across the country. The Minister of State for Health and member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Dr. Mamora, has said the ongoing national identification number enrollment may be suspended over COVID-19 risks. Mamora said the government has a duty to ensure that people are protected and that they comply within the limit of what is good for the society at large. He described the registration as a super spreader event as people gather in large crowds at NIMC offices nationwide. He also urged the National Identity Management Commission to go back to the drawing board and reorder the enrollment process. And now to court matters. A chief magistrate court sitting in Abuja has granted bail to Omoyele Sowore in the sum of 20 million and 4 others and 1 million naira. The court ruled that Sowore and the 4 others must provide sureties with like sum and that Sowore remained in Abuja and must physically report to the court registrar every Monday and Friday, pending hearing and determination of the case against him. Speaking to newsmen immediately after the court ruling in Abuja, counsel to Sowore expressed dismay at the outcome of the ruling, saying that his client should have been allowed to go without a bail as the charges against him are incompetent.
Worship has exercised their discretion judiciously and judicially. If you ask me whether I'm okay with the bail conditions, well, the first application, our first application was that they should be allowed to go on self-recognizance. That means they should be allowed to go without any bail conditions. They should just said, well, these guys are patriots. You can just go back to your house and then continue your agitations as patriotic individuals or citizens of this country. So if you ask me if I'm satisfied with the bail conditions, of course I will tell you I'm not entirely satisfied with it. On a personal note, I'm not entirely satisfied with it, but of course the conditions are still meetable and we are on the verge of meeting the bail conditions.
For the second time, a judge is asking me to remain in Abuja and not travel abroad, even though I can't travel already. I've been restrained to Abuja and given a bail condition to produce a civil servant, which is unlikely to want to risk his job, and to produce somebody who has 20 million naira. If you're a civil servant and you have 20 million naira, you are likely engaging in corruption.
It's obvious that it was everything's game. They refused to bring us to court on Friday in all attempts to keep us over the weekend so as to extend the detention with the purpose of breaking us. But it's unfortunate that while we were in the detention, we had access to several victims of injustice, and we've been meeting with them, talking to them, and then we promise to advocate for a number of them when we get out of the cell.
And now to road safety. At least 20 people have been reported killed in a road accident along Bauchi-Maiduguri Expressway. The police public relations officer at Bauchi Command, Ahmed Wakili, confirmed the accident. He said that the corpses have been deposited at the ATBU Teaching Hospital mortuary. According to Wakili, the accident occurred on Sunday afternoon when 2 commercial vehicles, a Volkswagen Golf heading from Mizao to Bauchi and the Hummer bus heading to Maiduguri from Jos collided. Now, one of the vehicles was reported to have gone up in flames and its occupant got burnt beyond recognition. Now, out of the 22 passengers involved in the accident, only 2 survived and are said to be receiving treatment at the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Teaching Hospital in Bauchi. And in other parts of Africa, Facebook has shut a slew of accounts belonging to Ugandan government officials accused of seeking to manipulate public debate ahead of Thursday's election. The East African nation is holding presidential and parliamentary elections after a tense and bloody campaign, with President Yoweri Museveni facing a stiff challenge from the popstar-turned-politician Bobi Wine. Anim Ado said the network was linked to the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology. Now, Algeria's President Tebboune has announced he is returning to Germany to receive treatment for post-COVID-19 complications in his foot. It comes less than 2 weeks after he came back to Algiers following 2 months of medical care. Aged 75 and a heavy smoker, Tebboune was hospitalized in Germany on October 28, and Algerian authorities later announced he had the COVID-19 illness. It is not known how long he will be away, but said he would follow up with officials on a daily basis. And outside Africa, Indonesian authorities say they will intensify the search for victims from the Sriwijaya air crash and are sending a remotely operated underwater vehicle to search for the jet cockpit recorders in the sea. Now, the Boeing 737-500 plane with 62 people on board plunged into the Java Sea on Saturday, minutes after taking off from Jakarta's main airport. Divers scoured the seabed on Monday, retrieving human remains, personal possessions, and pieces of plane wreckage until fading light ended the search. Oki Bisma, a flight attendant on the plane, was identified by his fingerprints. In a news conference at the Emergency Crisis Center at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, Indonesian Transport Minister Budi Karya Sumadi urged search teams to focus on finding the victims, while the Air's Managing Director Joseph Edeyanso said the company would do everything to support the families. Now, German Chancellor Angela Merkel says she considers U.S. President Donald Trump's eviction from Twitter by the company as problematic. Twitter permanently suspended Trump from the microblogging platform on Friday, citing a risk of further incitement to violence in the wake of the storming of the U.S. Capitol by supporters of the outgoing president. Asked about Twitter's decision, Merkel's spokesman Steven Seibert said the operators of social media platforms bear great responsibility for political communication not being poisoned by hatred, by lies, and by incitement to violence. He said it's right to stand back when such content is posted, for example, by flagging it. In business news now, China's consumer price index, a main gauge of inflation, rose 2.5% year-on-year, staying within the government's annual target of around 3.5%, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics. The annual figure was down from 2.9% in 2019, but up from 2.1% in 2018. In December, the CPI rose 0.2% year-on-year, up from a 0.5% decrease in November. Growing consumer demand, rising costs, and special weather conditions were the main factors that pushed the CPI back into positive territory. Food prices increased 1.2% year-on-year last month, reversing a 2% decline in November and contributing approximately 0.26 percentage points to the CPI increase. In entertainment news now, a Sex and the City revival is heading to the small screen more than 20 years after the hit series made its debut. The original HBO show followed the lives of 4 New York women negotiating work and relationships in the late 90s and early 2000s. But only 3 of the Fab 4 are returning for the new TV series. The new series will consist of 10 half-hour episodes. Production will begin in late spring. In sports news now, the oldest scorer in Japanese professional football, Kazuyoshi Miura, is set to play at the age of 54 after extending his contract with Yokohama FC for another season. Miura, dubbed King Kazu in Japan, turned 54 on February 26, a day before the 2021 J-League campaign kicks off. It will be his 17th season with the club he joined in 2005. The former Japan striker last scored against Tepakusa Gunma in 2017 in Japan's second division, becoming the oldest player to score in a Japanese professional league game at 50 years and 14 days. Now, the 2021 season will be Miura's 36th as a professional after starting his career with Santos in Brazil in 1986. And that's the news at the ZAR. For more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back again with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria. Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
IC Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if I told people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we wouldn't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like one of the out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latona should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko and welcome you from a weekend that we saw a lot of football action. And of course, Wale Scott right here, and we'll run the show together this morning for 30 minutes, hoping that you will get to enjoy every bit of information that we have for you this morning. Good to have you, Wale.
Good to be here.
Hope you had a great weekend.
Journalists never really have weekends, but yeah.
Okay.
This was less stressful.
Less stressful?
Yes.
All right. What's your take about what's going on currently in the United States of America about Donald Trump and the possibility of him getting impeached?
I don't know. I don't know how a man can get to that level to be the most powerful man in the world and do things he did, getting into what he's gotten himself into now. I don't know, really. And I think that the world is just all mixed up. How did Donald Trump get there in the first place? My opinion, though. How did he get to be the president? How did he do all those things he did? And how did we get here? Nigerians on Facebook and all that always ask questions. How did we get here?
Yeah.
And we should be asking questions now. How did the Americans get here? I have always gotten angry at my friends, my colleagues in the office when they use the word the Nigerian factor.
Yeah.
And they always use it for negativity. I'm happy, I'm vindicated today that all these things they say is Nigerian factor is happening abroad now. Fair enough.
True. And also over the weekend, I went to Ajah, and I took a peep into the market, and I saw the massive crowd, people buying and selling. And I asked myself a question. I said, if the government, if the officials are going out to lock down bars, they're locking down beaches and making sure that there are no social gatherings, have they gone to the markets to see what people are doing there? Most people are not even wearing these face masks.
I think that's hypocritical, Udoka. You and I went to a fast food joint down the road of our office recently, about last week.
Yeah.
You and I. And we were told at the gates or at the door that we should wear our face mask.
Face mask.
And you asked me immediately, I said, Egbon, do you have a face mask? I said, yes. So I wore my face mask, you wore a face mask. We got in, I removed my face mask, you still had yours on, and everybody in the joint didn't have face masks on. So the only thing you need to do is wear a face mask to enter the center,
that's
wherever
your
you're
entry
going to.
ticket.
And then immediately you enter, you can take it off.
Wow, I really hope that we can get things right sometime soon in this country, because I saw the situation in the market and I said, look, if there's going to be any spread of the virus, it's also places like this. So we all need to be very, very careful. Wear your face mask, ensure you practice social distancing, and please wash your hands regularly.
And cough in your elbow.
Yeah, cough
Just
in
cough
your elbow. Like the Pogba celebration, you take a dab when you cough. Well, let's go straight to the Nigerian Professional Football League. I think I was more excited this weekend because I saw interesting games. Looking at the results, Katsina United defeated Adamawa United 2-0. Nasarawa United and Kano Pillars settled for a 1-0 draw, which was a good encounter between both teams. And of course, Plateau United defeated Heartland 3-0. Enyimba sneaked with a 1-0 win away. At home too, Wiki Tourist. River United, of course, maintained their unbeaten run, 3-0 over Kwara United, and Jigawa Golden Stars lost at home to Rangers, and MFM defeated Sunshine Stars 1-0 right here at home, and Lobby Stars were 3-0 winners over Warri Wolves. FC Fanyumba lost at home to Dakada FC by 1-0. I think the most interesting result for me would be the one that has to do with Rivers United and against Kwara United, and of course Rangers picking a win away from home.
I think, honestly, Udoka, I have consistently criticized the NFF, Nigerian Premier Football League, the LMC, and in the course of my criticism, I have gotten hated by them. The feeling is mutual, though. I don't like them either. However, the only time I saw a change in the Nigerian Professional Football League was when our referees at a point went for a 3 months or a 2 months course in London, the UK, and when they came back, the officiating was fantastic. You know, for the 6 months, good officiating. You know, I watched some matches and it was good live. Now, the problem that Nigerians have with our league is everybody, you see, if you are a betting person, somebody who does sports betting, you can be sure that if you want to bet in the Nigerian Professional Football League, just bet on the home teams, all win. You will win. You will cash out, you know. But now it's different. You know, you are seeing clubs going away and winning away.
Yeah.
In the past, if you look at our log, you see everybody, or all home wins. If they don't win, they draw, you know. But now we're seeing Dakada going to win. We're seeing Rangers traveling away and winning. And it's a good thing for our league because like the Premiership, the English Premier League, nobody ever thought Leicester
were going to win.
Nobody ever thought at the beginning of the league that Liverpool seemed to win that league. So I think it's a good thing for Nigerian league. Let's start from there. Let's start from away teams winning first off, and then it's a gradual process. I'm beginning to have optimism, a little hope that we'll get there eventually. I think we're getting there now. If a home team can travel and come to your home and win, and we don't see anybody beating anybody, there's no crowd in it. Maybe if there was no COVID and there was the regular spectators, the crowd, maybe we would have seen people being beaten and everything. But now, no crowd, people are going. Let's wait till COVID ends, and then people go away and win, and we don't see anybody being beaten. And then I would agree we're getting there. Now, no crowd, no spectators, nobody in the stadiums. I don't want to unlock my fingers. They are still crossed. They're still crossed right now.
All right, but of course we must agree that the games over the weekend were quite interesting, and so far so good. We've had a good run and very interesting matches in the NPFL.
Yes, no doubt.
And the fact that we can get to see one of these games or one or two of these games.
Yes, and
on
we
NPFL
always tend
TV.
to tell them on the show that you should actually, if you want to get to watch at least one or two of the matches over the weekend or on Wednesdays, end of the Wednesdays, NPFL TV is there.
Yeah, you can actually download it on your mobile phones, npfl.tv. Get to pay a little amount of money and enjoy the very best of Nigeria.
$1.5 a month is okay now.
Exactly. So I think it's okay, and you don't have to spend so much data. You can reduce the quality from 1080 to 760 to down to 380. Even 240, you still get good quality on your mobile phones. We're also talking about the Nigeria Professional Football League. This is a sad one now for Nigeria Professional Football League giants. Kano Pillars, they declared that their defender, Sunday Chinedu, was missing from the club for about 2 weeks now. Now, the club's chairman, Alhaji Suraju Jambul, said Chinedu went without any reason. And according to Jambul, Chinedu was permitted by the technical advisor of the club, Emmanuel Leonel, to see his family for medical reason on the 28th of December 2020 for 4 days, and he was given leave after the Sai Musa Gidas match day 1 away to Adamawa United at the Pantami Stadium. Now, the club has now given him between now to the next 3 days to report back to camp, and failure to do so will attract stiffer punishment from the part of the club. And he also warned the players that they should remain focused on the task ahead and assured them that the management will continue doing everything possible to make the club move forward. Now, a player goes missing. Shouldn't you be worried about the whereabouts of this player rather than giving stiffer punishment if he doesn't return to camp?
You see, look, the bane of management is to pretend to care. Most times, I apologize to all the management staff of any sphere of offices in the world today. They pretend to care, and which is the spirit of the office package to make it work right. I would always ask you, Udoka, how you doing? How was your night? You look good. Good morning. I might not mean any of those things I've said, but because I am management and I want the best of you, I will ask all those questions. I don't care really. I'll just ask, you know? And Nigerian governments don't show any, leave the money now. Show a little care, a little love, a little, you know, flexibility in your management and say, good, because you be our guy, we won't suspend and everything, you know. We all know Nigerian players are playing to actually go abroad. It doesn't matter where abroad is. Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, it doesn't matter where abroad is. They want to leave Nigeria. Why? We don't treat them right. Our structures about our salaries are late, if it comes at all. You know, we're looking at football players, canopilas and all that who have been owed 3, 4, 5 months, 6 months salaries, and then he gets a chance to play in Kazakhstan, Afghanistan. The money might not be even as much as what he gets here, but he knows there will be regular, and the structures are right. These are war-stricken countries who have. See, it's sad that a war-stricken country like Afghanistan, Kazakhstan have better structures, play their footballs regularly, and then we are here. No war. Even the protest is even small that we had now. And we don't pay, we don't have good structures. And then this man has gone AWOL. No problem. Obviously, maybe he has gone to go and do a test run somewhere. I don't know where. I'm sure somewhere lesser than Nigeria. He has gone. And I am hoping fervently. I'm always in the news as the guy who criticizes the government, who goes on the other side, who is on the other side of the fence. I don't care. I am hoping that wherever you are, bro, may the good Lord in his infinite mercies make you get that job. So you don't have to come back and face the consequences of going AWOL.
Yeah, but you know,
Really?
it's of two things.
Really?
It could be that probably he's looking for greener pasture, a new signing
I
somewhere
am
else.
80% sure.
I'm just saying, but it could just
I'm
be two
only
things.
saying, I'm saying to
Yeah, then
80%
it could
sure.
also be a
Greener
case of
pastures.
bad news that probably he has been kidnapped or something bad has happened. So let's just be hopeful. Let's even see him first. Then he will come out to give
Hopefully,
us. Yeah.
my guy, you have gone to look for greener pastures. You will get the thing done. You don't have to come back to Kano Pillars and go and meet their nonsense and get your life better.
But should it be that way? Even if you want to leave the
It's not me that
club,
spoiled the structure.
I'm
And it's not
just
me that is
saying,
not maintaining the structure. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, but the
Look
right
at
thing should be done.
every Nigerian player, I'm talking 95% of every player in the Nigerian Football League is playing every day, day in, day out, praying that a scout will see him someday or will get a chance to go abroad, to go and play abroad. If all of them can leave at the same time and leave our league vacant, they will go. I am 85% sure, and I hope I am vindicated in the next 2 weeks, that this guy is going to go and do a test run somewhere, and I'm praying for him that he will get the job.
Okay, well, I also get to wonder the ages of these players that play in the Nigerian Professional Football League and how good an opportunity is for them if they get a chance to play outside the shores of the country. But let's move to the WAFU Zone B under-17 qualifiers. Yes, under-17 in quotes. Now, Togo has been disqualified, and Togo happens to be the host nation. They've been disqualified from the tournament after 2 of their players failed the MRI test. Now, Togo's disqualification from the tournament was made known officially to the General Secretary of the Togo Football Federation in a letter signed by Buremu Balima, the Executive Director of WAFU. Now, the letter states that the 2 games already played by Togo against Benin Republic and Niger Republic in Group A would be cancelled. Prior to the disqualification, Togo were top of the group after victories against Benin and Niger and were built to take on Burkina Faso in their last group fixture today, Monday. The WAFU Zone B tournament in Togo will decide the participating teams for the 2021 Africa Under-17 Cup of Nations to be hosted in Morocco in July. Now, the case of age cheating has come to play.
Let me play the devil's advocate this morning. The reason why no African country has been able to do well at the World Cup and at the
top
level is because we lie. And you see, nature, as nice as it is not nice when you lie. So it won't be nice with you when you lie about your age. If you are 45, it will get to a point where your age will act 45.
True.
Listen, Udoka, I can go to Ikeja. I can send someone right now to Ikeja with 1,500 naira, max 2,000 naira. And it will change my age for me now. Birth certificate right now. And it will be back in VI here in less than 2 hours. And my age would have been changed. You know, it's that bad. And that's how it is. It's even worse. It's cheaper in some countries. Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, it's cheaper to do that. And however, let me play the devil's advocate today. The problem that we have is that African countries will not get to where they should be when we claim we have 17, 25, 28-year-olds playing in the Super Eagles against real 25-year-olds,
Yeah.
and they're actually 45. But let's play devil's advocate. I'm not a fan of the MRI. I have seen a situation, Nigeria under 17 twins, Tai and Kehinde, Odion and Ahere in Delta or Edo State side, went to get the MRI scan. One passed, one didn't pass. And then they claimed that when Nigeria complained and said, listen, they are twins. How can you say they didn't
One
pass?
is, yeah.
And then that one said, well, maybe one grew stronger bones early enough.
Yeah.
Eventually, the Kehinde or the Ahere went home, and the Tai, the Odion went for the tournament. So I think even the MRI scan, the VAR, are not 100% foolproof for me. You know, that's not to say that Nigerians, Africans, and South Americans don't cheat when it comes to age cheating. But you see, the essence of the whole thing, the Brazilians, it has paid off for them in the sense that they've won the World Cup, they've gotten to the highest level. Africans have not gotten there yet because it's not paid us off. Why can't we do the right thing? And what the problem is, I come back to my major problem. I've gotten tweets, I will still get again today. Our coaches should understand that those players who do well, who are really that age, and who are talented, grassroots talented, bring them on. Leave the money their parents will give you for now. Let them play. And then become their managers. And then make money off them big time in future. Don't look for the money you collect now and then bring in a 30-year-old man to claim to be 21, collect money from them. After 3-4 years, his age will start telling on him on the field of play. We have a few players who did not particularly say their real age, but did not overhype it. Mikel, Kelechi. And we are seeing them still playing till now. Martins didn't overdo it. We saw a Kanu Nwankwo. Yes, it was supposedly a heart disease. But at a point, he couldn't play anymore.
Yeah, and he let go.
I'm not saying that he's... We see I will call names this morning. We saw a player go to, I can't remember the name, a German Bundesliga club. His name is Christantus Macaulay. He went there at 17 years old, supposedly. And then he had an ankle injury. And then it took him a year and about 4 months. And then the doctors in not Dortmund, the doctors in the club were saying, listen, bro, at 17 plus, you can't have an injury for less than 3 months. This should have gone. But it lasted 1 year and 4 months. And he was told to go. The rest is history. Christantus Macaulay went to a club, prolific striker, could make it happen, had an injury at 17 plus, supposedly, and the injury lasted a year and 7 months. And the club was like, medically, this is not right. At your age, you should have stopped for 3 months. And where is Macaulay now?
Sad case,
can't
sad
find
case. I just hope that we would let go of well, the MRI, like Wale rightly mentioned, can go wrong. It can actually.
It has gone wrong many times. Really.
Many times, but I'm not an advocate for age cheating. We need to do the right things, and that way we'll get results. And like I always say, the future is grassroots. Let's go back to the grassroots and get these players who are hungry to play for Nigeria, for Africa. Then we'll get the very best out of our teams. Let's go to Arsenal now and let you know that the manager, Mikel Arteta, is eager to help the Nicolas Pepe. I'm not going to say, well, is the highest, like a record-breaking transfer that Arsenal made. And Arteta has said he's going to help him to succeed at Arsenal and has laid out what the club's record signing needs to do in the upcoming months. Now, the player joined in the summer of 2019 from Lille for a £72 million fee. And while he has produced moments of quality, a lack of consistency has impacted his time at the Emirates. Now, after Pepe scored 8 goals during his debut campaign, the hope was for the Ivory Coast international to kick on, but he has struggled in the Premier League this season. And Arsenal fans are saying, this guy is a scam.
Yeah, big scam, you know. I think who Arteta should be working on right now, and since Ozil has gone, is Thomas Partey, not Pepe. I think that there are more there are more prospects for Partey than Pepe, if you ask my opinion. So I think Arteta doesn't even know what he wants to do yet. I think he's as confused as every other Arsenal fan is at this point. I think Pepe, fantastic player, but I think Arteta should be working quicker on Thomas Partey at this point and not Pepe, really. That's my opinion, though.
Well, for Pepe, he was bought for about £72 million, and he's supposed to show quality.
He's working on him early enough because of the money they have spent. Let him look inwards. For example, I'm a Man U fan. I feel that too much money was spent on Harry Maguire when a defender like Aaron Wan-Bissaka is doing all the work. For me, Maguire doesn't do jack for Man U. If you ask me, the major prospects that the Gunners have right now in that team should be working more on Thomas Partey than Nicolas Pepe. My opinion, though.
All right.
I don't like Arsenal very much.
The Arsenal fans they are torn between supporting and not supporting.
What on
Nicolas
Partey,
Pepe.
really?
There are other players who can actually deliver the goods for Arsenal.
There's Holding there, there's Partey, there's Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
There's
why
Lacazette,
so much focus on Pepe? Why?
Well, 72
Partey
million,
is a better...
72 million was
It's
spent.
the money now.
Yeah.
But let's look away from the money now. Partey, for me, is more prospect, can have more positive impact on the Gunners team than people would ever have, really.
So,
but because he spent so much, why not?
Exactly. So it's the money people are looking at. If you're earning so much and you're not delivering, then questions will be asked.
And then you should go now and let's work on other players out there.
Nobody wants to buy Pepe for 72 million at this moment, even 50 million. I'm
exactly,
not sure.
my point.
Going over to the German Bundesliga, Erling Haaland scored twice for Dortmund as they won 3-1 at RB Leipzig to end their unbeaten home record. Enjoy the highlights of this one. Well, there are some football fans that actually thought that Chelsea were going to get Haaland instead of Timo Werner, and I totally agree. Timo Werner seems to be, Erling Haaland seems to be a way better striker.
I don't think so. Timo Werner came in a way better striker. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang came in a much better striker. Lacazette came in better. Maybe it's a different league. Maybe it's too much speed. But people have said that the English Premier League has got too much speed, it's very fast, and you need to actually get your acts together. We are talking about people. Paul Pogba went to Juve, became a star, came back to Man U, and didn't just become the miracle that he was in Juve. I just think that it's the league you're playing in, not about
the performance
that you had when you were there. I think people have come from other leagues and come. We've seen Thiago Alcantara, Thiago Silva come in, and they were fantastic where they're coming from, and they're not fantastic in the English League. I think it's the league that makes a difference. So if Haaland comes and Jadon Sancho comes to Man U today, they just might not be the miracle that we thought they will be.
All right,
No
but one
opinion.
man who has done it in different leagues from Portugal to England to Italy and, of course, Spain is Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored the third goal in Juve's 3-1 win over Sassuolo on Sunday, and with that, he became the joint highest goal scorer for club and country in the history of the game. With 759 career goals, Ronaldo equaled Joseph Buchan, the Austrian-Czech striker who played between 1931 and 1955. In the first week of the year, the Portuguese icon edged past former Brazilian great Pelé's record of 757 official goals. Now, Ronaldo's longtime rival, Lionel Messi, is at the 5th spot. Ronaldo is tied on #1 position. Can't you just say this guy is the greatest of all time?
I don't know, but because for the non-Yoruba speaking people, I'll explain to you later. Ability and ability are two different things.
Yep.
You know, ability is inborn, follow come, like the charger.
Yeah.
You know, ability is you're working hard to make it happen.
Yeah.
And in Ronaldo's case, he has to work hard to actually become what he has become today. Messi was built to play football. You know, it comes effortlessly for Lionel Messi. And so, because he has gotten to this level and he had to work hard to make it happen, he should be the best in the world. Messi, it comes effortlessly for him. Ronaldo works hard to make it happen. So I think if there's anybody in this decade to be the best footballer in the world, it's definitely Cristiano Ronaldo.
Well, good one for the Portuguese right there, equaling that record, and we're expecting more records to be broken by Cristiano Ronaldo. Wrapping up with basketball this morning, the Los Angeles Lakers and the bad-tempered 120-102 win over the Houston Rockets in Texas on Sunday. Markieff Morris and DeMarcus Cousins were both ejected from the game following separate first-quarter incidents. Anthony Davis top scored with 27 points and was ably assisted by LeBron James, who had 18 points. The normally prolific James Harden was held to 20 points for the Rockets.
As LeBron James in his 17th NBA season. It's time. LA was able to make a trade with him. There's a steal. And LeBron just bogarts his way to the basket. And Wood had his back turned. Really foul. So let's see what happens.
See Markieff Morris with the push, and then Boogie comes back and tells Markieff, hey, you can't do that. And then Markieff, that's what should get Markieff thrown out of the game right there, is that retaliation. See how Boogie's just walking away. Now here's another look at it. Excited about that. He was watching LeBron James on TV last year. Ooh, Boogie hit LeBron hard in the head. That was a hard foul.
Anthony Davis working on Harden. Little fall away. Gives it back to Wood again. You just got to keep shooting.
Yep. Don't worry about the misses. Let it fly.
But then you got to get back on defense. Lakers are just picking the rock on Wall. Takes it to the middle. Back outside to Wood. Get in there. Harden again. Going to the basket. Lays it up and in. And the Rockets now start to get a little. Wall going to back Schroeder down. And Schroeder with a steal.
A hard-earned victory for the Los Angeles Lakers right there, and they're still pushing on in the NBA regular season. Other games are played, but we can't take the result right now because we are out of time. But I would like to say thank you for staying tuned and watching Plus Sport and Plus TV Africa, and I hope you enjoyed every bit of news that we gave to you this morning. And thank you, Wiley, for your great analysis.
Thank you, Doc. And of course, Donald Trump has problems with his sporting facilities at this point. And Udoka will give you an extensive report on that later tonight on the news.
Of course, on the news. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa because big stories live here. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Has Amotekun gone rogue? could protecting lives while maintaining peace in the community have gone wrong with these men? Are they the next SARS? What really is Amotekun? And deal or no deal is the question everyone is asking as regards the IPPIS and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mariana Cohn.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space.
The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to. First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa. Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
The aftermath of a clash between operatives of the Oyo State Security Network, popularly known as Amotekun, and some Fulani clashed in Ibarapa in Oyo State, left several people dead and properties destroyed. In an associated development, Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has warned Amotekun not to transform into another form of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. He emphasized the need for ethical training. And of course, this is the subject of our conversation this evening. Now, to discuss this, we're being joined by Dixon Osage. He is a security analyst, and of course, he is a private security operator. It's good to have you join us, Dixon.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Nice being here.
Great. Of course, Amotekun may not necessarily be operating in Lagos State, but we know that when Amotekun was put together, it whipped up a lot of sentiments. There were several reactions from different quarters as to what could become of Amotekun. Now, a few months down the line, here we are talking about a level of high-handedness. I'd like to know from you, as a person who handles security, and looking back from October 20, where we're still having to deal with the fact that people were protesting against a rogue police arm, which is called SARS. And now Professor Wole Soyinka is speaking about this. What's your take on the recent situation in Amotekun?
All right, Mary Ann, thank you very much. The report coming from the camp of the Amotekun is not a good report, and you likely understood this year the reason why Nigerians went on the streets in protesting against the End SARS movement. Here we have Amotekun reporting justice jungle, taking out human lives on their own authority. Well, I agree with Professor Wole Soyinka because he gave out his statement, and his underlying statement is all about ethics. Ethics is very essential, and that is why we need to also understand the kind of training these Amotekun guys received. Because I had earlier suggested to Oyo State government to ensure that these guys are trained on crisis management and crime and incident scene procedures. There are procedures in a crime scene. So what are the trainings they undertake? Because the level of their training is going to determine the level of their duty. Because if they are not well trained, definitely we're going to experience what went wrong during the Bakassi days, in the late 90s, in Anambra State, where we have the Bakassi boys, carrying out jungle justice. The essence of community policing is not all about jungle justice. The essence of community policing is for you and I to live in peace and harmony. It's for you and I to breathe security to the barest minimum.
Dixon, are you insinuating in any way that these people were not properly trained before being released into protecting or securing the people in Oyo State? Is that what you're insinuating?
I will arrive at that position. That's my position, because I see the reason why some group of guys came into existence not so long, and all of a sudden they are taking human lives at their own will. We must understand the fundamental reason of security. The essence of security is to protect you and I. So engaging the enemy, we need to get clarity of what went wrong between Amotekun and the Fulani herdsmen who suffered losses. Is it the Amotekun that suffered losses, or was it the Fulani herdsmen that suffered losses? And if it was the Amotekun or Fulani people that suffered losses, where did this engagement take place? Did this engagement take place in an urban space like in the forest, in the bush, or did it take place in the city? But from what I understood, I think it took place in the community. So for me, I'm going to draw this line of mistake to training, because training is very essential. And we need to also see their process aspect, that is their policies and procedures. Need to engage people like this.
I'd like to talk more about the modus operandi and, training process. You are saying that maybe that they made some mistakes in the recruitment and the training process. But let's just quickly move away from Amotekun and talk about the Nigeria Police Force, who somewhat have gotten some level of training as to, something that you are also saying that, there is a modus operandi. They have been trained. But then we see the same level of high-handedness in the police. Is it really about the training process, or is it about the fact that a man wears a uniform and it signifies that the person is powerful and so they can do whatever they want? Even after they know what their training is, they still throw caution to the wind. Could that be the situation? Are you there? I think we must have lost Dixon. Dixon, are you there? Well, okay, can you hear me now, Dixon? Do you want me to take the question again? Well, we'll take a quick break and get Dixon back because I really need for him to answer this question. It's still Plus Politics. We'll be right back.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're still watching Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa. We did experience some technical issues. Well, I mean, thanks to COVID, we have to do these things virtually for all our sakes. Anyway, we still have Mr. Dixon Osaje. He's a security analyst. He's back with us on the phone this time, not on Zoom. Mr. Dixon, before we had that situation, I was asking that when we're talking about, training here, is it just training that is the problem with our uniformed uniformed agencies? Or could it be the power that they feel when they wear these uniforms, and so they feel like they could take laws into their hands, or they could throw caution to the wind? I mean, I'm trying to understand, because let's take, for example, the Special Anti-Robbery Squad. They were trained as police officers and they know what the modus operandi is. You shouldn't shoot first and then ask questions later. But this is what we saw time and time again. And in terms of Amotekun, there might have been some training, maybe not the standard ones, but of course I do not think that training would have said that you should pull the trigger first before asking questions. Am I right?
Okay, Mary Ann, let me clarify what I tried to say in line with also Professor Woloshenga. You see, what went wrong within the NSAS was two mechanisms. There is command negligence and lack of operational procedures maintenance. Command negligence in the sense that in any given situation, whoever goes against the rules and regulations of a given entity must be punished. Punishment is an essential part of development. Punishment is beautiful. In your businesses, in your area of responsibility, in your places of work, punishment stands for two grounds, for specific deterrence and for general deterrence. Specific deterrence in the essence that whoever commits a crime is punished. Whoever commits that crime that is punished will send a message to others. That is general deterrence. Now, coming back to the NSAS, what went wrong was command negligence. They were neglected for so long. These officers were taking laws into their hands, killing Nigerians at will, carrying out jungle justice without anyone being held accountable. That is command negligence. Now, Amotekun coming on board in this nearest time, and they are carrying out such kind of activities. I will align that to command negligence. And I will call on Colonel Olayinka. He's an ex-military officer. He knows better. He knows what fire discipline is. At any given time, before you give your officers the order to release gunshots or to fire at the enemy, there must be what we call fire discipline. Without fire discipline, these guys will not succeed. Fire discipline in the sense that, are you applying that force reasonably? Is that force justifiable? Is that force applicable to the threat that comes your way? If those threats are not applicable and are not reasonable and not justifiable, there is no need for Amotekun to be applying force at this given time. The essence of security is for you to get hold of the enemy. It's not for you to kill the enemy. It is only when your life is threatened, that is when you can apply maximum force. So that is why I say the problem here in Amotekun is command negligence and lack of a process, which is to talk about training, because they need to go back to the drawing board. I will call on Colonel Olayinka to go back to the drawing board, analyze what went wrong, and motivate these guys and let them know, hey guys, we are just starting up. Let's not get our integrity.
Well, talking about the Colonel, I did try to reach out to him because he was supposed to be on this show today, but unfortunately he declined last minute. I just had to put that in. I had a conversation with another elder statesman, and he was giving me certain examples, like when the OPC was in place. They were doing good things, but then high-handedness also came to play. You know, they started taking out personal vendetta on people, and that was when, you know, everything went wrong. Now, in training these men, once again, is there a clear-cut demarcation between what they do and what the police does? Because for me, if you're giving Amotekun guns, it means that they're simply, you know, assuming the position of a police officer. Should there not be like a modus operandi? For example, the NSCDC works in tandem with the police force. They're not the police. They know where their duty stops and where the police's duty starts. In terms of Amotekun, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. Do they really know where their duty stops and where the police's duty starts? If they're having guns, does that not mean that it's okay to shoot if you feel, like the police will say, if you feel threatened? Shouldn't they be assisting the police instead of being the police?
Mary Ann, this is a very, very technical and intelligent question. Thank you very much. You see, first of all, when we come to management of security, we need to understand the 4 stages. We have the inactive stage, we have the pre-active stage, we have the reactive stage, and we have the proactive stage. You know, the police system is a form of responsive stage. That is a reactive stage. When crime goes wrong in our community, the police responded. The police respond. I mean, you see, why are they responding? Because they have no technical mechanism in place for them to curtail crime in progress. That's why we are suffering from the state of insecurity, because we are practicing a responsive policing system, not a proactive policing system. Now, when it comes to Amotekun, Amotekun is a kind of regional security strategy, and the essence is not to be responsive or reactive or inactive. Their essence is to be proactive. That means they need to go before the laws. When we talk about proactiveness, you're supposed to go before the laws. You're supposed to go before the operation of crime.
They're supposed to go before the occasion of criminal activities. That is being proactive. And when you're being proactive, that means you're going to work in line with the police that will respond to your proactiveness. So if Amotekun's sole responsibility is to be proactive, that is going before criminals, curtailing criminal in progress, they need to have a kind of synergy with the Nigerian police. Having a synergy with the Nigerian police, if they perceive a crime in progress, they call the Nigerian police to come and respond. They don't have the powers, constitutional-wise, to shoot at anyone. They don't have the powers, constitutional-wise, to kill any citizens. They don't have the power in any wise to carry out illegal activities. It is only when your life is at risk, even myself as a private citizen, it is only when my life is at risk I can apply the use of force, and you can see that in section 281 of the criminal code. So we need to know where they are, where, like you rightly said, where do their duty stop? Where do the duty of the police start? The places where the Amotekun duty stop is after apprehending the criminal. Once you have the criminal in your custody, you have to dispense and hand over that criminal to the Nigerian police with proper documentation. But however, we must not rule out the fact that you might come across fire or come across ambush. Now, in a situation whereby as Amotekun you are going on patrol, you come across ambush from the enemy, there is no any justification for you to respond. You must respond to that ambush because you must be alive to protect others. So security is systematic. Amotekun must be very, very proactive in discharging their duty, and they must play by the rules and regulations of the existence of that organization. If they take a departure from that existence, from that rules and regulation, there's going to be a problem. Mary Ann, trust me, there's going to be a problem.
Well, the governor of the state, Governor Makinde, has assured the people of Oyo State that he's going to do everything within his power to make sure that Amotekun is probed. In fact, he has said that the killings that have been done back-to-back by Amotekun is going to be probed. And he assures the people of the state that, the seeming situation that they're facing will be addressed. And for me, I mean, I don't live in Oyo State, but the people who live in Oyo State, how do you think, as a security person, the Oyo State indigents should perceive this message? How should they take it? With a pinch of salt? Should they believe him? Knowing that they had expressed some form of dissatisfaction at the beginning, this assurance, is it good enough? Is it something that the people should hold on to? Should they believe the government that they would do something to change the situation of things? Or is it just one of those government messages that are put out to placate the people, in the meantime?
Mary Ann, Governor Makinde yesterday registered his displeasure on what went wrong in the engagement between Amotekun and the Fulani herdsmen as purportedly reported. Yes, here in Nigerian climb, we are very good at condemning incidents when it comes. I don't believe in condemnation of incidents. I believe in carrying out actions on any incident that went wrong. Now, for this Amotekun to succeed, the governor needs to get all those responsive team of Amotekun arrested. Get them arrested with immediate alacrity. Get their statement, ask them what went wrong, ask them what was the engagement methodology, because as a security professionals, which they are, they need to play by the rule, like I rightly said, because if you don't play by the rule, you're going to lose confidence from the people. Nigerians, we are very sensitive, Our first impression matters, They must be very careful of their image, Image is a reputation, is their reputation. And that's what we call intangible assets. Their reputation is their intangible asset. If they gamble with that intangible asset at this beginning, they are going to suffer setback in their operations. So Governor Makinde, as he rightly said, let him go ahead with his board of inquiry. Let them inquire what went wrong to this incident, and Nigerians should be briefed on what went wrong so that we'll be able to be in the picture. And we must not write off the Amotekun. We need to also, vet those guys that were enlisted into this Amotekun properly. When we vet them properly, check their psychological mechanism, check their physical well-being, and check their mental well-being, because you cannot project people on the public space to protect Nigerians. You must carry out a psychological evaluation of these guys. Carrying out a psychological evaluation is very essential so that we will not suffer menace from a madman.
Dixon, I'd like to wrap this up, but quickly before we do that, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say, maybe we need to do a psych evaluation of sorts, as we always say for the police and the army. But in this instance, that at the beginning, like I said, people didn't like this idea. Some people were for it. There are people now who are saying that this was a political statement from the Oyo State governor and the Southwest. But with all that's happened, can we safely say that this was a mistake or maybe it could have been done better? In closing.
Please, can you take a question again, please?
So I'm saying that there are critics who have said over time that this Amotekun situation was a mistake. Some say it was a political statement from the Southwest. But can we safely say now, with all that's happened, that it was a mistake, or maybe the government could have gone about it another way and maybe it wouldn't have turned out this bad so early?
Mary Ann, trust me, as a security professional with over 23 years in industrial security and military security, I must tell you the truth that the existence of Amotekun is a welcome development. Because let's just look at the ethnography of Nigeria. Nigeria is sitting on 923,000 square kilometers. We have over 371 tribes. We have over 250 ethnic groups and over 520 languages. Nigeria is a country with diverse people. The security system we are practicing is a centralized security system, which is not working for us. The Nigerian police needs to be decentralized. I have said this on many fora. The Amotekun is a work on development. Let's not write them up on what went wrong. Are you with me? Let's not write them up on what went wrong. It's good it happens at this early stage so that they'll be able to buckle up and carry out their duty effectively. The Southwest have suffered a lot of criminal activities, a lot of kidnapping, a lot of terrorism and assassination. We cannot let that to continue because our policing system are not capable to curtail the state of insecurity, looking at population-wise. You understand? Right. We have about 370,000 police governing about over 200 million people in the country is really an error. Dixon. So let's leave Amotekun at that and let's give them a second chance.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Thank you very much. Dixon Osaje is a security consultant and he has 23 years experience at the job. Thank you for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be taking a look at the university workers, yes, the non-academic workers, as they start a 3-day national protest against the government's handling of the very controversial IPPIS. We'll be right back.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Well, it's still Plus Politics and Plus TV Africa. Let's talk about the university community, shall we? University workers under the aegis of the Joint Action Committee, JAC, of the Non-Academic Staff Union, NASU, and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, are to start a 3-day national protest tomorrow, Tuesday, against the government's handling of issues such as the controversial Integrated Personnel Payroll Information System, IPPIS, non-payment of earned allowances, non-payment of arrears, of new minimum wage, the delay in the renegotiation of the federal government's NASU-SANU 2009 agreements, amongst many others. Now, the union stated that it would consider other options to take, including embarking on an indefinite strike after the protest. Well, joining us for this conversation, I have Mr. Saheed Hussaini. He is the SANU chairman for Lagos State. And I also have Ben Chukwu. He is the SANU chairman for Rivers State. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll start with you, Mr. Saheed, quickly. You are the SANU chairman for Lagos State. What was the initial agreement with the federal government on this? Because as I understood, you before ASU had taken an agreement of sorts and you had gone on the IPPIS portal before ASU negotiated and renegotiated with the federal government to come on that portal. Run us through it and let's give us a clear understanding on what your agreement was initially.
Well, I am Comrade Hussaini. I'm the chairman of SANU Lagos State University chapter. Well, on the issue of the IPPIS, it is our belief that the government from inception is going to be, sincere in its agreement with the union in terms of the IPPIS model. But unfortunately, and that was the reason why our union actually keyed into it with the belief and hope that the IPPIS is going to be the best option, at least as far as the payment of workers is concerned in the university system. Unfortunately, we realized that at the end of the day, rather than the IPPIS serving the interest for which we agreed, to its model, is at the end of the day actually goes a long way to create more problems for the university system.
What do you mean by it created more problem for the university system? That's what we are trying to understand here. What problems did it create if at first you had taken a look at what the government had planned for you in the IPPIS, and then you keyed into it, like you said. How does it then create a problem for the university community?
Thank you very much. One of the problems created by the IPPIS model is one, non-recognition of statutory deduction, like, cooperative deductions, union check-up dues, and some other allowances. As some other allowances that are peculiar to our members. For instance, ship duty allowance, call duty allowance, and some other allowances. And in fact, as a matter of fact, it even went a long way to even, shortchanging our members in terms of the payment of their salaries. Some at the end of the day ended up receiving far lower than what they are expected to at least to be paid at the end of the month. These are some of the problems and many more created by the IPPIS.
All right, just stay on that. I want to go to Mr. Ben Chukwu now, who is joining us on phone from River State. Mr. Ben Chukwu, he made an assertion that at the end of the day, some people are earning way lower than they should have earned in the first place. Does this mean that you did not necessarily take a thorough look, query, and then do the necessary research you had to do before jumping on this horse with the federal government? Mr. Ben Chukwu, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Go ahead.
My problem is that I'm on transit. I'm on the road driving, but I will make one or two issues clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, on the issue of IPPIS, the system of payment platform, just as my friend said, instead of making better our situation, it appears it aggravated it. Mention has been made on some deductions that are supposed to be remitted to universities. For instance, our dues. Some schools today, like my university, University of Port Harcourt, we have not gotten our dues for some 3-4 months. Other allowances that are meant, like the third-party deductions, are not forthcoming. A lot of allowances that we've been enjoying before this platform came to be had all been eroded. I was thinking that will make the system simpler. When it was advocated, yes, we accepted it on the ground that it should make corruption in the university system. But unfortunately, it appears it has created more problems than solving it. And that is why we are saying in totality, condemning that platform payment. They are aware that the Northeast staff have floated their own payment platform. And we want to go by that.
Okay, Mr.
Because I've tested it and worked it.
Okay, Mr. Chukwu, again, I just want to be clear. This is for clarity reasons. You said you hopped on this idea because you thought it would help to clear corruption in the system. But it is clearly stated in that IPPIS agreement with the federal government that this monies will have to go through a certain due process and it would go directly to your account from the federal government. There are no corners being cut. But I keep insisting, why were you not clear on the allowances that were to be paid? These allowances that you're talking about today, all those third-party situations that you are also complaining about, why wasn't it tabled from the onset? Or was it tabled and the federal government said they were going to do something about it, which they didn't? This is where I'm looking for clarity.
Are you up to me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
It's unfortunate. See, I can't capture you well because I'm moving and driving.
Okay.
That's my problem here now, yes.
Okay, so I don't know if Mr. Oseni heard me. Let him attempt that question. Mr. Oseni, did you hear my question?
That did we put into consideration, the payment of these allowances?
Yes.
Isn't it? Well, fine. Some of these things were actually, discussed. Some of these, the issue of these deductions, I mean, the allowances and the statutory deductions were actually, presented to the government negotiation team while these things were going on. And it was part of the agreement we were made to believe that the IPPIS platform is going to recognize all these statutory deductions. Like, for instance, the payment of check-off dues to unions, the responsibility allowances to some category of workers, shift duty allowance, core duty allowance, and other allowances, statutory allowances. All these were actually presented to government, of which the government is actually aware of, and considering the peculiarity of the university system. And it is our belief, we were meant to believe, that the platform is going to capture all these allowances, considering the peculiarity of the university system. Unfortunately, rather than capturing it, rather than addressing it, because it is our hope that that platform is meant to curb corruption in the system. And as a responsible union, we are interested in anything that will curb corruption in the system and that will enhance the improvement of the university system. And that was the reason why we keyed into it. Unfortunately, the reverse is the case. And that is why we have to turn back against it. And that is why our union is now rejecting it in its entirety. Because rather than serving us at least, rather than serving us well, rather than being at least, rather than being positive in its operation, it ended up, adding and creating more problem for the system.
So
like I said,
so in other words,
the situation was so bad to the extent that even some of our members were actually paid far lower than what they were supposed to earn in the first instance.
All right, Mr. Oseni, just before I go on with my next question, I want to thank Mr. Ben Chukwu. He's in transit, so we're going to let him go. Mr. Chukwu, thank you very much for speaking with us. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for you to hear us, but we appreciate you coming on and taking the time out to speak with us. All right, but back to you, Mr. Oseni. Now that you have, discovered that you've been somewhat shortchanged, according to you, apart from the planned protest, what other strategies are you going to be undertaking in order to get the government's attention to your situation? Because if you are saying that you're taking, some of your colleagues are taking far lower than what they used to take before now as take-home pay, then that definitely is a problem, knowing what we're going through during this COVID-19 era. Other than the protest, which, we've seen things like this happen again and again and the government doesn't budge, what other ways are you going to try to get government to come to the table on this situation?
Well, in a situation like this, we as a union, we have our own strategy. And part of our strategy is, to really express our grievances to the government. And one of the ways by which we can express our grievances to the government is, by, staging a protest for which we have decided to embark on, starting from tomorrow. And if
the protest doesn't work,
responsible governments.
If the protest doesn't work, what if it doesn't work? If the government doesn't pay attention to you?
Well, the situation will take care of itself. If the protest doesn't, it is our belief that the protest will work. But if the government fails to listen, if they fail to heed the cause, if they fail to heed our cause, if they fail to address the situation, then the situation will definitely determine the next line of action that we are going to take as a union.
And what could this best line of action be, being that ASUU has done its fair share? In fact, they've done a number on the university students and, an academic year. And we know that universities are supposed to start sometime this January. And here we are. There cannot be a university without the non-academic staff and, of course, the Senior Staff Association. So what is the fate of the actual person who calls himself or herself a student. And what is the fate of education in Nigeria if we keep having this back and forth with the federal government?
Well, unfortunately, the scenario where the part of the country where we have found ourselves is so unfortunate, and it is also worrisome to us as workers and as parents. But fine, of course, our welfare is also key to us. We are parents. We equally have children, or at least which we actually have to take care of too. We have families which we have to take care of. So, and it is our belief that we will not love at least people more than ourselves. We love the system, and it is in our best interest that the system continues to function effectively. But that will not be done at least at our own detriment. It is our belief that the government should be able to do the full at all times. Should be able to keep to its agreement with the unions. Should be able to live up to its responsibilities, provide infrastructure in the system, fund the university system appropriately, and attend to workers' demands.
Okay. As
quickly as possible, without much delay.
Okay.
If all these are addressed, automatically there will not be problems in the university system.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, and we hope for the best as you go out tomorrow on your protest. We've been speaking with Saheed Hosseini. He is SANU chairman, LASU chapter. Thank you very much, Mr. Saheed, for speaking with us. We also had earlier on joining us via telephone from River State, Ben Chukwu, the SANU chairman, River State. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, we'll take a short break, and when we return, I'll give you my take. Stay with us. It's time for my take. Now, here we are again talking about yet another security outfit saddled with the responsibility of protecting lives and property. But then they're taking those lives as opposed to what they were commissioned to do. So what do we make of this? What exactly is the problem, one may ask? Is it power? Is it the uniform? Why is killing the first line of action when there are so many other options that we could resort to before pulling the trigger? Well, all I would say is we must, we can, and we will do better. And finally, the university IPPIS situation has dragged on too long. From ASU, now we have SANU. And of course, one would ask, when will it end? When will both the federal government and these groups find a common ground and do the needful, having in mind the future of our children, who seem to be the people who suffer the backlash of these bouts and these drags? Again, we must strive to do better. I am Mariana Cole, and it's been Plus Politics. See you next time.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Art is beyond aesthetics. Art is life. Art is everything. I see art as the greatest talent given to man that makes man closest to God. I've been doing art all my life. I started drawing as little as 3 years old. When I got to Jaba College of Technology, that's when I actually focused mainly in painting, and I was painting as a realist. Painting has always been my first love, and I felt I've not been able to establish with it, so I decided.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm here to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind, I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like you're on TV. I'm trying to form. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. I usually, Wonderland, a couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very alright.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like, nah, I don't do everybody that way.
Yeah, Lekki Conventional Center.
It's chill now. I like their overhead roof. Yeah, that's why. It's why it's fun.
Obodo Katuran.
And why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
Where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabana, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Lagbo Resorts here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head, even in as much as scattered as it might be. I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usaiwa Mesale, and today I am joined by our Toli. Jennifer, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay.
I'm so sorry about the news.
I know. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
So you hear people say COVID, COVID, COVID. People are dying. People are not believing. This is Delta State. You just told us that your friend lost his mom just this evening.
Yeah.
That's sad. And this is Delta State.
It is.
It's really
There
sad.
is even one in Ikoyi that was on Saturday. My friend's uncle. I don't know. It's just one side needs to another. But
Wow.
we'll be fine. We'll be
You'll
fine.
be fine. You'll be fine. And
We'll be
just for
fine.
people to know that COVID does exist and is out there. You know. Sometimes again, people have already narrowed COVID to only Lagos,
That's the
or Lagos and Abuja. They don't believe that it's everywhere
There's
else.
just people just know Lagos, Abuja, Lagos, Abuja. But then there are other places. It's everywhere. It's in every state. So the earlier people start knowing that, the better for everybody.
And just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. And we have Tammy joining us live from Oyo Ibadan. Tammy, how are you doing? Is she there?
I'm
Tammy?
fine, thank you. I like Jennifer's blue. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you faintly. Tammy.
Okay. Sarah now.
I can hear you now. Yeah. Go ahead. You were
Okay.
saying.
So I said thank you very much. I'm fine, and I was also complimenting Jennifer's blue. I like her blue.
Oh, thank you.
It's very
Thank
nice.
you.
Can she hear me?
Thank you.
So how is Ibadan? Have you been able to register your NIN? Have you obtained the number rather?
I haven't. I mean, I got there. I was there some days ago, and I met someone who had been there since 2 a.m. in the morning, and she was still waiting on the queue. And I looked at the queue, and I found that, I likely wouldn't get to me in time. But I'm hoping to be there again on Wednesday to wait as early as I can, maybe 6 a.m. I can't do 2 a.m., but at least I'll try to do 6 a.m. or 7 a.m.
You have got to be
I'll try
kidding
be
me.
as
2
early
a.m.
as I can too.
This is serious. All right, so today is an interesting day. 2 a.m. What will make me go and queue? 2 a.m. They should collect the number. I'll be all right.
I did my NIN. I registered my NIN 6 years ago. And that was because I was ordering a lot of stuff from UK and China. And then I didn't have my international passport at the time. So I knew that my other alternative was to actually get my national ID.
Yeah.
Because that was the only way I could clear my goods from the post office. The first day I went there, I was like, oh, let me just go there by 8. Got there by 8. They told me, you're the last on the queue. Go back. Come back tomorrow. I said, what time? They said 7. I woke up by 6 o'clock. Got there by 6. I was number 50.
Wow. And this was 6 years ago. Not even now that they
I've not
have
gotten
the
permanent.
It is well. All right, so today we're not talking NIN. We're talking we're talking the future workspace. And here's what we found as today's quote. The word co-working won't be a word in the future. It will probably just be the way we work. It's as simple as that. The future is changing. I don't know how prepared we are. All right, 2020 saw a lot of offices shut down as COVID-19 pandemic evoked a lockdown. Small and big business complexes were shut, and some still remain shut till today and are still in partial operations. Others are in partial operations. So how did this impact businesses, and how should we approach workspaces going forward? Farid Arogundade, that's the name, we'll discuss this, but first we'll take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Ways, so we're just going to go straight to what we found in the news. I'm coming to you in Kechi, baby. What did you find for us in the news?
So in Vanguard today, NIMSI staff threatened to strike again, and they are issuing the federal government 21-day ultimatum. So they're actually really upset because they went on a 2-day strike the last time, and till now, I think what they were demanding for the federal government has still not done anything about it. And they complained that because the government gave its citizen a deadline to actually register their NIN, the centers have been filled up to the brim. And due to that, the COVID situation has actually increased because a lot of the staff caught COVID. Now, what they're saying is after everything, they decided to end the 2-day strike because they saw that the citizens were also suffering. So they were like, okay, you know what? We have placed a demand. We want you guys to also put our health into consideration. Apparently, what the federal government did, they told them that they have provided them with masks and face shield. Now, they didn't bring it to the organization. They told them to come pick it up. So they are really upset with the fact that, first of all, we don't really earn a lot. Our life is at stake here, and you still want us to spend money to come to you to pick it up. So they're actually upset about a lot of things. And coupled with the fact that JAMB will be coming up very soon. Now, the government is telling the students, before you can register for JAMB, you have to have your NIN is very, very compulsory. So there are a lot of things at stake at the moment. So they had to increase the ultimatum. You know what, let's give it 21 days. For now, we'll be working. After that 21 days over, they won't be able to do anything for you.
I took the story last week, and and it's so sad that the government is not taking it seriously, and that's why sometimes when you see that the citizens are not serious with COVID, you wonder why. You can't wonder, because if the government is not taking it seriously, you know that COVID does exist, and if you are putting ultimatums for people to go and get their NIN, you're also putting a lot of strain on the staff of the NIMSI. So a lot of them caught the COVID. Till today, there are no compensations for them. I've not heard the government say, okay, for the people that are sick and all of that, and the people that have they have contracted the COVID, this is the measure that they are putting in place. Nothing.
This is so amount.
So it's even beyond face shield and nose mask.
It's
beyond that because they also demanded for the offices to be fumigated, but I think it's supposed to be like sanitized or something, not fumigated.
So for those that are already sick, what are you doing to help them? You can't tell me I'm coming to work every day, and I think right now they're actually overworking. It's actually a lot of work. Now look at what Temi said. She got there and they do a lot of people. So imagine the number of people they have to attend to. Normally they can be really slow because I've been there. But then
this thing is annoying.
Like
why can't we just find a digital solution to this problem, for goodness sake? Must we even visit? You say there's COVID. Do you need to visit the office physically? Can't we find a tech solution that can solve this problem?
You are arresting people who are going to clubs. All well and good. I don't have a problem with that. For those that are in their workplace, in fact, the COVID is coming to meet them. You're supposed to actually protect these people. Yeah. So what are you doing about it? It's really not fair, to be honest.
Temi, please, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so my story is different, but can I just say something about her story?
Go ahead.
Mine. Okay, so this morning I got notification from someone, it was in the news, that we could go online. If you have your BVN already, it would be easy to, to just do your NIN from your home, and that would be really easy. And I was on the website, and the website still reads that I should go with my BVN and other data to the NIN office. And I was so joyful when I saw it that, you could do it if you already have your BVN details. But turns out that you still have to go, at least from what's on the website, you still have to go to the
everybody that has tried to register this thing online.
My own story is...
It doesn't work.
Sorry, Temi, I was going to say that everybody that has attempted to register this thing online, even the ones that successfully did the data, I was watching a report on a sister station. She took the slip, printed it out. By the time she got there, she had to restart it from beginning. So what's the point?
It doesn't work.
Please, let's hear your story.
All right, so my story is about COVID-19 stalling Lagos Ibadan rail inauguration. So the rail inauguration was supposed to be this week. And the Minister of Transport has said that because of the COVID-19 challenge, it has, affected it. And he also disclosed that about over 60 staff of the project site, speaking about people being affected, they had actually been infected by COVID while they were trying to complete this project, this rail inauguration project. Another thing that caught my attention in the story is when he mentioned that the Kaduna-Abuja rail, he was saying that even for this Lagos-Ibadan way, if they find that people are not observing the COVID protocols, they would have to stop the train from running if they find that, because he mentioned that even in the Kaduna-Abuja one, if people don't comply with COVID protocol, they would have to stop the train from running because it conveys about 4,000 passengers daily. And that's an easy way for COVID to easily be transmitted. So I saw that. I was really happy about Lagos-Ibadan rail. I was thinking about going through that route when I'm going back to Lagos, just taking the rail and just enjoying it. And then I read this news about how that if people don't comply with the COVID-19 protocols, then they would have to stop the train from moving. And that's disheartening.
I can only picture how do you, how you see those trains in India. Well, it's so interesting. Well, I hope they comply. I I went to drop my kids in school on Saturday, Osun State. And honestly speaking, I looked at the roads. This thing is not rocket science. We can't afford not to have proper rail network in this country that connects Lagos to other parts of, especially neighboring states. It just makes life easy, So it's just it's just
really bad, really bad. And
are you telling
with
me?
how bad the roads are, armed robbers are seeing it or using it as an opportunity to actually perpetrate evil. Once you get to a pothole, you actually have to slow down.
Definitely.
So they use that opportunity to ambush you.
Normally we would have left probably like 5 a.m., but we had to stall till like 6:30 a.m. because it's not good for you to leave too early. Because we took through Ekpe, so went through the Ekpe route. So it was not.
That road is not safe at all.
It's not safe for you to leave too early. But it was not a bad road, honestly. And the Ogun State government, funny enough, they are doing some construction. Ambode did a lot. I've never gone through that Ekpe road up until Saturday. Ambode did a lot. I didn't know that he did so much. He built a city in Ekpe. But I'm just wondering, why didn't he connect it well from the Lagos side, But it was interesting though. So my story is quite funny.
What's so painful about the entire thing?
What did you say?
You know how Jennifer, what's so painful is that, in her story, Jennifer mentioned that some of the NIN staff, were infected by COVID.
Yeah.
And now again, we read the story that those who are working on the rail project, some of them, about over 60, have been infected by COVID.
Well.
And it's just so painful that those people were in the line of duties. And I really hope that they are compensated.
Absolutely.
It's
so
really
some
sad.
people that did not have what to do, they called on, they are asking our president. This story is so funny. I will just mention it and go on a break because I'm not even interested in talking. They have called, Buhari asked to place travel ban on Trump. Like I can't hold the laughter. So some group of people, a group of Muslim rights concern made the demand in a statement by its director, Professor Ishaq Akintola, titled "Place Travel Ban on Trump," based on the Capitol riot that happened. Biko, who told you that Trump wants to come to your country?
What is he coming to Nigeria to do?
It's just so funny.
Maybe he's coming to seek asylum.
When I saw the news, I said, "You don't have work to do. You've not called your president to help us fight insecurity, to help us curb banditry, to help us curb kidnapping, to help us all the problems that we have in this country."
It's Trump.
It is Trump that you now want to call your president that you should place a travel ban, and they're also asking that if we do it as Nigeria, other African countries will follow. So please, who told you that Trump is interested in coming to any shores of Africa?
I thought they love Trump.
Please. I just thought to mention that because I found it rather funny. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be talking about the future of workspace. Stay with us. We'll be right back. do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. Now, that's the great word from Winston Churchill. This great orator was correct. The buildings and the workspaces where we spend our days can transform our personal and professional life, often dramatically. The best spaces have the power to open our minds, connect us with others, and encourage active collaboration as they supply us with the digital tools to excel. Now, those that fall short can have opposite effects. Now, corporate real estate isn't just about nicer furniture. It is more about creating, an environment where there is collaboration and it drives engagement. So today we're asking, what would workspace look like in the future? And what should we be doing, to make this a reality for businesses, right? Especially with the current realities of COVID-19. Please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So I'll bring in our guest in like a minute or two. But I wanted to ask you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
What's your reality for workspace for you? Because you have been working from home.
Yes, I have. But I've actually worked in a co-working space before, before I got into my present company. And it was actually pretty cool because you're meeting with people from different industries and everyone is just coming together and then working. I'm working on my own thing, you're working on your own thing. And probably during lunch break, we all discuss. After lunch, you go back to your work. And then that was how it was like until we had to move to get another space. But now that there is COVID, I think people can actually do that, especially with people who have maybe bad internet in their houses or bad power. So when
I'm wondering how they will still do, what the experience will look like now that we have a pandemic in our hand. What should the workspaces look like? Would it be the same thing, or maybe people work in isolated bubbles or something?
No, you actually have to work in isolated bubbles. They'll have to create it depends on how big the space is. So they can create like little cubicles for each person to actually work, so you will actually be safe while you're there. But I think that's how it's going to be. It might not be exactly different from what it used to be.
How about you, Temi? What do you think? Hello, Temi, are you there? Have you had experiences with workspaces before?
Well, yes, I am. Yes, I have. So in September this year, last year, 2020. In September last year, I was briefed to anchor the Social Good Summit. And the Social Good Summit was for Lagos chapter. And the person who briefed me was talking to me from the US, and other people who were planning it were from different parts. And this is an event for Lagos Social Good Summit. And I was in Abuja. And all I needed to do was I didn't have to come back to Lagos before time. What I needed to do was to find out about a good working space in Abuja. And I walked from there, and it was really easy. It was seamless. So also, I'm going to be having my training soon on Saturday. And I likely won't be back at home by that time. All I need to do is find another working space right where I am in Ibadan, and it works. So it's convenient. It's a good idea. But like you, I'm just concerned about each co-working space keeping to safety protocols to ensure that it's not eventually the same thing we're trying to avoid when we gather in an office.
Okay, that's interesting.
But I don't know Ibadan. You know, when I hear Lagos and Abuja, I can understand they might have co-working spaces. Do you think there will be one in Ibadan for you to find?
Course.
Yes, I have. What do you think of Ibadan? That is a bush somewhere in the desert.
I don't like this.
No, I'm just wondering, like, how economically profitable is it for someone to set up a business in Ibadan? Okay, well, let me bring in our
It
guest.
is, so don't go there. I've been there, I've worked there. It is.
Thank you, Jennifer. Uwa, you need to come visit. I mean,
I actually think it
just
would be
put it
cheaper
out
for you as
online
an
and I've gotten a lot
individual.
of offers.
Sorry, Temi, you said? Come again.
I said I just put it out online asking about places, and people who have worked in different places have recommended different places. I mean, someone just mentioned to me BNI. I don't want to do marketing, but a lot of people have mentioned good places that are quite really good.
Okay, all right.
But it's a good place.
Let me bring in our guest. Farid is a venture capitalist, a serial entrepreneur, and with global experience across a diverse set of industries, including advertising, energy, and real estate. He is the managing partner of Pacific Vanguard Limited, director of Midland Resources Limited, worked as business development executive at Ikot Abasi Power, and he is the founder and the CEO of Workstation International Co-work Limited, that's in bracket Workstation. So Farid is also a member of the advisory group on technology and creativity for the federal government of Nigeria, and he's joined us live in studio. Thank you so much for joining us, Farid.
Thank you guys.
So you'll be hearing our drama on the workspaces.
Yeah, I've heard what you guys are saying.
So, but you know what? Why we decided to talk about this, is because, I mean, 2020 is like a defining year for a lot of things for us.
But we've moved past 2020, right?
I know we're in 2021, but 2020 defined a lot of things, right? And for me, what really stood out for me in 2020 was the fact that big companies that had like massive spaces and all of that, everybody had to completely shut down. And some of them, it's not like it's their property. They're running on rents and all of that. So it got me thinking, right? Maybe you were in the future when you decided that you wanted to create Workstation, because imagine if I had just paid for like a month, right? I'd renewed my space for a month and all of that, and this COVID thing happened. The body will not be on me. As far as I'm paying maybe like a monthly subscription or something, or even if I had paid an annual subscription, I'm sure you'd have suspended it or something. So, I don't know. Why did you even decide to start up the workspace, in the first place? What was on your mind?
So I think part of why we started Workstation was just looking for solutions for young entrepreneurs, startups, and businesses that are looking for like a flexible option to access office space. And also when you think about all the infrastructure challenges that we're facing in this part of the world with high rents, access to reliable power supply, and then obviously the high cost. So it's not even as though people can't get access to internet, but the type of internet speeds that you probably would need to get your work done efficiently, you may not be able to necessarily afford to pay for that working from, home or in a silo or something like that. Yeah. So, we're able to kind of leverage on our enterprise solutions and access to a lot of these larger internet service providers and get larger bandwidths to be able to distribute across all the different companies and startups that come and use our space. So those are the things that we were thinking about, and we just thought, and again, I had other businesses that I was part of, and I just felt like this was a very important business segment that someone needed to really harness and, bring to the fore. And by the way, co-working wasn't generally new when we started it, but it was relatively becoming more prevalent and acceptable here in Nigeria. Obviously in the early days, we had a lot of interesting situations where people didn't really understand what the model was because, and we have also had to try to adjust as the years have gone by as well to accommodate for the different nuances in the environment and the industries that, look for space within our facilities. So that was one of the key reasons why we started it. We were thinking power, internet, and just the general infrastructure of people just needing a space to work from as opposed to working from cafes. Yes, people work from cafes, but I feel like there was that need for a more dedicated space, because a cafe will not necessarily give you the type of bandwidth or internet speed that you need to get your work done. That's another thing. And they close at a certain time.
They close. I said they can. You might not even have where to plug in your laptop to work and all of that.
Exactly. Some spaces try to limit the amount of time people spend within their facilities so that they can turn, because their core business is not for you to sit there and use their data.
It's to eat and go.
It's to eat, spend money, and keep it moving.
Yeah.
Would you say that it has been profitable over the years?
So I believe co-working is very important, and profitability is really a function of your business model, right? So we've been lucky enough that we've been able to get a lot of larger companies, larger corporations to support us. And when I say support, I mean coming in and taking up space, long-term office space with us. And in turn, what they're actually doing is supporting that growing early stage company that's looking for space to come into an environment like that and get access to the type of resources that a multinational or a larger indigenous company has access to. So by virtue of that, we've been able to actually sustain the model and the business through those larger companies that come in and take up space within these type of shared facilities. And then by that, they trickle down to the startups and the co-working companies that come in and take the hot desking and the flex spaces, because they obviously get access to the fast speeds, because those companies require those type of speeds, those type of infrastructure already. So once your model is right, it actually can be sustainable.
Wow. Have there ever been a time when you were probably overbooked and then people came in and you had to turn them back?
Oh yeah, I mean, especially pre-pandemic days, yes.
How did COVID affect the business?
Yeah, so I mean, pre-pandemic days, we did have a constant demand for space. Obviously the pandemic really took a toll, not just on our business, but just on any business across the world. I mean, especially, if your business is economic day-to-day activity driven, right? So when everything shuts down, then nobody's moving around, nobody's doing anything. So business slows down, and companies can't afford to continue to pay those overhead costs. Those monthly running costs become hard to cope with, especially when there's no income. So, we know that when the pandemic hit and the lockdown started, we probably saw about a 75% drop in our co-working business. And we saw that even a lot of companies, indigenous companies most particularly, that had office space with us, private office space with us, had to kind of figure out a way to reshuffle, restructure, because at that point in time, with zero economic activity, money is not coming in. It's hard to pay your staff salaries. It's hard to think about even renewing your lease, because you're thinking to yourself, okay, what's the outlook for 2020? And even as we're in 2021 now, we're still experiencing the same kind of a bit of the surge and the resurgence of the pandemic. But thankfully, I mean, now that there's a vaccine that is obviously being administered and given to people gradually, we'll begin to see some sort of recovery over time. But it's not going to be a quick recovery, because obviously we need to sensitize people as well, and then make sure that people can trust even the spaces that they're going into. So one of the key things that we're actually focused on is making sure hygiene, making sure that the spaces are clean, social distancing, not allowing too many people to access the space at once. And even now with our co-working business, we also try to ensure that we're focused on teams. So ideally, we would allow a lot of people to come in on a day-to-day basis, the flex access. But because of the pandemic, we've kind of tried to limit that to strategically just only allowing teams. So maybe a small startup that needs access to space, we provide them with space. So that way we kind of have an idea and we can easily trace if there's any issues, and stuff like that, yes.
Let me come to you. Temi, are you there? Or did we lose her?
All right, thank you very much, Pari. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Temi, how are you?
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
I'm good. So I was going to ask you about. So I was going through your website and I found that this is interesting because this is one of the services that I found that some other organizations provide, and that's the one you call the nomad offering. And what that involves, it seems to me as though there is no offering for a physical workspace for that one. It seems as though what you have is to be a part of access, to be a part of your community, and also to have a virtual assistant. So virtual assistant just to me shows the importance of remote working. I'd just like you to talk to us about the importance of remote working and what brought about having such plans. Every other thing seems to be, oh, come to our office, we have a private space, we have a place that is limited, we have all of these offers, but this one doesn't seem to have any physical location. It seems to be, oh, just be a part of our community online. So what advantage is that's working remotely totally? No working space in this context.
Actually, you know, the Nomad plan, I'm not sure if it's detailed properly where you're looking at it, but there are actually 3 different tiers to our Nomad plan. And what that allows you to do is, yes, there's the basic plan just for people that need access to our digital member network of over 5,000 members and businesses on the digital side. And, you know, if you need access to a business address. But you see, all our plans actually allow you to access the space. It's just on demand if you're a Nomad plan. So you have that option because I know she mentioned that it doesn't include it, but it gives you access to a business address, but it doesn't immediately give you access to office space unless you really need it. But now, you know, I mentioned that there are 3 tiers of our Nomad plan. So there's a Nomad Plus, which I'm going to just quickly touch on so I don't take up too much time. That plan actually includes access to the space once a month. So if you subscribe to that particular plan, you do get all the perks of having a business address and, you know, receiving your mail, getting notifications, and having access to office space whenever you want within, you know, that period of your subscription.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go on a very short break. I really like what you're talking about, this plan, because now I'm thinking we're talking to young people, right? For someone that wants to start up a business, right? How easy is it for me to say I want to start up everything? People like you should be able to help ease up certain kinds of burdens that would have even come up in the first place, you know, in terms of overheads and all of that. I think that's what you're trying to also,
exactly,
the need you're trying to meet. So we'll talk about that when we come back from the break. Please stay with us, we'll be right back. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're discussing what the future of workspaces should look like and how this would impact work life and businesses. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. All right, so before we went on a break, you know, I was just going to ask you that for a young person watching, right, you know, and they want to have this corporate presence without spending so much. I believe that's what you're there for, to help them. So this community, right, is there a cost to it, to join in the community and all of that? And what should the person be looking at?
I mean, so yes, there is a cost, but there are minimal costs.
Okay.
And there are sensible costs too. So, I mean, I want to say we're probably, especially now with the whole pandemic and all the setbacks that have even happened in 2020, we've try to work with a lot of the startups that are in our space, and even just try to encourage more startups to, to join our community. And, for instance, the Nomad plan that Temi spoke about is as little as, I think, 10,000 naira a month.
Okay.
Yeah, so we try to make that as affordable as possible. And then even our flex space. So we have this plan, it's called the Hot Desk. And currently we have 2 locations. We're opening up more locations within Lagos and potentially in the northern part of and Ibadan. Funny enough, you mentioned Ibadan. Ibadan is in our line of sight.
Okay.
I just didn't want to comment, but yes, Temi is actually quite aware that
but there's a hot zone
Ibadan
right now.
is actually because it's literally less than an hour and a half away from Lagos, and you find that, what's it going to cost you once you have access to your data provider and it's solid? Why not? Why not live in Ibadan? And you can come to Lagos, especially if you don't really have anything you're doing in Lagos in particular.
And the cost of living is cheaper there.
It's cheaper.
The cost of, even for you acquiring the property, is cheaper. So it means that the cost of getting
let's
to
even
work in your
worry
space.
less about our own business. Let's even think more about the entrepreneur, right? So the entrepreneur living in Ibadan that it doesn't have to pay the high rent in Lagos, and has access to an affordable co-working space, and is also earning. So they're working remote now. So most of these, especially if we're thinking about the tech industry, these guys are working for people in different parts of the world. They're earning in FX. So it's a good deal,
It's a win-win.
And you can come to Lagos at the weekend if you feel Lagos is somewhere you want to be.
Okay, so...
And you run away from the whole traffic.
Exactly, you run away from traffic.
So I was going to talk about technology, right? How do you plan to leverage technology for the future workspaces, for the future?
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So part of our drive now is, and we've been working on that since even before the pandemic hit. So trying to strengthen our digital services that we're providing. So part of what we're doing is also redesigning the workstation application, which will eventually introduce the mobile version of the app where you can download on iOS and eventually on Android. And the idea for us is that we want to be able to create that bridge, connect people on the digital side, and then also provide all these additional services. So for instance, someone that's subscribing to a Nomad plan, we want to be able to even, create an avenue where they can set up a business, maybe potentially open up a business account and run their business remotely without actually having to go into a physical location, only if they need to. And then also creating a digital platform that allows teams to work remotely as well. So those are some of the key areas I think we're going to try and harness on the digital side, especially as the world moves more towards the remote work. I mean, it's not to take away from the fact that co-working is going to be important, because a lot of companies are now starting to do things like, okay, employees come in 2-3 days in a week, and then the other couple of days, either you work from home, or if you feel like working from a specific co-working space, we would also pay for those spaces so you can get access to those resources, those infrastructure that is needed for you to actually get your work done efficiently. So, as we move forward, our digital side is going to be part of what really, really connects our community.
So I was watching, was it, I can't remember if it was CNN now or one of the international stations, where you are going to be in a room where you wear the kene.
Oh, the VR, the virtual reality.
Where you just go and you're already in the hall, what's it called, in the space with a lot of, I mean, how cheap is that kind of technology? If, for instance, we want to now still factor in COVID, okay, maybe the vaccine is not here in Nigeria and all of that. Do we see those kind of workspaces coming to reality for us in the
So I think obviously with the pandemic and with what's currently happening, you're going to see a lot of acceleration in a lot of new technology products that can help, enhance and, it's like a nuance when you think about words like social distancing, because you think about the idea of social is come together. But social, so there are a lot of things that are changing now. So things are going to be accelerated. Like you mentioned, the VR equipment, it's expensive now. Probably an average VR equipment is $1,000, which is equivalent to 500,000 naira. It's not going to be easily accessible for people. But over time, with technology and as people are starting to increase the demand for products like that, you're going to see that the pricing is going to start to scale down. There's going to be a lot more
Easier.
flexibility for people to access tools like that.
Okay, so Jennifer, Temi, take your question, please. Jennifer, check for your question. Go ahead, Temi.
All right. Okay. So the question here is from Angela, and she says, does Farid see a time in the future where public officers will subscribe to co-working spaces? Public officers now, not private individuals. Do you see a time in the future where that will happen?
If I like that question, because I was going to ask that public officers. I was going to ask the public officers, what's it called? For instance, if we want to curb the population issues and traffic issues, if we have hubs like scattered around the 5 geopolitical zones in Lagos, don't you think that will kill, all this heavy traffic on the road and all of that? People just go and walk from that place. You don't need to travel from Egbeda all the way to VI to come to office.
It's interesting that Temi asked this question, because we've actually done some research and sent a report on what you've just mentioned. Lagos State has 20 local governments. And there was a time that there was a plan to build a Yaba ICT hub. And, part of what Workstation proposed then was that, yes, all well and good, we're going to build this big, fantastic 10,000 plus square meter facility, but we also need to think about how people are going to get to this facility. So we need to make sure that we have strategic, sort of like smaller hubs or smaller spaces that are available for people within different local governments or different communities to have access to. So that also helps develop those communities, as well as reduce the impacts and pressure on people having to come to the master or the sort of like the HQ, so to speak. So, I mean, but again, as the world has seen so many things, 2018 was when we started seeing the economic
No, they had
decline.
not seen the future now.
So
COVID.
COVID is different. So remember that we started seeing a bit of an economic decline 2018 leading into 2019. We're a bit optimistic about 2020, then the pandemic
happened.
So, but I think, as things start to stabilize again, those conversations will be revisited. I mean, I was lucky to be part of those committees and those technical committees that were working on putting that together. But I think this year you should see some renewed optimism about, making
Hopefully.
life better especially for the businesses, the young businesses that are trying to create the future.
Yeah, because I honestly don't see a reason why if I have a space, to walk very close to my house, I don't need to travel all the way. Yeah, so Jennifer, take your question.
So Lyle said, I am a subscriber and I would like to say Workstation is an awesome working space.
Oh.
My colleagues from other African countries loved it.
Okay.
Oh,
So that's
fantastic.
right.
From other African countries, okay.
Okay.
So, but is the person, are they from Nigeria or they just, they had, okay.
They love your space.
Okay, thank you so much. We're trying to improve. We're trying every day, working hard at it, And by the way, we're probably one of the...
Because Farid sounded all...
Tell me, you were saying?
No, I was just teasing him. The way he was responding to it, I said he was just taking the compliment so humbly.
No, but the truth is that with everything, you can never feel as though you've accomplished. You have to continue to work hard. So our members are very important to us. So we don't take them for granted. So that's why for us, we're always on our toes. Our team is always on their toes. They're always trying to ensure that the space is running smoothly and the service delivery is up to par.
So I saw this interesting, sorry, Jennifer, I think you have a question, Abi. I saw this interesting and I thought to bring it up. I think it's from Adewale Yusuf. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Talent QL,
Okay, yes, he just started Talent QL.
So,
He's moved to Osun State to work remote.
He posted something. He said the next tech ecosystem will focus on co-living spaces, not co-working spaces. What do you think about that?
Again, I mean, we all tend to have our views, right?
Yeah.
So there's even this thing now called workation. I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
No, I've not heard of it.
Where people are now starting to, take their work with them on vacation. So people, just getting away and just still working while still living your life, right? So yes, you're going to start to see a lot of people wanting to set up like their home office and, because of the pandemic. But I still feel like we're a social being. Human beings are very social. We still need that. We crave that human interaction. So as much as the pandemic scares us all, and we want to, definitely work in silos, and it's important for us at this point in time so that we can stay safe and get past this moment, people are going to always want to be social. And you can look back at history. After the 1912 pandemic, the Spanish flu pandemic, which industries took off the most? Hospitality.
Yeah.
Why? Because
Everybody
people
wants-
wanted to get out. People wanted to hug people. People
I
wanted to
cannot
be
wait to
out.
travel.
So it's good that co-living will take a big slice of the market, but co-working, remote work, it's going to be here to stay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's actually going to be here to stay because a lot of my tech friends, some of their companies are telling them they would actually not ever come back to their companies. You're just going to work wherever you are. And then a lot of people are now looking at it like, okay, this year I'm going to take a vacation. It's not necessarily like what he said. It's not necessarily a vacation. You're just out of the country,
It's a workation.
but you're still working. So you're basically
It's actually
just,
good. It's a real thing. If you Google it,
you're actually
workation.
enjoying life, but you're working. I had some of my friends in, I don't want to mention the name of the company. Not last year. It was 2019. They all went to Egypt, about 30 of them. They were there. They went for the FIFA Cup. They did everything. They were working at the same time and they were having fun. I was just here like, wow, guys.
So how do you see this impacting? Do you see smaller companies, coming to, not smaller companies, bigger companies rather, just completely letting go of all those their workspaces? Because some of them just, everybody's at home technically. And instead of investing in those kind of big, grand buildings, they'll rather come to you in the future because they've seen that I can actually have, a limited number of staff working per time. So why don't I just go with workstation instead?
So I think the market gains for the co-working industry in that regard would be more focused on companies may not stop having their spaces in the grade A asset class buildings, but they might reduce some of that space potentially and maybe take on some adjacent space in other remote co-working spaces, looking at the demographic of their workforce and saying, okay, we have a lot of people that come to work from, say, the mainland. We have a lot of people that live in Lekki. Looking at the Lagos State landscape. And they can say, let's just have strategic office space in places where people can easily have access to the same type of infrastructure that you can get at HQ, right? So, and that I think are where the gains are going to be
for you.
Yes.
Absolutely. So as a venture capitalist, what kind of business are you looking to invest in? Let us start positioning our business.
I think for us, we've invested in a few companies, and one of the key things that we've always looked for is, sound business idea, one, and also investing in people. So you can invest in a good idea, but if the team driving that idea is not good enough to take it to where it needs to go, then, it more than likely happens that it doesn't work out. So we mostly invest in people. That's really our key investment objective, making sure that the people that are behind those ideas are actually top-notch and are also wanting to make some sort of impact. So for us, it's people, the impact they're going to make, and the value creation in that segment that we invest in.
Absolutely. Yeah? I think that's a fantastic way to wrap up. Ade was trying to send us a message. He's in the UK, but he's deleted his message. I don't know why. So we'll probably see it later. Thank you so much, Farid.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Tammy. Where is she?
Thank you. I was hoping to squeeze in a question, but there's no time
quickly, 1 minute.
Okay, so I was saying that, Farid, what are you going to say to companies who still like to do things in the very conventional way? They still like to keep, see their staff every day. They still want to do these things because they're not trusting of new developments. What would you say to such companies?
I think those companies should realize that the future is already here. And, in the next, I want to say 5 to 10 years, you're going to find that the more attractive companies that people are going to want to go and work for are the companies that provide the type of flexibility that allow people to be who they are and just, you know, have that opportunity to self-develop, you know, because if you take away people's time, for instance, having them commute through traffic every day, you find that even the productivity you can extract from that particular person within your organization begins to diminish. Absolutely. So I think when organizations start to think about people first, then they're now in the future. That's my opinion.
We're going to be thinking about it. And we are hoping to bring you back. I mean, we've really had a very fantastic conversation. It's been a very insightful conversation.
To come back anytime.
Thank you so much. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to impact. And this year, we are starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment. So if you are a company and you have internship slots available to give to us, please, we would really love for you to partner with us. Then if you're a job seeker and you're willing to go for internship, you know, hopefully if they love you, they keep you as a staff, reach out to us and keep watching Ways. This is going to be an all year round engagement. So tell your friends, tell people that are looking to find internship positions. I've been getting a lot of calls, what God will help me. But this is the goal. The goal is to curb unemployment, but you have to start from a point of internship where you prove yourself that, yes, you know, this company really needs you. Now, today, it's been a very insightful conversation. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. The word co-working won't be a word in the future. It will probably just be the way we work. So you have to be ready for it. We'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
All right. Good night.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
If you come out here and you build something of great value, you can make it. That's what's amazing about Silicon Valley, and that's why you see everyone flocking towards Silicon Valley.
It's really that place where there's this groundswell of smart people dedicated to using technology to solve very difficult problems.
I was like, oh my God, people just think of these things and it just happens, and how can I build something? I just want to build something from scratch.
We come here ready to make something of ourselves. So when an African leaves Africa and comes here, we're coming here to do battle.
Hi, my name is E, and I am Managing Director and Co-founder of Flutterwave. And Flutterwave is one API for payments across Africa.
Hi, my name is Jonas Beshouted, CEO and founder of StackShare. StackShare is the best place for engineers and developers to discover and compare software tools.
Hi, my name is Bukola. I consider myself a connector. I build platforms to reach African audiences back home, as well as here in the US, to tap into their common interests. This is exactly what I've done with Jandis.
Mall for Africa is an online platform that enables US and UK retailers easily sell into Africa without any hassles or worries. We also help people in Africa purchase items from UK and US retailers without any stress. Africa started really with an idea. I was born and raised in Nigeria, so out of necessity, I guess, my parents and brothers and friends thought they could utilize me as their shipping company. There was one day in particular, I went to the airport and I had 10 suitcases. And I remember vividly the lady across the counter, was a Delta flight, the lady across the counter looking at me like up and down, like, you are not serious, this is not gonna happen. So I decided to build an app.
Jandus Radio started off with just word of mouth. I sent it to a couple of friends who wanted to listen to live radio back home. We didn't have a lot of apps that were catering to African content and radio at that time. So I sent it out to them and they sent it to their friends. And before you know it, it actually was a trending topic in Nigeria on Twitter for like, I think it was 12 hours straight. People were talking about, oh my God, I have an app that has over like 300 radio stations. I'm in Abuja, I can listen to Beat FM. Beat FM is the most popular station in Lagos. And they're like, oh my God, I could never listen to this before. Now with this app, I can listen to my favorite station now.
You know, I'm working on a platform product, which is payments, right? And I started digging into that and realized like it was an absolute nightmare to be a developer and get paid in Africa. I'll give you an example. Like up until recently, if you were an Android developer in Africa, you had to put your apps up for free. You couldn't make money on your apps because there was no way for Google to pay you. We're not just enabling people the ability to increase revenue by providing them new means of payment, but we're also enabling them to access global technology services by doing so, right? That is revolutionary.
The concept was, let's bring all of these tools that you use to build your company and your apps and infrastructure, let's bring them into one place and organize it. And other industries had done it. You know, Yelp has done it for restaurants, you know, TripAdvisor for travel and international places. So this wasn't really a new concept, but no one had really done this for software. If you think about it today, you know, where do you go for software decisions? It's still Googling around and it's mad. We were actually the first site to really do that. You know, there were other sites that were trying to do sort of similar things. They've done software reviews, but we were actually the first site to say, you know, share all the software that you're using.
For an average entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, there are stages to what the venture funding cycle looks like. You have to start off with a seed stage. You have to be able to get people who believe in you early enough to take a risk in your idea. Every time an entrepreneur describes what they do, it usually has to hit the point of, I saw a problem, it was very unique, I had a solution, it was very unique, I was able to get, or I should be able to get somebody to pay me for my solution, but I should be able to repeat that so many times that it becomes scalable and sustainable.
I know people who have joined a startup that thinks it's going to be the next big thing. And then you just wake up one morning and they didn't get the funding round and it's lock up shop. And that's it. Happens a lot more often than it's talked about. We hear about the Facebook and Google and Apple and all the other startups that are successful, but 1 out of a million succeed and the rest fail.
Silicon Valley is probably the Disneyland of capitalism, is a good way to put it. It is a place where you can come and make your dreams come true, and particularly in the technology space, it's a really a good ecosystem to get things done. And of course part of it's venture capital, right? So people take risks here, and it's a place that's tolerant of failure.
They're not looking necessarily for the steady company, they're looking for companies that will grow quickly. A lot of them will fail. They won't get their money back. Some of them will bring some money back, and a small percentage of them will hopefully bring a big return. The Draper Venture Network's mission is to be in all the places where interesting technology is being developed, where entrepreneurs are doing great things. And right now, we have partner funds on all the continents except Africa. So we're actively looking for a fund that fits the kind of profile we're looking for. They're investing in early stage technology companies.
It's not an exact science. A lot of it's just character assessment. People who are trying to build something bold versus like copying an idea. In it for the long term, have the tenacity and ambition to see it through, boldness. Yeah, definitely think e-commerce is a huge area, allowing Africans to buy products they couldn't otherwise access easily, particularly without having to build huge malls and kind of leapfrogging retail. Financial services is also a big area. FinTech, anything around telemedicine, because access to doctors is really hard in Africa.
What everybody hears is you raise the 100 million, they say, yeah. But that's not success. Success is lasting long enough till you can exit, either through an acquisition or an IPO, and the money that the investors get in becomes liquid and fungible. So a lot of businesses I've seen don't make it out of the exit, and that means everybody gets washed out. You just spend 7-8 years of your life working on this thing that didn't pan out.
The 5 or 6 most valuable companies on the stock exchange are technology companies that were once venture-backed. So it's a compelling story about how people that invest in high-risk ventures are able to move a society forward because they were willing to make the investment when those ventures looked silly. And one thinks maybe this could happen in Africa.
We belong to the school of thought that that believes very firmly that Africa's future will be built on the back of entrepreneurs. We are firmly rooted in bridging those knowledge gaps and making sure that the interconnectedness between Africa and the rest of the world comes in forms of capital, in forms of education and resources, and mostly its people and their ability to think and grow beyond what's currently attainable by using technology to flatten the playing field.
Zibracorn is going to be a company that's built in Africa, for Africa, and scaled in Africa. It could become a unicorn by going beyond Africa, but made in Africa, scaled in Africa, serves multiple African markets. And that's really what distinguishes Zibracorn.
So the first piece of code I wrote was my freshman year in college. I was like 16. I took Java, and it was a program to like animate some radio, and I was able to code it, and I'm like, oh wait, it works. Like I just wrote code. I typed stuff and I ran it and it worked. I got thrown into mobile app development towards like 2010, where I created an app that went viral in Nigeria. Initially, it just started off as just radio and nothing else. So I said, what about news? What about gossip news, entertainment, sports, health news? Then I was like, okay, we can make this a little more social. What about having people interact on the app?
I'd always been into tech. Growing up, I was like the tech person within our family. People would always look to me. So I'd always been interested in it, but I'd never considered it as a real career path because I didn't have someone that I could point to that was in that industry. Everyone I knew was, sort of outside of tech.
I started to look at the internet as this space where it didn't matter who you were, but you were able to reach the most amount of people.
Hey, good to meet you, I'm Mark.
Mark Zuckerberg was my earliest influence. I've continued to be influenced by his approach to tech because it's the perfect mix of social mission, right, and economic impact. It's not about building a big company, and neither is it about being an NGO and giving everything away. It's about building a system.
Introducing Mall for Africa,
So let's say you are in a rural town in Nigeria. Download the app on your preferred device, find the product you want. Once you've added it to the cart, you click on Our Pay button, and as they say, that's when the magic happens. We take the content from the cart, we put it in our environment, and now we allow you to select where you want to have the item shipped, how you want to pay for the product. Once you've made the payment for the product is then shipped from the site you purchased it from. It's shipped to our warehouse. Then we tag it, and then we ship it out to you, taking care of all customs, duties, fees, and making sure everything goes perfectly right.
When I turned 25, kind of just reviewing the 5 years, I kind of settled on this vision of the world that was about building the future of Africa. And for me, it settles on three things. So it's a remarkably clear vision of what I want to do. And it's very simple. It's people, it's platforms, and it's policy.
Andela is a platform for tech-powered growth.
Its future will be written in Lagos,
Nairobi,
and cities across Africa.
And that was what we did at Andela, right? Found really smart young people, very motivated, with high learning agility, paid them while we taught them how to build software, and then got Facebook and Google and IBM and all these companies to hire them to build products for them.
This is Andela.
So what Flutterwave is, it's an API that enables anyone from anywhere in the world to process any kind of payment across Africa. We are finally making financial inclusion real.
Every time I went to one of these hackathons, I'd see a new API and I'd think, man, I should know about that. Like, there should be this one online space that has all the best stuff and feedback from developers and engineers and people actually building software, you know? I was like, man, this should exist and I should just go build it, you know? And so I just treated it as a side project at first. At the time, it was called LeanStack. Eventually, I got introduced to this guy named Nick Grandy, and he was the first employee at Airbnb. So we started working together for about 6 months. We built out the first real version of LeanStack at the time. And then he actually stayed on as an advisor, and he was the first investor. So, you know, that was big.
We had a hosting company that had malfunction in their servers, and they deleted the whole database by accident and had no backup. Sadly, we had to shut down temporarily, but we're working on rebuilding.
We believe the best way to solve this problem is to show you what the best companies in the world are using and why.
The transition was, it's like realizing that the best thing we can do is try to mimic an in-person conversation between two people, the two engineers, right? It's like, okay, what's the problem you're trying to solve? Oh, okay, well, we don't have good visibility into how our app is performing in production. Okay, well, here's what we use, right? Like, here's how we solve that problem, right? And you tell them what you use, and then, like, within 30 minutes, it's like, okay, I know that I need to use that now because I trust this person, I trust their decision-making process, and it sounds like a good one to go with, so let me go with that.
I have a passion for creating products that I am interested in and that I'm passionate about. It's tough because at the same time, you have to make a living. And being a startup founder, you don't always have the means to provide for yourself. I didn't have any of that, any serious investors. So after a while, I just to keep myself from not starving, I actually had to break down and actually get a 9-to-5 just so I can provide for myself.
I basically just kept at it because I saw the value of it and I saw that it was picking up steam. I could see it getting easier.
So you typically wake up around 4:35 because that's when the first calls are. My team all over the world, I try and talk to them as regularly as I can. I'll probably end around 12, only because I like to sync up with some banks and team members very early in the morning when they wake up. So it's a lot of work and not a lot of sleep.
Definitely, it's a lot of work because the 9-to-5 does take a lot of your time. But always in your free time, even if it's an hour or 2 hours a day that you can find, I'm always doing that. I'm working on something right now, that I'm hoping is gonna be very massively successful once I'm ready.
You go to a venture capital in Palo Alto on Sanio Road and you say, hey, I'm trying to raise funds for my African company. And they look at you and they say, are people buying Ralph Lauren? Are people buying Louis Vuitton? Do they know who Prada is?
So I think part of the challenge with being black in tech is that there just aren't enough black people in tech. When you see all the big companies, they all have like co-founders that went to school together. And when you grow up with people that aren't in tech, you don't have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm gonna start a company and I know exactly who I'm gonna tag and bring in as co-founders or early employees.
What role do networks play here in Silicon Valley? I think it's a huge, huge role. It might be the distinctive of Silicon Valley, how over time these networks have grown. Cold call somebody or send a cold email to somebody and say, hey, I saw this thing that you did, and surprise, surprise, they respond.
There's a lot of work that has to be done, the cultural preparation of what to expect in the Valley. And sometimes it's the most ridiculous, mundane, simple things. Punctuality at meetings, the way you approach people, email etiquette, business etiquette. It's the simplest things that have profound consequences within a cross-cultural scenario.
Growing up in Nigeria, as an African in Nigeria, I have natural networks. I have cousins, I have brothers, I have classmates. I like to say I can get to the president in Nigeria, whereas in the US, I can't even get to my mayor. If you are not from here, it's very difficult for you to have a social network. You have to create that social network yourself.
We want to make it.
If you came into Silicon Valley and you're a well-trained research and development professional and you went to Stanford or UCSF and you were a specialist in what you do, you'll get a great job and you'll get well paid. If you came into Silicon Valley and you were of African descent and you knew nobody in the Valley, it would take you a longer time.
In Africa, I'm an Igbo man. I don't even know that I'm black because everybody's black. It's like asking a fish what is water. So Silicon Valley also has the aspect of the fact that it's about 3% black, which a lot of people don't realize until they get here.
Where I work right now, I'm the only female mobile engineer. I'm also the only black mobile engineer. It's not something that I expected. The culture fit is still a big topic here. You wouldn't think that people can refuse to hire you because you don't fit into a culture.
It's happened in small ways where, you go to a meeting with an investor and you can tell that they just don't want to hear what you have to say. And, maybe it's your venture, maybe it's like what you're working on, but sometimes you can kind of feel that it's just because of you and like your color and they're not even open to it. They just don't have to deal with people of color on a regular basis. From my perspective, I just brush it off and I'm just like, okay, not for me, let's move on.
If a company just invested time and said, look, we're going to sponsor you, we're going to provide your visa, your work visa, to come to Silicon Valley and work for us, you'll have this opportunity, but they're not going that route. And you have to ask yourself why. There's talent. These people are brilliant.
One of the ways to solve that is just making sure that tech is part of that pool of options for us to make it the norm, right? Where when they see an African entrepreneur or, a black founder, it's like, oh, that's normal.
Hey, it's good. How's it going? I'm back sooner than you thought. Huh? Yeah. How was the integration? Was it good? What you want to do as an African in the Valley is really plug into as many networks as you can, because that's ultimately kind of how you find the people who are ultimately going to root for your success.
I definitely see myself doing this for the next, at least 5 to 10 years. And I think anytime you're building a company, you have to be thinking long term. I'm also a realist, and I know that if the worst happens, right, we get to a certain stage where it's like, look, we've sort of like exhausted all of our options and this is the best we can do with this thing. There'll be something else that I work on.
I think the biggest impact that an African entrepreneur can have on Africa is to be seen, be a role model, be something and someone that people want to aspire to be like, be successful.
Thank you, Eddie. All right.
Apple actually has a woman of African descent. She's actually Ghanaian. That's one of their top people in marketing. Her name is Bozoma St. John. And that's what I'm trying to achieve. I don't want to fit in. Because I feel like when you fit in, you don't stand out.
Come on, y'all.
I love the Valley, but I only love it to the extent that I can establish these networks between the Valley and Africa that make Africa better. And I think that's ultimately the vision of Africa that we believe Flutterwave is going to enable. One Africa, starting with unified financial infrastructure.
I'm doing 7 figures, even 8 figures a year. This is a really good idea and it's a good company to work with. My vision for Mall for Africa is bigger than Mall for Africa. It's actually Mall for the world. The vision is to help other emerging markets via a brand Mall for the world. And we've already started doing that.
We are sitting on a huge powder keg of potential in Africa. Over the next 20 to 30 years, more than half of the world's working population is going to live in Africa. It's the second largest continent in the world by size and by people. I don't think there's any narrative of the world that is complete without Africa being a major part or player in it. For us, winning means being able to come back in 10, 15 years and say, technology changed Africa, and you were in part of one of the greatest wealth creation, value creation opportunities in modern history. That's what winning is.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi everyone. Since we last met, we have made a lot of progress and done a lot of great things. We're under a new name called Mall for the World, which is same thing as Mall for Africa, but outside of Africa.
I have released a new app called Afrocast, and basically it's a podcast aggregator for millennials. So far we are in beta. We have over 300 users, so I'm really excited about that.
We launched a new jobs platform that allows engineers to essentially find jobs based on the technology they're familiar with. We've had our best month ever in terms of traffic. We were also featured in Software Development Times, online magazine for engineers and developers.
Flutterwave has been doing really well. Since that time, we've more than 10 times our total process volume. So we do about $500 million in total process volume, and we do more than $100 million in total process volume every month.
Come back to the West Coast.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize. What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV Africa News tonight, the Department of State Services alerts the public and plan to incite religious violence in some states of the Federation. On the foreign scene, South Africa begins movement of COVID-19 patients through a parking lot as cases continue to surge. In outside Africa, Republicans blocked Democrats' request to start U.S. constitutional amendment process of removing President Trump from office. Well, many thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated Professor George Obiozor on his election as the new President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. According to a statement by Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, President Buhari welcomed the new position of Nigeria's former ambassador to the United States, Israel and Cyprus, urging the eminent diplomat and scholar to deploy his immense experience within and outside government to forge greater unity of the country. President Buhari, while wishing him a successful tenure, enjoined him to be a unifying force beyond his immediate constituency. Well, moving on, the Department of State Services wishes to alert the public about plans by some element working with external forces to incite religious violence across the country. According to the DSS, our targeted state includes Sokoto, Kano, Kaduna, Plateau, Rivers, Oyo, Lagos, and those in the southeast. Now, part of the plan is to cause interreligious conflict as well as use their foot soldiers to attack some worship centers, religious leaders, personalities, key and vulnerable point. Now, consequently, Nigerians are advised to be wary of these antics and shun all divisive tendencies aimed at inciting or setting them against one another. We're still talking security. The Nigeria police has graduated 547 indigents of Nasarawa State as special constabulary police officers. Speaking during the graduation ceremony at the police training school, Wanune, Benue State, the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, says community policing policy became necessary for local communities to collaborate with both state and federal government in combating insecurity. Now, the IGP, who was represented by the AIG in charge of Zone 4, Jonah Mava, charged the newly recruited special constables to ensure they put their training to use to help the nation fight crimes.
Although the police does this in collaboration with security agencies and direct partnership with the community people, has the task of combating crime is no doubt a Herculean task. Hence, all hands must be on deck so that rampaging cases of kidnapping, other farmers clashes, armed robbery, cattle rustling, and others will become a thing of the past. You have been taught food drill, community policing, crime prevention techniques, basic intelligence gathering techniques, patrols, patrol methods, community relations, and you are to make use of them judiciously.
As a responsible government, the federal government, under the able leadership of His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari, DCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, has deemed it necessary to heed to the agitations of the citizenry and has approved the involvement of the citizens in securing of the Nigerian society. Hence, the current recruitment and training of special constabulary police across the country with a view to curbing crime and criminality.
This training was so nice and a lot of experience on how to curb crime in our community.
The Nigerian government has been advised to pull out of the International Criminal Court, ICC, for failing to be fair and just to the country in its dispositions. The Law of Kuta, Adekunle Makamaho, gave the advice in an exclusive interview with Plus TV Africa, lamented the dispositions of international organizations such as the Amnesty International and the ICC to Nigeria, saying that they do not mean well for the country. The monarch also encouraged the armed forces, particularly the military, to remain resolute in the fight against insurgents in the northeast and other parts of the country.
Maim and kill the whole community or cause monumental degradation to our national assets, collateral damage, a lot of things like that. ICC and their cohort, their scout like Amnesty, will keep quiet. But any moment our armed forces go full arm against insurgency, the like of ICC will come in and said our soldiers committed war crime. Enough is enough. No law said it's compulsory on international diplomacy. It's tit for tat. We can pull out. Other African countries that have pulled out, they were being patriotic to their nation. So I'm advising the federal government and let the Minister of Foreign Affairs and all other security agencies look at it. As far as Amnesty is concerned, withdraw their accreditation. Do you hear Jack Robinson from Amnesty with what happened in Capitol Hill? No.
He saluted the courage and patriotism of the military and expressed optimism that given an enabling condition, the armed forces would end insurgency in Nigeria. He, however, called on the federal government to equip and fund the security agencies to aid better performance.
According to United Nations ratio, Nigeria is under police. Again, if police is well funded, our armed forces and army in particular will not be overstretched. Army is deployed in virtually 34 or 35 states out of 36, doing one internal security related duties or the other, and we still need them in the Northeast. I think the country is lucky at this point in time that we have the crop of leadership of the army that we have.
A magistrate court sitting in Abuja has granted bail to Omoyele Sowore in a sum of 20 million and 4 others in 1 million naira. The court ruled that Sowore and the 4 others must provide sureties with like sum and that Sowore remained in Abuja and must physically report to the court registrar every Monday and Friday, pending hearing and determination of the case against him. Now, speaking to newsmen immediately after the court ruling in Abuja, counsel to Omoyele Sowore expressed dismay at the outcome of the ruling, saying that his client should have been allowed to go without a bail as the charges against him are incompetent.
Worship has exercised their discretion judiciously and judicially. If you ask me whether I'm okay with the bail conditions, well, the first application, our first application was that they should be allowed to go on self-recognizance. That means they should be allowed to go without any bail conditions. They should just said, well, these guys are patriots. You can just go back to your house and then continue your agitations as patriotic individuals or citizens of this country. So if you ask me if I'm satisfied with the bail conditions, of course I will tell you I'm not entirely satisfied with it. On a personal note, I'm not entirely satisfied with it, but of course the conditions are still meetable and we are on the verge of meeting the bail conditions.
For the second time, a judge is asking me to remain in Abuja and not travel abroad, even though I can't travel already. I've been restrained to Abuja, and giving a bail condition to produce a civil servant, which is unlikely to want to risk his job, and to produce somebody who has 20 million naira. If you're a civil servant and you have 20 million naira, you are likely engaging in corruption.
It's obvious that it was everything's game. They refused to bring us to court on Friday in all attempts to keep us over the weekend so as to extend the detention with the purpose of breaking us. But it's unfortunate that while we were in the detention, we had access to several victims of injustice, and we've been meeting with them, talking to them, and then we promise to advocate for a number of them when we get out of the cell.
Well, meantime, former presidential aspirant Adamu Garba has withdrawn his case against the chief executive officer and founder of Twitter International company, Jack Dorsey. Garba had filed a suit against Dorsey before a federal high court in Abuja over his alleged sponsorship of the recent EndSARS protests in parts of the country. The motion on notice was brought pursuant to Order 2, Rules 1, 2, 3 of the Fundamental Rights Rules 2009 and Section 34, Subsection 1, Section 35, Subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution. But Garba, in a tweet from his recognized Twitter handle, said the purpose of taking the Twitter founder to court has been achieved. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukayode Popoola, says adjustment will be made on existing diversion points on the Lagos Third Mainland Bridge from January 15 to January 29. Popoola debunked an earlier claim of a January 13 total shutdown of the bridge. He explained that consultations were ongoing with the Lagos State government and other stakeholders towards shifting existing diversion point for construction works on the bridge for 2 weeks, starting from January the 15th. He said the existing traffic diversion arrangements were still valid, but the contractor would move the current diversion point toward Oroshoki and close the Adekunle Sleep Road on the Lagos Island-bound carriageway. Earlier in our news, the FRSC sector commander Lagos State, Olusegun Ogungbemide, shed more light on the proposed diversion.
Let me correct the impression that is a total closure. It's still the continuation of the rehabilitation that is going on, and it is normal. Under the process of rehabilitation, there will always be some measures of inconvenience and measures being put in place. The closure they are doing is additional spans of the road from Adekunle end. So if you appreciate that the present diversion is from Adekunle end of the road, but 2 kilometers to that point, another diversion will be created. While from Adekunle end to Adeniji-Adele, the total closure will be done on inward Lagos Island. while the other side of the road, that's Oworosoki Bond, is still open. So traffic going to Island in the morning and coming out of Highland as from 12 midday. It's a plan for the diversion from 15th of January to 29th of January. So outwards, that's inward Lagos Island, will be closed down from Adekunle end for the 2 weeks. That's the sacrifice we have been making in the last few months for us to have a safe bridge that one will be able to apply without any fear.
Now, Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, on Sunday said amending the Electoral Act without a commitment from stakeholders to do things differently cannot guarantee free and fair elections. Yakubu said this in an address delivered on his behalf by the INEC National Commissioner in charge of Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, at the three-day retreat of the Joint Technical Committee on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2020, which ended in Abuja on Sunday. The INEC boss expressed gratitude to the Senate Committee on INEC and the House of Representatives Committee on Electoral Matters for working together to produce a new legal framework for the conduct of elections. He, however, noted that amending the electoral legal framework would not guarantee or lead to improvement in the management and conduct of elections. Now, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami San, in his address, pledged to work with the technical committee to ensure unhindered presidential assent to the bill. In health news now, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged the private sector across the country, including the federal capital, Abuja, to show interest in employing Nigerian youths in their organizations. The president made this call in Abakaliki on Monday during the official flag-off of the extended Special Public Works Program. He explained that the initiation of the program nationwide was his administration's goals towards addressing the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic and the EndSARS mayhem. A former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mohammed Adoke, has tested positive for coronavirus in the United Arab Emirates, where he had gone for a medical checkup. Adoke is currently stranded in the UAE and is unable to return to Nigeria. His lawyer, Kanu Agabi, announced this at the resumption of proceedings in the money laundering case involving Adoke and a businessman, Aliyu Abubakar, before a federal high court in Abuja. The court had on December 11 last year granted Adoke permission to travel abroad on medical grounds, despite opposition from the prosecuting agency, that's the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Now, prosecuting lawyer Bala Sanga had urged the court to reject Adoke's request for permission to travel abroad, arguing that it took the assistance of security agencies, particularly the International Police Organization Interpol, to apprehend and return the ex-AGF to Nigeria to face trial. Talking education now. Students in public and private schools in Oyo State have now resumed the second term of the 2020-2021 academic session, which is expected to run from the 11th of January to 9th of April this year. Plus TV Africa monitored a cross-section of public and private schools within Oyo metropolis. Here is the report.
Some of the schools visited made adequate provision for hand-washing facilities and sanitizers in various strategic points, while students and teachers were seen using their face masks. Also, many major roads were busy as various means of transportation were conveying pupils and students to their various citadel of learning, while hundreds were trekking to their schools. In their separate remarks, principals and headmistresses of schools visited stated that the seating arrangement adopted during the first time of the 2020-2021 academic session will be maintained, while new timetables will be developed for the pupils and students.
We have visited some of the schools, and what we observe is that the level of resumption is low. Maybe it's due to confusion that the school might resume either today or next week. But we hope that there will be improvement. As for the level of compliance with the COVID-19 protocol, we observe that it's fair enough in most of the schools.
Of these children is low, very low. But all the teachers are present. And about COVID-19, we advise them to be using nose mask. And then there is water. So we train them to use that running water to wash their hand.
They also acknowledge sufficient space to occupy the returning pupils and students and express their readiness to support the government to prevent the second wave of the novel coronavirus in their schools.
A lot of things that they should put in place to combat the COVID-19, the infrared, we have the infrared, we have the watching amazing that's quite a push to combat the COVID-19. Also, the school has instructed the parents to be using face mask for the children, because using face mask is not the responsibility of the school, it's the responsibility of the parents to make sure that their children wear face mask to avoid the contact of COVID-19.
Our children came in, the turn up is very, very okay. We are okay until we are resuming. We are expecting the rest of them to come by tomorrow by the grace of God. Then the second phase of the COVID-19, yes, we have every preparation laid down. Wearing of the nose mask and washing hands and the social distance is being well organized and everything is fine.
Federal government colleges will resume on Sunday 17th January 2021 and Monday 18th January 2021 for junior secondary school and senior secondary schools boarding and day students.
Well, staying with education, the Academic Staff Union of Universities says it is unsafe for universities to reopen as the government is yet to provide facilities for hand washing and social distancing in lecture halls and hostels. ASU said its members are ready to start work when the government can make resumption safe for both students and lecturers. Now, the National Universities Commission had directed universities to resume on January 18th, but ASU members say they must adhere to COVID-19 protocols in schools. The union chairman at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Osun State, Dr. Adeola Egbedokun, lamented that there is no preparation for safe reopening of the universities. He also called on parents to insist on safe reopening that conforms with COVID-19 protocols. Now, despite the ravaging heat of COVID-19, some Lagos residents using the public buses surprisingly still believe the virus does not exist. Hence, their zero compliance to the preventive measures. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Jacinta Obiuku reports.
It is almost a year since the first case of coronavirus was recorded in Nigeria. The novel virus has caused an economic crisis across different countries, which led to many deaths. But with all those bitter experiences, it's a hard pill to swallow, seeing that some of the preventive directives by the government is being violated. From no hand-washing facilities in view to no wearing of face mask, and when they do, it's not properly worn. Also, no physical distancing in public buses, as most of those bus drivers have gone back to status quo. Worst still, a cross-section of Lagos residents care less.
I don't believe there's coronavirus because I've not seen anybody having that virus. I'm only hearing for years.
Nigeria don't get COVID-19. We don't get COVID-19 and we are hungry. You know, it's called hungry. Hungry did this country well.
On the contrary, some believe the virus is real, but this is the situation they find themselves.
Since morning, I've been putting on these face masks. Even I'm feeling somehow, but I don't remove it. It's in my mouth until I get home.
It's bad because the level at which coronavirus is and the spread is really bad. Everybody is supposed to wear his face masks and carry it along so that we cut the spread of coronavirus in our own country.
In a vehicle where people don't wear face masks, like I do, you just ask him and I have to bring it down. it makes me feel uncomfortable. Even if you're coughing or not coughing or whatsoever, we cannot see this virus they are talking about. So if you assume because you're not wearing a mask and another person is wearing a mask, nothing happened, I think we're deceiving ourselves.
Not putting on a mask is kind of endangering your life to me.
Some of the drivers shared their challenges in trying to tell their passengers to wear their mask.
We inform them that this thing is affecting them, but instead it's not real. They are just using it to collect our money.
Sometimes when we tell them to wear their face mask, some people will feel angry that what is the COVID-19 all about?
Different reasons, different opinion as to why some people are still not observing the preventive protocols, which could suggest that people are still carried away with their daily activities, or they don't still understand the gravity of this virus. If not, why would anyone want to risk his or her life? From Lagos Island of Balinde, Jacinta Obiuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has suspended the ongoing screening of applicants for recruitment due to the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. The agency's spokesman, Jonah Achema, said that the screening suspension was based on strict compliance with the directive of the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. The NDLEA had on January 8 released the list of shortlisted candidates. The candidate, numbering 5,000, were due to appear at the agency's academy, Citadel Counter-Narcotics, Nigeria, Carton Ricos, JOS, for screening and documentation between January 10 and January the 23rd. According to Achema, the minister ordered the suspension of the exercise given the current and alarming second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic across the country. And away from health matters, the Senate of the Lagos State University, LASU, has appointed Damola Oke as the acting vice-chancellor of the institution at an emergency Senate meeting held on Monday. Before his appointment, Oke was the deputy vice-chancellor administration of LASU. Recall that Lagos State Governor and visitor to the Lagos State University, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, had cancelled the ongoing process set up for the appointment of a substantive ninth vice-chancellor of the university. The outgoing Vice-Chancellor, Professor Olarinwaju Fagbohun, was also directed to convene an emergency Senate meeting for the purpose of appointing one of the Deputy Vice-Chancellors, who is not a candidate in the cancelled selection process, as acting Vice-Chancellor from Monday, January 11th this year. Now, the Workers' Union of the Polytechnic Ibadan have started an indefinite strike to press for the implementation of the new national minimum wage introduced by the federal government last year. The unions, which comprise the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, announced the industrial action after a joint congress held on Monday. As of the time of filing this report, students were seen milling around at the main entrance of the institution with the hope that the school's gate would be opened. The academic activities of the institution after the Christmas break were scheduled to resume on Monday with the start of full semester examinations for the 2019-2020 session, but was disrupted by the protest by the unions. Minister of State for Health and member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, has said the ongoing national identification number enrollment may be suspended over COVID-19 risks. Mamora said the government has a duty to ensure that people are protected and that they comply within the limit of what is good for the society at large. He described the registration as a super spreader event as people gather in large crowds at NIMC offices nationwide. He also urged the National Identity Management Commission to go back to the drawing board and reorder the enrollment process. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News. President Edgar Lungu dismisses Zambian health minister with immediate effect. Details when we return to join us again. Now to other parts of Africa. Zambian President Edgar Lungu has dismissed Health Minister Chitalu Chilufya with immediate effect without giving a reason for the move. Once seen as a potential presidential replacement for Lungu, Chilufya's political ambitions have faded amid growing calls for his dismissal from opposition parties and health workers. Chilufya, health minister since his appointment in 2016, was not immediately available for comment. Now, Facebook has shut a slew of accounts belonging to Ugandan government officials accused of seeking to manipulate public debate ahead of Thursday's elections. The East African nation is holding presidential and parliamentary elections after a tense and bloody campaign, with President Yoweri Museveni facing a stiff challenge from the pop star turned politician Bobi Wine. Anim Ado said the network was linked to the Ministry of Information and Communications Technology. Now, the Ugandan military and police have stepped up security in around the capital, Kampala, ahead of the presidential and parliamentary elections slated for this Thursday. Military men are moving on foot and patrolling the street, while others are stationed on some streets known to be violence hotspots. There are also more motorized police and military patrols, unlike before the election period in the East African country. Heads of security agencies last Friday warned all those intending to cause chaos during and after the election that they would suffer consequences. A government-run hospital in South Africa's capital moved patients to a parking lot as COVID-19 cases surged. Now, footages from the Steve Biko Academic Hospital in Pretoria shows a patient receiving oxygen on the tarmac outside the entrance to the hospital's emergency department. Nearby, hospital staff were spraying down beds with sanitizers to prepare for more patients. The hospital has erected large tents in the parking lot where some patients receive emergency treatment before being moved to designated wards. Now, the facility's chief executive told state broadcaster SABC that treating patients outside the main hospital was a decision that had to be taken because of a disaster scenario the hospital was facing due to a sudden surge in patients.
What you see happening running in the social media, it was because it was a scenario where it was a disaster, although a mini disaster, but it warranted immediate decision to be taken. Like we have said, COVID-19 patients, even one that looks stable as he steps in the door, the condition can change anytime. Now they arrived minute by minute, hour by hour, simultaneously. And our capacity in terms of inside was overflow. The capacity is 24 beds of the ones that are excluding the new ones that were erected yesterday. It was 24. And those tents with the first wave were enough to cater. We never had the situation that we are experiencing now.
Now, Algeria's President Tebboune has announced he is returning to Germany to receive treatment for post-COVID-19 complications in his foot. It comes less than 2 weeks after he came back to Algiers following 2 months of medical care. Age 75 and a heavy smoker, Tebboune was hospitalized in Germany on October 28, and Algerian authorities later announced he had the COVID-19 illness. It is not known how long he will be away, but said he would follow up with officials on a daily basis. Now, the United Nations says that the 18 members of the newly established Libyan Political Dialogue Forum's Advisory Committee will meet at the UN headquarters in Geneva from January 13 to the 16th. The UN Information Service said the committee's main mission was to discuss outstanding issues related to the selection of a unified executive authority in Libya. The body said in a message emailed to newsmen that the mission was also to present concrete and practical recommendations upon which the forum plenary shall decide. Now, the national elections date of December 24 remains a sine qua non for the UN, a guiding principle and an unrenounceable goal. In outside Africa, U.S. House Republicans have blocked a Democratic request to bring up a resolution urging Vice President Mike Pence to start the U.S. Constitution's 25th Amendment process of removing President Donald Trump from office. House Democrats sought agreement to immediately bring up the resolution for debate, but Republicans stopped it on a voice vote. Democrats have indicated they will seek a recorded vote on the same resolution on Tuesday.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H-Res 21 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 21, resolution calling on Vice President Michael R. Pence to convene and mobilize the principal officers of the executive departments of the Cabinet to activate Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to declare President Donald J. Trump incapable of executing the duties of his office and to immediately exercise powers as acting president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
I object.
Objection is heard. Pursuant to Section 5A1B of the House Resolution 8, the House stands adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow.
German Chancellor Angela Merkel says she considers U.S. President Donald Trump's eviction from Twitter by the company as problematic. Twitter permanently suspended Trump from the microblogging platform on Friday, citing a risk of further incitement of violence in the wake of the storming of the U.S. Capitol by supporters of the outgoing president. Asked about Twitter's decision, Merkel's spokesman Steven Seibert said the operators of social media platforms bear great responsibility for political communication not being poisoned by hatred, by lies, and by incitement to violence. He said it is right not to stand back when such content is posted, for example, by flagging it. Now, Prime Minister Boris Johnson says Britain is in a race against time to roll out COVID-19 vaccines as deaths hit record highs and hospitals run out of oxygen, with his top medical advisor saying the pandemic's worst weeks were imminent. A new, more transmissible variant of the disease is now surging through the population, with 1 in 20 people in parts of London now infected, threatening to overwhelm the health service, with hospitals overloaded with patients. Now, the death toll in the United Kingdom has been soaring and now stands in excess of 81,000, the world's 5th highest toll, while more than 3 million people have tested positive.
But it's a race against time, because we can all see the threat that our NHS faces, the pressure it's under, the demand in intensive care units, the pressure on ventilated beds, even the shortage of oxygen in some places. What we're doing here in Bristol today is launching the first of the mass vaccination centres. We'll have 50 of these by the end of the month. That's in addition to the 233 hospital sites, the 1,000 plus GP sites, and a first go of about 200 community pharmacies, and we'll be ramping them all up.
Staying with the UK, British lawmakers were asked to wear face masks inside the House of Commons, the debating chamber, underlining the extensive measures being taken to try to tackle a surge in COVID-19 cases across the country. Britain is facing its worst weeks of the pandemic so far, with new cases and deaths exceeding previous records and hospitals under extreme pressure, even as a vaccine against the virus is being rolled out to millions of citizens. Now, the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, made the request at the start of the day's debate. Away from the UK, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi says 2 corona vaccines manufactured in the country are the most cost-effective in the world, as the nation geared up for the world's biggest vaccination drive from January the 16th. Modi said during a meeting with Indian state chiefs via video conferencing in New Delhi to discuss the pandemic situation and vaccination rollout strategy. India's drug regulator has approved both of the vaccines for the emergency use, with Covishield developed by AstraZeneca and Oxford University, and Covaxin by local company Bharat Biotech and a state-run institute. Indonesian authorities say they will intensify the search for victims from the Sriwijaya aircraft and send in a remotely operated underwater vehicle to search for the jet's cockpit recorders in the sea. The Boeing 737-500 plane with 62 people on board plunged into the Java Sea on Saturday, minutes after taking off from Jakarta's main airport. Divers scored the seabed on Monday, retrieving human remains, personal possessions and pieces of plane wreckage until fading light ended the search. Oki Besma, a flight attendant on the plane, was identified by his fingerprints. In a news conference at the Emergency Crisis Center at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, Indonesian Transport Minister Budi Karya Sumadi urged search teams to focus on finding the victims, while Sriwijaya Airport Air Managing Director Joseph Adrian So said the company would do everything to support the families. Up next, Nigeria's Corporate Affairs Commission begins revalidation of companies. But that's on business news after this break. Stay with us. Welcome to Business Report. The federal government has signed a memorandum of understanding with Motor Angel Group on the construction of a $1.959 billion Kano-Maradi standard gauge railway lines. Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi says the project is aimed at linking the whole country by rail. Amechi signed the MOU on behalf of the federal government, while the managing director of Motor Angel, Antonio Givua, signed on behalf of the contracting firm. According to the minister, the new railway corridor, which is to be located in northern Nigeria, will run through Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina, and through Niger Republic territory as far as Maradi. He said other cities such as Danbata, Kazari, Daura, Mashi, Katsina, and Jibia would also be affected by the rail line in Nigeria. Now, the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, says it has commenced the revalidation of existing corporate entities in the country. The Registrar General of the CAC, Garba Abubakar, disclosed to newsmen in Abuja that the revalidation exercise seeks to ensure the integrity of the information being received from customers. Abubakar further says that the registry has deployed and upgraded its self-service registration portal that will enable customers to transact directly without having to visit the commission.
With what we have deployed, from anywhere in the world, from the comfort of your homes or offices, you can start and finish your registration with the CAC and get your certificates electronically. This is in line with the best practice globally. In fact, moving forward, every accredited customer must revalidate his accreditation with the Commission before the end of March. This is necessary because we have recognized the fact that some of our customers, some have died, some have changed their details.
The Finance Act was assented to by the President on the 13th of January 2021 and officially commenced on the same date. Its Gazette copy was made public on the 14th of January 2020, and the act was to take effect on the 1st of February 2020. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
Nigerian tax laws have become obsolete with the issue of multiplicity of taxes, administrative inefficiencies, among others. The tax to GDP ratio is 6%, about the lowest among African countries. Using the year 2019, it was shown that the issues, among others, resulted in budget deficit and unsustainable debts. Hence, the new Finance Act 2020, which expert believes will address some of these problems.
What the current Finance Act 2020 signed on the 31st of December into law has done is to build on that tradition, and the plan is to do this on an annual basis. So this law has over 80 different amendments, amending about 14 different laws, mostly tax laws, but also some regulatory and compliance laws.
The major reason for this is lack of trust in government and tax officials, dissatisfaction with public services, and a complex of corrupt tax collection process. Most people will be willing to pay their taxes if there is security and assurance of improved services. But are Nigerians aware of these new tax laws?
The other areas where people agree on, reduction, so exemption of people who earn minimum wage, 30,000 or less from personal income tax, they have been exempted.
I'm not aware, because nobody tell me, I'm not aware at all.
I'm not aware that there are some money that we're not supposed to pay. But the bank, they charge us so much. You understand? Before you know, you wake up, 15 naira, because that's when they know. At the end of the month, your money is short.
I'm just hearing for the first time.
Okay.
That's good.
Several documents that they are bringing to us is not even written in the name of state and different states.
Addressing the grey areas on why this very important information is not made open to most Nigerians, Taiwo Oyedele explains further.
Another area is the reduction of import duties on vehicles. So import duties on vehicles, tractors, cars, and mass transit buses have been reduced. I don't think tax matters are of interest to a lot of Nigerians, because in fairness to government, so even before the bill was submitted to the National Assembly, they had stakeholder engagement, and then it got to the National Assembly and they published in all the newspapers. They had public hearing. One they had at the Senate, another one they had at the House of Representatives.
He says the Finance Act can be changed yearly to meet with the demands of stakeholders and Nigerians at large. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Well, let's now join Aneta Felix for more on business reports.
Thanks for joining us on the business side of the news. I am Aneta Felix. The federal government says it may suspend the ongoing National Identification Number registration due to the large crowds that gather during the process, a contravention of the COVID-19 protocol. This is to help the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, get back to the drawing board and reorder the enrollment process in terms of management of the crowd in its offices across the country. Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, said this in an interview on Monday. Mamora, who is a member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, said it was never intended that the process would attract such large crowds as people are supposed to wait and be called upon before they can come to the NIMC office. The Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON, says 350 debtors in Nigeria owe it the sum of 3.6 trillion naira. The corporation's group head of enforcement, Joshua Ikioda, said this at a two-day training for Federal High Court legal assistants and court registrars in Abuja. He spoke on the theme overview of AMCON from cradle to date and the implication of bad debts to the Nigerian economy. He said if the debts were recovered, the 3.6 trillion naira would be enough to complete the revival of the moribund Ajaokuta Steel Company in Kogi State and recapitalize over 2 million micro-businesses. He explains that the debtors represent 80% of the 4.4 trillion naira of the total outstanding debt to the corporation. He added that all agencies of the government and other stakeholders must support AMCON's efforts to recover its debts. The federal government has urged operators in Nigeria's downstream sector of the petroleum industry to shift to autogas. The call becomes necessary as autogas is about 60% of the current price of petrol. The breakdown provided by the Petroleum Products Pricing Regulatory Agency shows that the landing costs of petrol rose from an average of 143.60 naira in December to 158.53 naira per litre on January 7, 2021. but the product is currently being sold at between 160 naira per litre and 165 naira per litre at many fueling stations in Lagos and its environs because of the intervention of the NNPC, a major importer of petrol and other petroleum products. However, worried about the continued bearing of the subsidy burden by the NNPC, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, through the National Gas Expansion Program, NEGP, has intensified efforts to achieve a mass shift to autogas in 2021. The National Bureau of Statistics says the total number of internet subscribers increased by 7.87 million in the third quarter of 2020. According to the NBS, it rose from 143.6 million recorded in the previous quarter to 151.5 million subscribers. Also, it increased by 28.3 million as against 123 million recorded in the corresponding period of 2019. In terms of voice subscriptions, telcos in Nigeria increased their customer base by over 9 million in the third quarter of 2020 compared to the previous quarter, while 26.1 million additional subscribers joined year on year. That's all the business updates we have for you. Thank you for watching. I am Annetta Felix.
Well, many thanks, Annetta. In entertainment news now. American singer and songwriter Taylor Swift's 9th studio album, Evermore, has kept back to #1 on the Billboard 200 chart for a third non-consecutive week, rising up from the #2 spot a week ago. The album earned 56,000 equivalent album units in the U.S. in the week ending January the 7th. The album, now in its 4th week on the chart, spent its first 2 weeks atop the Billboard list before stepping aside to #2 for a week when Playboy Carti's Whole Lotta Red bowed at #1. The American sweetheart has been on chart for a long while now. American actor Michael B. Jordan and model Lori Harvey have made the relationship official. They took to Instagram with a post confirming their relationship status. Harvey, who is 24, took to the site with a romantic post showing them in a pair of Polaroid photos. Harvey, who is the daughter of host Steve Harvey and his wife Marjorie, added a brand heart emoji to her post, featuring 2 shots, one of which showed Jordan kissing her on the cheek and another in which they posed in front of a large Christmas tree. Harvey has in the past been romantically linked to celebs, including Diddy and his son Justin Combs in 2018, rapper Future last year, and Trey Songz. She was formerly engaged to Dutch soccer player Memphis Depay in 2017. Now, controversial blogger Tunde Ednut is back on the image-sharing platform Instagram with over 600,000 followers under 9 hours of signing up again. The influencer was permanently suspended some weeks ago over infringement of the platform's policy, which cost him millions of followers. Well, the blogger is back on the site, bigger and better. Sharing his first ever post on a new account, the singer-turned-blogger wrote, "The king is back." Now, despite signing up for the new account about 10 hours ago, Tunde Ednut has gained a fraction of his fan base back with over 600,000. Up next, the sport news.
And in sports, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta admitted that emotions are hard to control after many sides failed to maintain social distancing guidelines in the dramatic FA Cup matches at the weekend. Despite advice from authorities to maintain as much social distance as possible during the current pandemic, there were numerous occasions where players' emotions got the better of them and they celebrated together. Speaking ahead of his side's Premier League match against Crystal Palace, Arteta said it was difficult to remember the instructions in the heat of the moment.
To control the emotions when you're going 200 miles an hour in a game full of things happening around you is very difficult to control. We're asking our players in corners, for example, to be man-marking people, to be pushing people around, and then we cannot fist bump anybody, you cannot say hello to anybody. It gets a little bit controversial and difficult to understand. morally with the situation that we have in the country, with the situation we have worldwide, to keep doing what we are doing. It's a little bit of a strange feeling, but we know as well what we can bring to the society if we are able to do it in a safe way. And there are a lot of positives to take. It's just that balance that when this starts to get damaging and worrying and start to exploit people, and when we can do it when we are still safe and we can, as I said, add something positive to this difficult context.
And Arsenal have won their last 3 league matches in a row and began their FA Cup title defence on Saturday with a 2-0 win over Newcastle, coming on the back of 2 extra-time goals. And Arteta's side, who are 11th in the league after a poor start, welcomed Crystal Palace to the Emirates Stadium on Thursday before hosting Newcastle United 4 days later. And still in sports, record-breaking Japanese star Kazuyoshi Miura has signed a new contract with the J1 League side Yokohama at the age of 53. King Kazu, the oldest goal scorer in Japanese professional football, has committed to his 17th season with the club and the 36th overall in his storied career. Miura turns 54 on February 26, the day before the J1 League campaign is due to get underway. Miura, who scored 55 goals in 89 international appearances for Japan and won the Asian Cup in 1992, also had spells with Genoa, Dinamo Zagreb, and Sydney FC. Miura started his career with Brazilian side Santos in 1986 and became the oldest player to score in a Japanese professional league game with his 2017 goal against Tespakasatu Gunma, aged 50 years and 14 days. And dubbed King Kazu in Japan, Miura is one of the country's most loved sportsmen and was the face of the J-League when it launched in 1993. And still in sports, Yusuf Mulumbu has agreed on a contract extension to stay at Kilmarnock until the end of the season. The 33-year-old midfielder returned to Rugby Park for a third spell in August. The DR Congo international has made 12 appearances this season and has started the last 2 Premiership matches for Alex Dyer's side. Meanwhile, goalkeeper Jake Eastwood has returned to Sheffield United at the end of his loan deal, having featured twice. And lastly, on sports, Tim Payne accepted that he must try harder after being fined 15% of his match fee against India, which ended in a draw. The Australia skipper was heard on the stump microphone launching a tirade at umpire Paul Wilson after a decision went against the Baggy Greens. Payne admitted that he needs to set a better example for children watching at home and insisted he meant no disrespect to Wilson. The 36-year-old also condemned racist abuse suffered by the Indian team by Australian fans, saying he was bitterly disappointed in the actions of some supporters.
No, look, we all know that the stump mics are part of the broadcast. It's great to bring the viewers, that close and to be able to hear it. Unfortunately, I probably set a pretty poor example with my use of language. And I'm certainly disappointed with myself after I heard that. So. Yeah, we know we've got to be careful. I've known and had Paul Wilson umpire me for a long time. I certainly didn't mean to be disrespectful to him or anything like that. It was just a heat of the moment. Audible obscenity, I think I've been done for. So, like I said, I need to be better than that. I know that the stump mics are on and I know that that's part of the game and there's lots of kids watching the Australian Test team and I need to set a better example.
And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
But just before we go on the news tonight, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that the Department of State Services has alerted the public on a plan to incite religious violence in some states of the Federation. On the foreign scene, we also told you that South Africa has begun movement of COVID-19 patients to parking lot as cases continued to rise. And outside of Africa, we brought you a report that the Republicans have blocked Democrats' request to start U.S. constitutional amendment process of removing President Trump from office. And that's the news at the Azar. For more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of the headline stories and event that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Uyuku. There is no greater asset to Africa than its youths. According to United Nations, Africa is attributed to a high rate of youth unemployment and underemployment, with the demography making up to 60% of the figure. This could be attributed to lack of financial literacy and poor employability skills. Recently, I was at a press briefing organized for special recognition of young people who have demonstrated exemplary leadership. Take a listen.
It is said that there is no successful nation as well as any continent without high youth's involvement in capacity building. Thus, young people representing different African countries believe gone are those days for blames and excuses.
There are a lot of issues and challenges. There are a lot of problems. And I just believe we shouldn't be waiting for the government every time. This is the time for we, the youth of Africa, to stand up. We can't depend on the government 100%. I think there's the limit to what they can do.
If you're a youth and you're not doing anything for your community, that's an excuse. You have so much potential. As I was saying on the stage, we're all blessed with gifts. No matter what your gift is, it's meant to help somebody else. We all have potential. Everybody has potential. Every single person has potential.
Exploring and expanding leadership potentials in Africa was also highlighted at the gathering.
Irrespective of the challenges that Africa may currently be going through, we have bright minds that have so many innovative ideas, especially in the area of technology.
I really want to encourage most African graduates that it's not about the history which you study in university, it's not about the anthropology, it's not about the biochemical sciences or whatever you studied. It's about getting a skill which can make you fit in the job market.
It does not matter what the government is doing. We youth are the largest, occupy the largest population in our countries, and it is our responsibility to go out and to volunteer and to also cooperate in the initiatives that our governments are doing in our countries. And in that way, we'll be able to develop as African countries as a whole.
Technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. The youths are therefore encouraged not to wait any further in contributing to the growth and development of the continent.
Well, the take-home message here is that there's no time for blame game again. There are so much that can be done with our youthfulness to develop the society. Away from youths and leadership, again, Nigerian government increased electricity tariff by over 50%. The hike is coming barely 2 months after the implementation of a controversial tariff increase. Aneta Felix in this next report took a look at how Nigerians are taking the news.
In November 2020, many Nigerians opposed the hike in electricity tariff, with an outcry on social media and protest on the street. This was, however, reverted when the labor unions also demanded return to pump price when it was increased. 3 months later, in January 2021, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, surreptitiously increased the tariff, though it insisted it hasn't. Here's how Nigerians have been reacting to the news.
The bill they brought for us, each flat is 20,000. Can you imagine? There's one flat that man is Alhaji. He doesn't stay around. They still bring 20,000 for him.
Last year we paid 1,000 in the company, you understand? But now you are paying 3,500. It's very bad.
Last week now, I recharged my meter 5K. You never even reach how many days the thing don't finish. Why should they increase the tariff?
The regulatory body said the increase in electricity tariff is because of a 14.9% inflation rate rise in November 2020. Foreign exchange of 379.4 naira to a dollar as of December 29, 2020. Available generation capacity, US inflation rates of 1.22%, and the capital expenditure of the power firms to raise the tariff. But the people are concerned about the survival of small businesses.
Some small business, they are going down now, and with the pandemic, I think they should just, if there is a way they can just bring the tariff down, because so many people are out of jobs.
Economic analyst Gbolahan Olojede recommends that the government adopts the pay-as-you-earn system in power billing to cushion the effects of the recession and the pandemic on low-income earners.
The lowest rung of the ladder needs help. And it is the duty of the people that are up there to carry them along. So the people up there carry a higher burden while the lower people carry a lower thing.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is determined not to take this sitting down, just like they did in 2020. The Congress has issued a warning to the government to reverse the increase in electricity tariffs or face an unprecedented industrial resistance. Aneta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Meanwhile, the hike has been suspended as at the time this report was filed. Now to ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. Days after the Yuletide season was over, Plus TV Africa tried to find out how Nigerians celebrated amid the virus, if they were mindful or not.
The Yuletide celebration is over, and Nigerians have ushered in the new year 2021 with COVID-19 still staring in the face. Some pertinent questions require answers in the wake of the second wave of the infection. How did Nigerians celebrate? Did they observe preventive measures? Were they carried away in the spirit of the season, or were they careful?
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
We went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Most people don't wear face masks anymore. Just only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks.
Yeah, people are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Plus TV Africa speaks to a medical expert via telephone. He believes the people need to do their part, as government has done its own.
In all fairness, government has done enough, because it has reached a level whereby people have to take responsibility for their own health. So the government aspect of it is to generate awareness, which has been done, to provide necessary infrastructure to ensure that those who have symptoms are tested, which is available. So I think now the only thing that is lacking is the fact that a lot of people are thrown caution to the winds and they are doing whatever they like, forgetting that the COVID-19 is still here with us.
Another question hovers. Is it not time for the government to bring back the isolation centers?
It's very expensive to manage COVID-19 cases. The best thing to do for us is to ensure that we take personal and individual responsibility to ensure that we protect ourselves.
The fight against the pandemic should be a collective one, and not to frustrate or disrespect the government's directives.
Sadly, we do not have a choice than to observe all the preventive protocols to stay alive, especially when the vaccines are yet to arrive the country. Still on the pandemic, in this next report, a cross-section of Lagos residents have expressed worry over possibility of a second lockdown following the rise and the spread of COVID-19. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chenda filed the report.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown, with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they are really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things, and we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here, so I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown, there should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
Just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not really in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear their face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
We definitely don't pray for second lockdown, but how much are we all doing in observing these protocols to at least control the spread? Reactions have continued to trail border reopening after almost a year and a half of closure, which came as a surprise. Details in this next report.
The commercial isolation ordered unilaterally without consultation had not been appreciated by Nigeria's neighbors affected by the measure. It was a subject that came up often behind the scenes at every meeting of the region leaders. Nigeria could not keep its borders closed indefinitely, and this reopening was not a Christmas present. It came a few days before the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area on January 1. Although the benefits of the border closure have been seemingly very slim, the reopening is only partial. The cross-border marketing of products such as rice and chicken, for example, remains prohibited. Business developer and serial entrepreneur Chris Imomwalen says the policy framework may not favor some businesses.
The policy have been made, the policy have been adjusted again. I think there is a good and bad to it. But of course, policy change often a time like this does not really tell well to business environment, does not really encourage investor to want to invest in a nation. A lot of persons are careful in investing in those products that closure of border would have helped.
The benefit of the measure has been to curb imports, notably via the port of Cotonou in Benin, such as rice and fuel, which were destined to the Nigerian markets. But for the time being, the Nigerian agri-food industry and oil refineries may have not improved their performance.
A lot of investors came into rice farming in Nigeria. You know that the statistics of farmers that went into farming of rice and other products that usually were smuggled in from neighboring countries grew, and consumption of Nigerians for local rice also grew, and I think it was effective. And I think if there is, even if with the reopening of the border, if there is a strong enforcement from our border patrol agencies, the custom and the rest of them.
As Nigerians and indeed Africa welcome all the benefits derivable from the border reopening and indeed the new free trade area which is in force, the country has been advised to carry stakeholders along in its policy formulation.
Well, another angle to it is that opening of the borders without effective strategies in place to combat smuggling may see a reversal of the fortunes of the companies that had previously benefited from the border closure. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Thanks for staying with us. Another recent trend, of course, from the social media is the case of paternity fraud. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Osaroge Ogbonwa took a look at this with other angles to the conversation.
The conversation around paternity fraud is trending across Nigeria, with recent tales of fathers finding out that they may not be the true parents of their kids. The most recent being the case of the current managing director of the First City Monument Bank, Adam Nuru, and accusations against him involving a female junior staff. Unverified statistics from a few years ago stated that Nigeria had the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world, only second to Jamaica. These figures have not been completely verified with data or statistics, but it has started a conversation nationwide about infidelity in Nigerian marriages and the high occurrence of workplace relationships in our society.
A lady working in an organization spends more, even a man, you spend more time in the office than at home. And so you relate more with your colleagues in the office. And so as a spouse, take time to communicate. You started by communicating. You must end with communication. So, but in the absence of communication, just like you say, when you don't talk to your kids, somebody will talk to them. In the absence of communication, be sure that somebody else is talking to your partner.
Many times as adults, as we make decisions, we tend not to understand the long-term effects. And I would say that I can only hope that in the midst of all that's going on, you know, the children are thought about and the long-term effect on the children are considered.
The cost of DNA testing in Nigeria may also be one of the factors working against its popularity.
Many of Nigerian facilities are primary care centers and secondary centers that are not really prepared or advanced for DNA testing. So it's not readily available in Nigeria, but is accessible in Nigeria as well.
Paternity fraud is real, but will our society and culture accept that the very definition of fatherhood may be changing, or that the emotional ties between a man and the child are just as important as the biological relationship? Osaroge Ogbonwa, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Sadly, it is reported that Nigeria ranks high in paternity fraud. While the debate continues across different platforms, the consensus here is that there is no illegitimate child, and the children in this case must be protected irrespective of who is right or wrong. And this is on Osun State, where the governor, Boyega Oyetola, has restated its commitment to setting the state on the path of sustainable economic revolution.
Governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, stated this position at the inter-religious service organized for the state civil servants to usher in the new year at work. Governor Oyetola, who was represented by his deputy, Benedict Alabi, urged workers to redouble their efforts in a view to realizing government's visions.
I must equally challenge you to work harder this year. Your commitment to improve service delivery is central to increase productivity.
He also promised to continue to ensure the state bureaucracy becomes one of the most equipped and remunerated in the country.
Our state is only as worthy or as efficient to the extent to which you contribute your individual quota to our collective aspiration.
Religious leaders offered prayers for the state and those at the aim of affairs. In their separate sermons, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamed and Apostle Victor Musadumi urged the gathering to change their ways and shun all acts capable of incurring the wrath of God.
As we begin the year 2021, it is important that we commit our affairs in the hands of God once again, beseeching Him for His grace, mercy, and benevolence on the state and the entire world for an end to this pandemic and other social crises.
Repentance has to do with changing your behavior, changing your attitude, changing your disposition. If you claim to be a Muslim, be a good ambassador of Islam. If you claim to be a Christian, be a good ambassador of Christianity.
Iṣẹ́ tí Olúwa gbé fún wa ní ọdún yìí nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ gbé kákànjẹ́ olórí kan wá máa ń gbé àpò wa lámọ̀ kó gbogbo kúrò sí.
To ensure that the event is in compliance with NCDC safety protocols on COVID-19, only workers on grade level 12 and above were in attendance.
The U.S. 2020 presidential election between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has been riddled with lots of intrigue, controversies, suspense, and truths. Our correspondent Destiny Momo gave a review of the electoral journey between the two political giants and the aftermath of November 3rd poll.
It's risky, but you got to get out.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the 46th President-elect, Joe Biden, had some pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year 2020, things were looking up for the Republican president. Impeachment trial ended in Senate, with him being cleared on 2 charges brought by Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring and prospects of his re-election looked relatively strong. Trump delivered a coronavirus address March 11, 2020, after weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat, with cases skyrocketing in the country. Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a jittery public.
We're years ahead on vaccines, and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election.
For Biden, he won South Carolina primary on February 29, 2020, after disappointing finishes in the lower caucuses and New Hampshire primary. Joe Biden's presidential bid looked bright. Democratic hopeful Bernie Sanders dropped out on April 8, 2020, trailing Biden badly in delegates, with the coronavirus outbreak paralyzing the nation. Bernie Sanders became the final rival for the Democratic nomination to drop out of the race. The first Trump-Biden debate happened on September 29, 2020, needing something to turn his fortunes around. Trump came into his first debate with Biden looking for a fight.
My transition team is already working on what I'll put forward in the next Congress to address the multiple crises we're facing, especially our economic and COVID crises.
After a large turnout of voters for both candidates, making the largest in America's 240 years democracy, Biden won convincing both with majority votes
and Electoral College. Despite this, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will leave the White House if the Electoral College confirms Joe Biden's victory in the election. But speaking to reporters, he suggested he might never concede, alleging again without evidence there was massive fraud in the vote. In a dramatic form, Trump's supporters invaded the Capitol Hill to stop the certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January. Worse still, the president urged the supporters on which led to him being suspended from Twitter and Facebook come January 20, 2021. Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris will be sworn in as the 46th president of the United States, barring another unforeseen circumstances. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Soon in this January 2021, Americans should have the 46th president. Hopefully, that should end this drama. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
This is one story too many. But if we must make progress as a society, then we must continue to tell as many as necessary until justice and change is attained.
I no longer move freely on the street. My life is being threatened by the family, the corporate. You can see when you came, I hurried to go and pick my daughter in the church. She can't walk freely. I used to take her to school. I'm supposed to go out and look for what they will eat. I'm afraid. My son, he doesn't go out anywhere. Anyhow.
He is talking about the threats and the gossips about his 16-year-old daughter who was gang raped. Their lives have changed for the worse, actually. And because he is poor, he is being forced into silence. But pain and anger and a strong desire for justice motivates him to tell his story in spite of his fears for his family. He allows his daughter to speak to me.
On that fateful day, I was sent on an errand by my daddy, and before I left the house, I received a call. Then when I picked the call, it was like asking me where I was. I said I'm at home. He said I should meet him at a particular place. Then I told him that I'm not allowed to leave the house without permission. Then I left the house, going on the errand, not knowing that he was chasing me. Then he called from behind and I turned and saw him. Then he told me that I was the one that told him I was at home. And I told him I was sent on an errand. Then as we were talking, two of his friends came from behind and it was like I should follow them, that it's better I cooperate with them. And I told them I'm not going anywhere. That was how I wanted to free myself from them. Then he slapped me, threatening that if I did not go with him, he's going to beat me, he will kill me. Then I had no other option. He pulled me to an uncompleted building opposite the street. Then the two friends left. Then in the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
When you got home, what did you do?
And the first thing I did was to go to the bedroom. After I cleaned me, when I got home, I also cleaned myself properly again, and I was scared. I don't know who to tell. I don't know what to say to anybody. Each time I tried disclosing it to either my brother or anyone, I can't say anything.
Was that your first sexual experience?
Yes.
So you were a virgin before this happened?
Yes.
When you think about losing it, what comes to your mind?
I think about losing it, I have no other option than to cry, but after all the tears, I know it can never come back. Sometimes blame myself for what happened to me, because if I had raised an alarm, if I had told someone at that very moment, I won't be going through some of the pains I'm going through now.
I was taken to the scene of the crime.
They dragged her all the way here. They dragged her this way. And as they have described, they described that she was pushed on the floor here. And this is where the horrible crime occurred. Innocent 16-year-old girl who was on her way on an errand for her father.
After the rape, which she used a knife, a pocket knife, to threaten her before she was down there, then the guy cleaned her up with a handkerchief, and they now threatened her that, did she know that she's being videoed? She said no. He said that her friend had been videoing when all those things was happening. They now threatened that anytime they called her to come to this place for this particular thing to repeat itself, that she must come. Failing to do so, that she will be killed.
I understand that this is also the spot where these young men come to smoke and drink. So it's sort of, people are afraid to come here because of that.
And the victim's brother speaks. How did it make you feel when you found out your sister has been raped?
Well, I was very sober. Even at my place of work, I cried all through the night, and they were like, "What happened? You're not like this. Why are you crying?" I could not talk. I was angry. I felt like leaving that company that night, and only God understands. And you mean my mom was alive? I would have done something nasty, because anything I do now will affect my dad. as the first son. Any step I make, it affects him seriously. So that was I've been holding myself for months now.
Not surprising, the father was the last to know about the crime.
On that fateful day I was here, because I'm one alone. I'm left with 5 children anyway. I don't have a wife now. My wife is dead. It was my junior brother and a very good friend of this family. When I saw them with my daughter, and I saw how she was sweating, my mind cut off. They were now looking at themselves. I told them, what happened? Where is my last one? They said, he's here. I said, okay. Then my junior brother now broke the news. So I feel like taking my own life.
This is one of the many stories that emerge almost daily in Nigeria. Findings from a national survey carried out in 2014 on violence against children in Nigeria confirmed 1 in 4 females reported experiencing sexual violence in childhood, with approximately 70% reporting more than 1 incident of sexual violence. In the same study, it was found that 24.8% of females aged 18 to 24 years experienced sexual abuse prior to the age of 18, of which 5.0% sought help, with only 3.5% receiving any service. What really is going on?
10,000 rapes happen every day in Nigeria. If you ask the average Nigerian, I think there's a poll where it says 67 or is it 62% of Nigerian adults are aware of a child that has been raped or that's been harassed. It's not a seeming problem. The problem is actually there.
Now that we have a highly over-sexualized world, where even teenagers have access, younger children are having access to things that in my days would have been an abomination, you say, where did you get that? Where did you see that? And access is easy. Nigeria has one of the highest in the world search for pornography and access to pornography. Data. Researched. And we have gang rape porn. It's one of the highest being watched. They can't do all of that and not come back to find how to do it and think it's fun. And so we're having that kind of access. Nearly, you find that teenagers have porn on their phones.
We've had the case of a 6-month-old baby that was raped by a 41-year-old man who was HIV positive. And the herbalist said, if you have carnal knowledge of someone who has known no man, he'll be cured of his HIV. And he just thought about it that even a year-old baby will have known a man. So he just went for the 6-month-old baby that was draped, that was in diapers, that was well draped. So the victim is not to be blamed.
We have a rape culture in Nigeria, and part of it is a reflection of our society as a whole. We have a culture of impunity in Nigeria. You do something, you get away with it. Rape is no different. How many people have been convicted? How many victims have come forward to speak, knowing that their stories will be heard and something will be done about it? The perpetrators will be caught and punished. It doesn't happen often.
Are we unwittingly growing a culture of rape in Nigeria? I asked some Nigerians who is to blame when a woman is raped.
It depends. For instance, sometimes the woman, most times it's the women. Because sometimes we dress, the way we dress, sometimes attract men to you. And it can make them to do and undo.
Both parties can be at fault. Even the woman who is raped can be at fault. It depends on the way she's dressed. Because they say you are dressed the way you are dressed.
Both sexes.
The rapist. Simple. there is no, even if she's wrong, even if she was wearing whatever you call improper dressing. Now, who determines what is improper? We had Africans who were walking bare naked at a particular time in our history. There was no rape.
What about people that defile young children? 5, 6, 10? Did they dress indecently? What excuse are we going to give for those sort of? I think it's completely unacceptable.
How many of those men are ashamed of what they've done? How many of the people in their communities who know they've done these things actually shun them or give them any reason to feel that what they've done is wrong and not just be macho?
Victims of sexual abuse are not to blame. Well, those who are of the opinion that is the way they dressed have the right to hold their opinion. But let me take them back history. Our parents, in the communities we come from, we have seen over time that they move a distance to the stream to fetch water almost naked. They just have a wrapper they tie on the waist. She moves out there, fetch her water, and you hardly hear people raping her on the street, despite the fact she's looking half naked. Look, some of the cases we have handled in the past has nothing to do with rest. Down north, in the state where I work in the past, you will see a girl with a full hijab still raped. So it's not in the way she dressed, it is in the mind of the offender.
A lot of African families don't want issues of rape to be publicized because they think that it will affect the girl in terms of marriage, how society views her, and so they seem to want to keep it down. They don't want it to go public.
I'm trying to protect the image of my family. I'm trying to protect my children. If any organization maybe that will come out and they hid my identity or shoot it on their own, that is why I say if you want to catch monkey, follow and crawl like that monkey. Do it in such a way that 100 years coming, nobody will know that the act was performed by me.
Is it possible for rape victims to get justice, considering the nature of the crime? Some say the crime itself leaves little evidence that is often transient, compounded with the victims hesitating to talk.
If you look at proving a case of rape, it's not just in looking for torn clothes and other things. Yes, there are factors. But because the matter was not reported initially, does not mean that you can still not arrive at something. Okay, look at it in this instance. She is already pregnant. By who? How old is she? 14. Has she attained the age of consent? No. She has not reached the age she can give consent. So whoever sleeps with a girl that is a minor has already committed an offense of rape. Because even if she agrees to sleep with me, it is not consent under the law. Because she has not reached the age to agree. So that alone is a factor to establish rape. Now, if there is argument as to who is involved, we have the normal DNA. After delivering, you'll be able to ascertain whether it fits in with the person that you are investigating. That may also help in corroborating evidence. So we cannot just give up and say because the matter was not reported initially when it happened, so we cannot prove it in court, no.
So why then do so many cases remain unsolved?
If police want to get that boy, they will get him. We have given them all the necessary information. His friends, where they normally stay. But the last word from the police was, if we see him we should alert them.
If you go and report to the police, to go and pick up a suspect or invite a suspect, the IPO does not have a vehicle assigned for that. The vehicles that you've been seeing that are in the meeting are just patrol vehicles. There's no vehicle to say, okay, this vehicle is, or in this station, there is one vehicle that's dedicated to going to pick up for investigation. No. It is patrol. So now you're telling that same person to make calls with his own money. There are no lines that are dedicated to them for them to make to receive calls and make calls on behalf of cases. So he's using his money. He's going to ask you for it. You have to pay for it. Now you want to go and pick somebody, you will have to bring the money to go and pick up the person. Now who do we want to blame? So if I don't have the resources, there's no point.
The police don't seem to demonstrate sufficient diligence or commitment to investigating these cases with a view to identifying, or rather, apprehending the culprits. In many of such cases, what we find is that police are always not ever able to arrest the culprit. So the victims end up without justice.
I think that the problem really is in the enforcement of the laws we have. Nigeria has absolutely no need for more laws. We have sufficient laws, but are they enforced? That is the problem.
What becomes of the victims of rape when justice is denied?
Post-traumatic stress disorder, and that could demoralize and destabilize a person totally, that it may actually end up even in psychiatric ward. You have reproductive and other health challenges. It's more prominent in a person who has gone through, violation. You just keep having, because all your systems are not in sync. Your mind is not in sync with your body and all of that. So your immunity levels really go down. You have extremes too. They can become molesters themselves. Yeah, not everybody. You can become a molester. And also, you can have a very high-risk life. High risk. They take risk. It's like, what's the worst that can happen? And some of them, not all of them, these are different, like I said, different things happen to different people, but I'm just trying to put it all together. You have multiple sexual partners. You have, I have seen females who became lesbian because of this, who says, I don't want a man near me ever.
There are many women who suffer for life after the event. The very obvious things are things like sexually transmitted diseases that may occur, pregnancy that may occur. As a woman, I can only imagine the horror of having to carry a baby for somebody who raped me. It would be a very, very traumatic thing. There are those kinds of things that come up. There are also the psychological effects. So a lot of women find it difficult to have intimate relationships. After that, a lot of people's personalities change because of the trauma they've suffered. They don't trust people anymore. There are even people who go through eating disorders and either become too skinny or too fat in a bid to be unattractive, thinking maybe if I hadn't looked so attractive, it wouldn't have happened.
In Nigeria, rape has become endemic and is underreported. The shocking dimension that rape has taken is becoming worrisome. The act is done, condemnable for that matter, recorded, and it is used to keep victim under siege, like being under oath. And those who perpetrate the heinous acts act as if they are demented. I think this is shockingly on the increase, or the fact that perpetrators have not really been brought to book. The rate of conviction is abysmally low.
How can the family help these victims? What should they do when they become aware?
love and compassion can actually help the victim heal faster. And support, which is what they get from their family. So the family should not be part of what will create the ripples of negative effects, consequences of abuse of the child. And some of them, that is what happens. And so anybody that a child approaches, and any young adult or teenager or adult that walks up to say, something happened to me, we need to believe them. We don't need to come from the point of blame.
The family's most important role is providing support for the victim, not blaming the victim, not shunning them, because we unfortunately are also in a society where it is believed that such things are a shame to the family, and in some cases the girl or woman has been kicked out, especially if pregnancy results, or is hidden away from sight, and everybody acts as though she no longer exists. It's considered that such a person is no longer marriageable, or if she's in a marriage already, that marriage may end. So the most important thing is actually the support from parents, from siblings, from husbands, from extended family, helping the person to overcome that initial trauma, and most importantly, letting her know that regardless of the circumstances, it was not her fault that she got raped.
Society is evolving, it's changing. This whole notion that a victim should be allowed to suffer victimization because of what society will think, it does not do any good to the victim. People should speak out. Perpetrators should be exposed, so that others will learn a lesson.
Which one is better? Protecting the girl child, protecting our women, our wives, our sisters, or covering the evil? So we must find a way to deal with those perpetrators and save the female child.
This friend turned family to the victim and her family tells us why he chose to get involved.
I'm a father, and I have daughters too. And I wouldn't take the issue, the way it happened. If the girl happened to be my own daughter, I think I would fight with my life, the last pint of my blood, to make sure I get justice for her. Then I see her as also my own daughter too. And that was why I got involved, and I'm also putting every effort towards making sure that justice prevails. For somebody to just wake up and be gang rape a minor, I think it should be a cause of worry to every other Nigerian, because I don't know if it is this girl today, nobody knows who it will become, maybe his or her own son tomorrow.
What role is there for the government in addressing this?
When there's little or no conviction, when people are not brought to book, there will be no deterrent. So it's going to embolden the perpetrators of the heinous acts. And I think that what needs to be done is for the judiciary to please speed up that rate of trial, so that anyone who is innocent will go scot-free. But anyone that is found culpable will be sentenced so as to serve as a deterrent.
Anybody, which is rare, who has been found guilty, in Nigeria we still call it child defilement. It's pedophilia. All these sense and sensibilities and shifting in the chain on inability to face up and call things what they are is part of our denial culture. If government truly cares about the people, then government needs to wake up and learn that the first priority is to protect the people. And how do you protect me if you keep critical information away from me? Information that could affect me, my child, my immediacy, all of those things. So there's a lot government can do, a heck of a lot. Judges, most judges don't know what to do with rape cases. They don't. They actually don't in Nigeria.
We need to make it a national issue. We need to bring it on board that everywhere we're talking about it. We're talking about it in the Senate, we're talking about it in the House of Reps, we're talking about it in the presidency. People are stepping out to say, okay, fine, we have a problem. When Mediacon started in 2003, we discovered that in 2000, was it in 2000? Yes. WHO had held in 1999. There had been a meeting and which sexual abuse of children was declared a public health epidemic. There was nothing in this country to show that we had a public health epidemic. Children were being molested. There were no interventions. There were nothing structured to say, okay, if it happened to my child, and so nobody was even coming out to say it happened to me. And so then you have it. And then in 2004, it was declared a silent epidemic in Africa based on they were having HIV. Children were having HIV not because they were mother-to-child transmission in the womb. It was more of sexual abuse of children in Africa. And ministers of health attend that. And we don't have anybody come and say there's a problem.
Conversations about sexual violence should not come and go with every crime. Sustained efforts is necessary by all of society if this issue is to be addressed once and for all.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. If it's your first time watching, we help break business terms to its simplest form and give you tips on ways to help grow your business. In the studio with me today is Janet Adetu, a certified executive business coach with expertise in corporate protocol, professional image and leadership development. Today she will be sharing with us the need for customer centricity in running a successful business. Thank you for joining me in the studio.
You're most welcome, Irene.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to have you here today.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
We all have one thing in terms of either buying or selling. One way or the other is either you're buying something or you're selling something. As a person in itself, you're either selling yourself or having people come to you, right?
Yeah.
But how would you explain customer centricity for starters?
Okay, that sounds like a big word to people out there. So let me just, just break it down into, layman's terms. Basically, for every organization that's in business, I would say they do need to have some element of customer, centricity, in the sense that you must be customer centric. You must have empathy for your customer. You must put your customer first. That's how I put it, because your reputation is at stake. Your customers can make or break your reputation.
Exactly.
So whatever you're selling is really about making sure that your customers are happy with the product, they enjoy the product, they are very happy to be your ambassadors and tell other people about your product, because it's very easy, to make 1 or 2 customers, but when you lose those 2 customers, to get those 2 customers back is very difficult. So you want your customers to be happy all the time. Customers tend to jump ship easily with no apology.
Exactly.
Right. So being customer centric means making sure that you put the customer's need first. The product or the service that you're providing is useful to the customer, is beneficial, is something that they really need. You can always fine tune it, you can always add more to it, you can always keep developing your product, but such that the customer is always, going to feel that what they have from you is something that they would not want to give away. The customer loyalty comes from this aspect of customer centricity, in the sense that as an organization, it's not about your product, it's about your customer.
Exactly.
Will my customer come back? Will my customer tell other people about this product or service that I'm offering? Will my customer be my ambassador without me spending millions on marketing? Because most times, word of mouth really does help. It does a lot of businesses very well. And it's because the customer says, you care about me, you're thinking about me. So when you find some organizations sending birthday greetings out there, you know that, oh wow, this organization, they really care about me, they're thinking about me. I am really important to their business. And that's what it's all about, making sure that the customer feels that they are being taken care of, their needs are being considered. When they have complaints, they're addressed almost immediately, and their voice is being heard. Because at the end of the day, you are providing a product or a service just so that that customer will always feel happy.
And always come back,
come back and be loyal. That's the whole idea about that, being customer centric. So no matter what you're selling, whether it's something big or small or expensive, whatever, even if you have a boutique selling clothes that are not so expensive, make sure that when a customer walks into your organization or into your shop, into your showroom, you're quickly up, you're up and about. How are you, madam? Greeting them, what would you like? How can I help you? Because we do find some places where, hey, you walk into a place and they're just looking at you, they're sizing you up.
Exactly.
First of all, could I,
can she afford what I'm selling?
Yes, no, let me not waste my time. But guess what? You never can judge a book by its cover. You don't know that customer can bring you more business tomorrow. So you have to be very, very, customer service is key. It's really about exerting excellent, exceptional customer service, not just ordinary customer service. Exceptional ones. Yes, absolutely. Service. And what is it about exceptional one? It's just going the extra mile, doing the extra thing, And it could be as little as, would you like a cup of tea or service? You run a spa, for instance, and someone's come to do to be relaxed and to have their massage and all that. And to be relaxed, what else can I do to help my customer feel more relaxed? Offer them a drink, offer them tea or coffee, offer them something small, maybe a snack while they're waiting, just to feel special, just so that, hey, competition is real, so you need to be able to dare to be different so that you can stand out from the crowd, because customers will easily jump ship just from a normal frown.
Because it's not just you selling that thing or
it's actually not about your product.
Service.
It's not even about your service. It's about your soft skills. And I preach it all the time. Your soft skills are what will make or break your business. So from the moment you walk in, whoever's at the front desk, a simple hello or a simple smile can make or break.
On the face, exactly.
Can make or break that relationship, And I've walked into organizations where I can remember a particular time where the front desk officer, she was eating her, it was breakfast because it was in the morning, although it was rice and the aroma was there. She was eating, and as I walked in, she didn't even say hello. She just said, please sign there. She was still eating and she just pointed to the register, and I thought, can you imagine? And lo and behold, she wasn't polite at all. As soon as I finished writing my name, she threw the tag at me and just said I should take a seat. So you can imagine, did I go back there again to do business? Absolutely not. So it was, and you see, customer centricity really starts from the moment you step through the gates of an organization, from the security man to the front desk officer, before you even see the person that you are actually going to see. And that's why I say to management, it's very key. Your front desk officer can kill your business.
Exactly, it's very important.
And you don't know, the person could be coming to do $1 Naira business, $1 million business. You can never tell from the person just by looking at them. And therefore, soft skills are extremely essential if you want to put your customer first. It's all about empathy, you know, it's all about self-awareness, it's about self-discipline. And it's more key to reputation management for the organization.
All right, and then we know that here in Nigeria, how well do you think we're emphasizing enough on how we take care of our customers?
No.
At some point or the other, you must have bought something from, you know, a store. You know.
I mean, some organizations are trying their best. They're actually trying their best. We can see it now, based on soft skills. Some companies, as soon as you step into the organization, you're being welcomed, and as you leave, you're even being thanked for, you know, for your custom, for your, you know. So that on that point, they're trying, but there's still a lot of organizations that are actually ignoring this element. Now you can tell that there's a lot of entrepreneurs. A lot of people now own their own businesses. That's really where the problem is. People who are entrepreneurs, who are not investing in soft skills or empathy for the customer, that's where the real problem is. And it's about really educating and advocating for proper customer service.
Because you see a lot of customers really complaining, oh my goodness, I went to this store, the way the receptionist or whoever just looked at me exactly like I was nothing until I brought out what I wanted my money to pay. She started treating me right. Hello, I think that was too late to be nice.
That is, yeah, too little too late, because customer service, the moment you hire anybody who is going to be customer facing or client facing, whether it's high profile job or a sales girl, you must invest in some element of customer service. It's an assumption that everybody has an idea of how to say hello. Common greeting is part of customer service, and attending to the need of that person. So somebody comes in and they're looking for something, or you walk into a supermarket that is full of many aisles and you're looking for a particular product. The people who are on the sales floor should know where every item is. It's part of customer service. I've walked into a supermarket as well, and I asked for something, and the person said they don't know where it is, and yet they work there. You see, now that
and you
again
make efforts to find what it was.
Even if you don't know where the place is, or maybe you're new in the organization, because that can happen. Pass that customer on to someone who you think will know where that thing is, or direct them again, or just tell them, please, if you see the lady that is over there, she's in control of that area, kindly ask her. And that's all it takes, just an element of politeness. You know, good conduct and behavior is very important, and you don't just answer in a lackadaisical manner. You know, everything about your customer service is your your body language, your body language, your conduct, your tone, the way you communicate, your voice, you know, the way you've come across. And have you come to say, hello, how are you, can I help you? Because sometimes you can be somewhere and you can glaringly see that the person is looking for something or needs assistance. Even if it's not your area, it's not your department, it still means that if that's your organization, be polite enough to ask that person, how can I help you? And that is enough to at least set the right tone, and then you can pass them on to the right person. But yes, we don't see enough of that in the businesses in Nigeria today, and it's because a lot of people have taken it for granted. A lot of people think, well, I'm here to sell this thing. If I sell 10 today, I'm okay. I don't really need to emphasize on customer service. But guess what? You're in business for a long time, not just for tomorrow, and therefore you want your customers to keep on coming back and to keep on recommending you to other people. So customer service is important, and no, we're not seeing enough of it. I wish we could see enough of it. We need to be educated a bit more.
Exactly. So we know that, I know that you are a corporate image consultant and you do a whole lot with it. How can a deficit in customer centricity affect a business as a whole?
Oh, wow. It's still back to the reputation that I was talking about. Image is everything. And a picture speaks, you know, 1,000 words, yes. But you know, when there's no customer centricity, you're killing your organization immediately. I said initially that this competition is real. So you're not the only one that is in this business. There are a whole lot of people. But why do I want to come to you? Why am I geared towards you? Maybe in the past you have done something, or maybe you're the first person that I walked into that place to say, I like this, and I liked what I saw, and I'm coming back. But you can imagine if you're the first person that I'm approaching about this particular service or product that I'm looking for, and you frowned at me, and you didn't smile, and you didn't attend to me at all.
You were insolent, possibly.
The first thing I'm going to say is not about you. I'm going to talk about the company. I'm going to say, oh my gosh, no. The reputation is bad, and that's the image that you're killing already. And lots of businesses are suffering from this just because of that little 1 minute of soft skill. Hello, good afternoon. How can I help you? That kind of thing. And the image is dented, and sometimes, they say first impressions go a long way.
Exactly.
And it takes seconds to make that first impression. So if I walk into your organization and I don't see anything related to any kind of element of politeness, and I walk out, it's going to take me a long while for me to regain trust in you. Chances are I'm not coming back. I'm actually going to go to another organization. So definitely the image is killed, and there's a saying from Warren Buffett that says it can take you 20 years to build a reputation, to build your business, and it can take you 2 minutes to kill it.
All right, then we know that we've seen lots of people going into customer service, customer care training, but then it's not necessarily really translating to the way they relate with customers when they see them. Some people will tell you, oh, I'm not in the mood. I can't smile if I'm not in the mood.
Well, you're right. And there are tons and tons of trainings out there. What is that training geared towards? What is the objective of the training? I really believe when it comes to customer service, it's a practical, interactive training. It's not about theory. It's not about this is this and this is that and everything is writing. It needs practicality. It needs case studies. It needs real life examples. You need to be put in a position whereby if a customer comes into your organization and is extremely angry, and this is a scenario, what would you do? It needs role play. You need to act it out. You need to be able to be in a position where been there, done that, seen it, all right? And that's the only way it can be embedded. And it's not a one-day thing, by the way. When it comes to customer service, it should be consistent. It should be something that you reiterate and you reinforce. Customer service training is reinforcement, all right? And it's not that they've done the training and they should be able to do it. No, it needs to be, consistently, things need to be in their face all the time. And sometimes you can do a face one-on-one classroom training and support it with videos, support it with more case studies, support it with parents' behavior and conduct and communication.
Yes.
So when the attitude is wrong, the company has to look inwards. What is making the attitude of our staff bad? What is that? What is it about the morale that is being killed? Is it the environment? Is it what we are offering them? Is it something that there's a bit of conflict? Are they having workplace, conflict? Are they having some issues with each other? Are they having challenges? You have to dig right into it, because when it comes to customer service, as an employee, you also have to be happy. You also have to know about the product that you're selling. You have to have some detailed knowledge about it. And can you buy it before you start thinking about selling it to someone else? All right, and that's it. Some people don't believe in what they're selling or the product that they have. Some people don't believe in it. So it's really about aligning your employees' goals with the goals of the organization to move forward.
We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we'll talk about etiquette. Do stay with us. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for staying with us. You're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Ma'am, let's talk about etiquette for a bit. Now, I know that while I was still in university, I remember one thing my chancellor...
People think that it's got nothing to do with them and it's for a certain category of people. And people also think it's like trying to make them be what they are not. No, it is not. It is really about those skills, profitable, beneficial, purposeful, all right, skills that are used, interpersonal skills that are used to take you to the next level. There are skills that will help you get a job, stay in a job, thrive in a job. There are skills that will help you escalate to the next level. There are skills that will help you maneuver around situations that seem to be challenging.
And this seems to be one thing that people don't really understand.
No, they don't understand the importance of ensuring that there are certain soft skills you need to be a leader. Now, it is true, you don't readily see it in the university, you're not readily taught, but certain circumstances will position you in a place whereby, hey, I wish I had better knowledge about this, I would have handled it better, all right? And it's about, again, ABC, your whole appearance and your attitude, your behavior, and your conduct and communication. All those three package you and increase your image. And etiquette really is about, so I'll start with manners. Manners is the right thing to do at the right time. I see you in the morning, I should say good morning. That's manners. I see you in the afternoon, I should say good afternoon. Or in the evening, you know, I should greet you because I'm just seeing you for the first time that day. Etiquette really is how do I greet?
How you do it.
How do I greet? And sometimes, well, many times actually, it's influenced by culture and religion. So if I'm in Asia, there's a way I will greet you. If I'm in Africa, there is a way I will greet you. And if I'm in any other part of the world, there is a way I will greet you. So it's based on the geographical location, the culture, and the religion as well. Protocol is when. So manners, etiquette, and protocol go together. So should I greet you now, or should I greet you 5 hours later? The protocol means I ought to greet you now as I'm seeing you. As we sit at the table and we want to eat, the protocol is take your napkin, place it on your lap, all right? Pick up your cutlery and start eating, all right? So that's the protocol. The etiquette is how do I start eating? Do I eat with my knife and fork? Do I eat with chopsticks? Or do I eat with my hand? And of course, the manners is making sure you eat with your people around you in mind. So don't eat with too many, don't talk when your mouth is full, all right? So don't lean across the table while you're eating. When you have knife and fork in your hands, don't be wielding it as you're talking or you're gesturing. It's dangerous, all right? So, but you're right again. I wish we could see more. The society, and it's not just locally, actually, it is global. Unfortunately, globally, there's a lot of rudeness. There's a lot of very bad etiquette. There's a lot of very bad conduct. And when it comes to business, an organization will hire you for your technical skills, but they will fire you for your behavioral skills.
Exactly.
So poor behavior, you will be fired. Good technical skills are good. But you see, that is why it's very important that you must remember that today, soft skills are the new hard skills. People are not hiring because you had a first class. People are hiring because they want to know, do you actually have leadership potential? Do you work well with other people? Do you have the ability to lead a team, to work with a team? Because it's not just me, myself, and I, you see. And therefore, etiquette means being polite to people, being considerate, being kind, being able to do things together. It's not just about you. And therefore, we try to emphasize it in terms of when it comes to leadership, you must have empathy. You must be able to understand. You know, emotional intelligence is key to any leadership.
Exactly,
any
I was going to come to that. What's the
connecting?
What's that connection between, you know, etiquette and emotional intelligence?
Absolutely. A good leader should always have elements of emotional intelligence. You are leading people, so you should be able to be sensitive to how you come across to them and how they come across to you. When you say something, how does it be thoughtful about how did that land on them? Was I a bit too harsh, or did I really take consideration about my words? Then you walk in, you see one of your staff who's just had a baby, and you know that she's got a young child, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, you know what? I think it's time. I think you, because of your baby, let me consider, for you to be productive and not think about your baby all day long, I need to make things more conducive for you. So I think you should come in at a certain time and leave at a certain time. And that time you're there, you're most productive. But if I keep you in the office till 6, 7, 8 p.m. and I know you had a newborn baby, you're not going to be productive at all. And that means I, as a leader, must be sensitive to my circumstances and to people that I'm leading. And it's very important. It's about self-awareness, It's about self-discipline. It's about empathy. You know, it's about so many things that make you lead. As a leader, you cannot claim to know everything. You should be in a position where you're also learning from the people that work with you, and that makes an all-rounder. And it means, therefore, as a leader, you must have some etiquette. You must be able to be polite, because you are actually the epitome of somebody's looking at you. You are coaching or mentoring from a distance without even knowing it. People are watching the way you do things. Are you a good leader? Do you show good traits, good leadership traits? And that's where the whole full package comes in. If you are a leader who is very rude to your subordinates, shouts all the time, extremely inconsiderate, could not care less about, you know, I don't care, finish it at 10 p.m., that's your business, then you are definitely going to have real problems with your leadership style. Poor productivity, and the bottom line will be affected completely. And people will begin to leave, high turnover, just because the boss, we don't get on with the boss. So a lot of things are connected, you know, and it's almost I wouldn't call it customer service from the external point, but it's internal customer service. Am I polite to the people that I work with?
Because it's going to translate to the customers themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, finally, because of time. Do you need to go to a school to learn all of these things, or you can pick it up from the environment?
You mean etiquette itself?
Yes.
Behavior, conducts, interpersonal skills. To be honest with you, you don't necessarily need to go to school, because, as they say, when it comes to manners, manners is everywhere. Manners is free. Manners is priceless. The problem is you can lose millions without manners. And, you know, and again, with manners and etiquette, it can actually open doors for you more than any technical education that you have had. But you can pick it up as you go along. But it's nice to be in a position where you can get elements of training on it, because it gives you a foot forward, all right? It's not to say where the etiquette schools, I need to go there. Sometimes
schools. I know I went to a finishing school though.
Yes, which I think is fantastic, because I run a finishing school myself. But you see, at this point in time, if you get the opportunity to go, don't say, oh, I don't want to go, or I have to go because my office says I have to go. Every learning experience is important. Knowledge is power. Whenever you find yourself in a position where you're learning something new, grab it. You might not need that knowledge now, you might need it later. But yes, it's good to go to a place where you can learn some of these soft skills, because it's an added advantage. It's your panache advantage, I call it. But then again, always be observant. You know, use people that are mentors to you, that are coaches to you, that, you know, you really like the way they are. Watch the way they do things. Watch the way they conduct themselves, how they communicate, how they behave, their appearance and their attitude, and you will learn a whole lot more.
All right,
Definitely.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me. And that's all on Ladies Talking Business today. I do hope you really learned a lot, because I did. Until next time, I still remain your host, Irene Ubani. Bye.
it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident to mark our place. Some people, they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Good morning and thank you for joining us this very, very beautiful Monday morning here on Plus TV Africa. We call this The Breakfast, and it's going to be about 2 hours of great conversations, interesting topics that we have for you, and of course, just a very, very peaceful morning as much as we can. Good morning,
Indeed.
Vanessa.
Good morning, Oserege, and good morning to you at home, wherever you're watching us from. Everything that's been top of your mind, from the NIN registration to the closure of the Third Mainland Bridge for a further 2 weeks, to that issue we know you've been talking about on Twitter, the arrest of about 70 club goers on Saturday morning. We're all going to be discussing it with our panel of experts on The Breakfast this morning.
If you've just been, released from police custody because you went clubbing over the weekend, we'll talk about that this morning. You maybe, can tweet at us at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and let us know what your experience was like. And if you've learned any lessons also. This morning, we're also going to be talking of the president who's made a declaration that insurgency will end this year, 2021. How different is this from the other times that statements like these have been made? We'll definitely get to share with you this morning. And also, what happened today in history?
Yes, today in history, big issues today in history, from birthdays to
someone's, the U.S., what's this, a Doctor General or Surgeon General, and his declaration of the link between smoking and cancer. So some of these things will come up this morning, and we hope that you truly, truly enjoyed. How was your weekend?
My weekend, well, I spent most of it at home and the rest of it at the office. So yes, it was a mix of work and play.
Pretty much same for me. I worked all through Saturday and then I had only Sunday to rest. But unfortunately, I overfed myself multiple times on Sunday. And so, you know that feeling when you feel drugged, you know, because of excess food and sleep?
I know that
That's
feeling.
how my Sunday was spent.
Feeling. I do wish I feel that way right now.
It was a good one. I pretty much enjoyed the weekend. We hope you did too also. So good morning once again. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this short break to kick off with Off the Press.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, you're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now is the time where we unbundle the day's newspapers and we basically make sense of the big issues in the news. It's called Off the Press. And with me today, or with us in the studio, is legal practitioner Liberus Ashoma. Thank you very much and good morning for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. All right, we're kicking off with you were going to say something?
No, like they say, Happy New Week.
So we're kicking off with stories from the Nation newspapers this morning. Let's see what we can quickly find over there. Breaking news from yesterday, of course, spoke about the new Ohanese president, Obiozo. So I'm sure we'll get to talk about that. But here it says, varsity workers begin 3-day strike over allowances. It feels like a strike every week in Nigeria right now. Amotekun Mieti Allah in joint action against bandits. That's also one of the things you can find on The Nation. How to grow economy in 2021. And also 37 travelers burnt in motor accidents. More on The Nation newspapers this morning. Gunmen kill 3 policemen in attack on police station. And we also can find here COVID-19, the government to spend $8 on each vaccine for 144 million. We also can see here thugs attack senator and others at Osun APC meeting. Alafin shifts 50th anniversary. That's one of the stories that we can find. And here, talking about the leader of Ohanese, governors, leaders canvass unity at Obiozo's election. That's from stories from the Southeast this morning. So let's move straight to Liberus Ashoma and see which of them you can quickly pick off on.
Yeah, please permit me to start with Ohanaeze election because sometimes last week there were allegations that even though there was an election, but that the outgoing leadership of Ohanaeze was trying to skew the election in favor of Obiozor, and they were advised that they should try as much as they can to make the process transparent and this is not the time that the Indigbos, would entertain any division amongst them, especially, in the build-up to the next general election that they've been clamoring for, the shifting of the presidency to the southeast. And so I would also, want to toe that line that no matter the fallout from this process, that the Indigbos should try as much as they can now to close ranks. Whatever the outcome, whatever the fallout, that nobody should be rejected or undermined. This should be a time for them to, actually, come together and build a consensus and a common front that would help them, because I do not expect, against the backdrop of the division that we're experiencing now, they shouldn't expect that, everybody consensuously or unanimously will just say that they should have, the presidency. And so it should come from them building a consensus first. And then quickly also, on the issue of Amotekun, Miatiala, joint action against the bandit, I think also this should call for synergy, not just in the southwest, everywhere across the divide. Because a situation where I had said it, in time past, that where you keep hearing, herdsmen crisis, it's not a crisis or herdsmen invasion of communities. And for an average herdsman who is concerned about the bad publicity, they should sit down to take steps to actually say, how do we curb this? Because people, are giving us a bad name. It's almost as if now if you're driving on the road and you see cows, it's almost as if, look, you are, every herdsman now is presumed to be, a bandit.
Armed and dangerous.
And then also, it's also, even though to some extent you are able to curb this crisis or insecurity, whatever name they want to call it.
Okay, I think you can also briefly just speak on the government spending $8 each on COVID-19 vaccine and our hopes of vaccinating as many Nigerians as possible. How likely is that we can achieve that?
This COVID and the vaccine, it's for a long time will be a crisis, not just in Nigeria, but world over, because there are still so many people who do not believe genuinely that, this is a crisis, a natural occurrence. Even in the West, some people still believe that it was created to maybe depopulate certain areas, but unfortunately, it didn't work out the way it was planned. And all of a sudden, you have a vaccine for it. Also, there are conspiracy theories that believe that the vaccine, initially they linked COVID-19 to 5G.
Yes.
And then when that didn't fly, also they are linking, I speak specifically of Pastor Chris Oyakhilome, I don't know how to label that clip now. He said he saw, he stumbled on a document and all of this, and all of these are about money making and marketing and, trying to control a one world. And so it's going to be a crisis for a long time. So that's why, for me, government should be careful in their spending and how they manage the vaccines. This morning also on CNN, there was also questions related to whether people can be compelled legally. There are no laws in place yet to compel people to compulsorily vaccinate.
Yes.
You know, so all of these are going to be crises, you know, a few weeks, months from now. But whether we have the capacity or the financial muscle to vaccinate everybody is another thing. And I think what the government is trying to do to create that confidence, to say, yes, the president had taken it, the vice president and some ministers. Another question you would ask, you know, we are doubters in this part of the world. People who are going to say, how are we sure that it is the vaccine that they were actually taking on air?
I was just on water.
So that's why that's why we need to be careful, especially, you know, with corruption always hovering around everything that we do. You know, we should try as much as we can to be transparent in spending. You're spending $1 each on vaccine. $8 each, sorry, on vaccine for 144 million, you know, people. And then the question you would ask, and you know, let's be more transparent in even the numbers, because some people have asked, yes, you see a few persons that said, yes, they contracted the virus, but you know, every day you hear the numbers increase, and then government action, like I said last week, government action, you know, and inaction also does not actually, you know, tally with what they are saying. And then now the numbers are increasing. Yes. Government is destroying the ad hoc structures they put in place. So where are the people? Where are they actually treating these persons? Where are they conducting these tests? You know, how rapid, how much of these tests are we conducting to also tally with the numbers that we have? So all of these are going to cast doubt in the spending if government is not careful.
Okay. Let's now turn to the Punch newspaper. The big story here says it's unsafe to reopen universities now. COVID-19 guidelines absent, and that's ASU speaking. It says students shouldn't return to crowded hostels, classes, declare lecturers. Holding physical lectures now would be disastrous, says Funab ASU. We won't expose our members to health hazards, and that's Unical lecturers. Another big one here on the Punch newspaper is about the election of Obiozor. It says contestants kick as Obiozor emerges Ohaneze Ndigbo president. Electoral Amendment Act won't guarantee free polls, and that's according to INEC. Oil nears 56,000 FG, $56 a barrel. FG may reintroduce fuel subsidy. And while we got great news about Elon Musk now being the richest, billionaires list Dangote losing $900 million in 24 hours. And here, down at the Punch newspaper, we see Akeredolu restates call for state police over insecurity. Aggrieved APC members attack Oshu senator, vandalize vehicles. COVID-19, Ekiti imposes curfew, restricts gatherings to 20. And a few more stories here on the Punch newspaper. And SARS, 2.5 billion naira lost to 95-day Lekki tollgate closure. Lagos impounds 100 motorcycles on restricted routes. And varsity workers plan 3-day protest over IPPIS and 40 billion naira sharing. Ms. Oshama, these are the stories on the front page of the Punch this morning. And would you be interested in speaking on this issue of reopening of universities January 18th that the federal government has prescribed, and how ASU is now saying they don't think it's the right time or that the guidelines are not right at the moment?
ASU should be ashamed of themselves, really. For almost a year, they were at home, thanks to IPPIS or no IPPIS, and you know now, and nobody thought about the comforts or the lacuna or the unaccounted for months that the student has stayed at home. You know, if you remember, there are some jobs you apply for, you know, you are asked to state from, you know, in your resume, you must account for every year.
Yeah,
there must not be a gap year. Yes. Even the years that you were not in the university, what were you doing? You know, in other societies, you have opportunities for, you know, internship, or you have, you know, manual labor. So it becomes easy for you to go work in some, you know, restaurants, you know, do security jobs. But in this part of the world, it is not like that. And so you have the tendency for some persons to go into crime, and then others will just loaf around, and others will just be there, you know. So now I think, and then the university environment ought to be a hub for research, lectures, research, and building of character. But here, we just think that our university is an environment where you just come, sell handouts, and then, you know. So I had expected that as we're speaking, our universities should be churning out research on COVID, on possible vaccines, and why should we, or must we wait for the vaccine to come from the West? Why can't it come from here? What are universities doing to ensure or find, you know, local solutions to this? Yesterday I was discussing with somebody about, what do you call it, usage of internet access and the rest. Why is it that now we had Zoom, we had Skype, but with COVID, you know, Zoom became very popular. What are our universities doing to improve on what is on ground in terms of internet facilities and, you know, to ensure that, okay, even if students are going to come back to school, if we, you know, with what we have now, where physical distancing, social distancing is encouraged, how do we, you know, latch onto this to create, you know, apps?
And maybe even build some, you know, for the school.
And then funding. This also brings us back to funding
so
of the university.
Would you agree with them if they say we can't achieve these things due to lack of funding?
That's where I'm coming to now. Sometimes also, some of these students, university, access funds through donor agencies.
Yes.
So we also cannot just, you know, put the responsibility squarely on government. How about these areas where you can access donor funds from, you know, foreign bodies? What are we doing to access those funds? And then secondly, the issue, this brings us back to the issue of funding. Anytime you hear the university go on strike, it is as a result of salaries and allowances and not structures in the university. Here, you're talking about classroom, congested classrooms. So social distancing might not be observed. Even if you say, let the lecturers do what you call virtual learning, how many of our public schools were able to conduct, you know, distance learning during the lockdown? In most private schools. And then the private universities had been in session. What are they doing differently? You know, what have they been doing differently that they've been able to graduate students while the public universities are home? So why is there no collaboration? You know, one learning from the other. Okay, you've done this thing. So with all of this, it's almost as if the university, ASU, just created excuses. They have not provided solutions to the excuses that they created. One would have expected university should be a solution providing centers. So you say, oh no, we can't do this now. So what are the alternatives? How many of the students actually have access to computers that if you now want to do virtual learning? What is the strength of the internet access in some of these areas? You know, so how do we ensure that you can even juggle classes and say, okay, instead of holding one class, if the group is large, let's stagger the classes. Or in the hostels, like what they did in, I don't want to mention names so that I don't seem to be advertising, what they did in some of the private universities, they staggered, you know, sessions. Yeah. You know, some batch will come, spend a month or 2 months and go. Another set will come, spend 2 months and go. So at every time, you do not have the entire students in school once. So that created opportunity for them to manage the facilities that they have. Why our ASU not also, you know, looking in that direction? Must it be you? It creates, you know, a mindset of laziness. You don't want to work.
It's well, maybe laziness and lack of innovation, you know, and you know, there's numerous, you know, details
all like they say, all join. And then quickly, permit me to go to. I laughed when you talked about oil near $56
per barrel.
Yeah. And government may reintroduce fuel subsidy. I've never seen a government as confused as this. They say there is no more fuel subsidy, but you are paying bridging costs. So there's equalization. So that is why the cost of PMS in Lagos is the same as the cost of PMS in Arugungu or Eremukokware or in Anegbete, because government is taking the burden of bridging. And yet, the cost of tomatoes in Bagada is not the same as the cost in Lagos Island or Lekki. So if there is no subsidy, that cost will not be uniform. So that means there is cost subsidy. Government is still paying something somehow.
Yes.
And now a government that says you want to allow market forces to determine price. All of a sudden you say, oh, there's more money now. So maybe we should reintroduce fuel subsidy. It's something you have canvassed that it is not good for your economy. So that means if you have more money, you do not even know what to do with it. You need to, something you have condemned, that you are throwing away money. You are just, you are subsidizing the rich. So that means if you have more money, you are going to subsidize the rich at the expense of the poor. So how then do you now intend or expect the people to believe you tomorrow when there is no money? When you now say, no, we need to yank up subsidy. It shows inconsistency. And then quickly, lastly, electoral amendment won't guarantee free polls. I completely agree. But that does not mean that we should not at every turn be amending to create opportunity to fine-tune the process. But our attitude is what we guarantee free polls. But if you also amend and you put structures in place that will streamline the interference, human interference, then you'll be pushing gradually to guaranteeing free polls.
Okay, let's just have you take one story from The Guardian this morning. The major one there says, late PIB passage threatens 4 trillion naira marginal fields earnings. Federal government looks to bid round to increase reserves. Host communities insist on right of refusal. Also here, 4 soldiers injured as military kills 50 bandits, recovers livestock in Zamfara and Katsina. 20 commuters die in Bauchi auto crash, and rancor and protest as Obiozo emerges new Ohanese president. We also have here the fire raises Immigration Service headquarters, Abuja Market and Anambra factory. I think let's just have you quickly speak on the number of bandits that are repeatedly killed, but it still doesn't seem to be taking away the situation, and the president promising that 2021 would be the end of insurgency in Nigeria.
That's a promise that he's made even in May 2015 upon inauguration, and a lot of people thought that he was going to match his words with action. And at the end of the day, what we saw were just rehearsals, and the real movie was still suspended. So I do not want such promises. All I want to see is that let the people say that, yes, this government are truly, taking steps. Let's say enough of all of this, plenty words. I tell you now that for you to travel from Lagos to Benin, you need the blood of Jesus. Now, seriously. And to travel from Benin through Auchi, Lokoja, Abuja, you will need all the prayers, imam and Christians to, be on their guard for you to go and come back safely. And these are the 2 most popular roads in Nigeria. And yet they are unsafe to travel on. Airfare is, beyond the reach of the ordinary man. And so you now begin to ask yourself, if in a country your most populous roads are not safe, every day, there is no day you pick up a newspaper, you will not hear of bandits, you will not hear of kidnappers. To the extent that kidnapping is now a normal thing. It's like government just hear of it and say, oh, another has happened. Police would hear and they tell you, go and negotiate.
When even security officials are being kidnapped.
Exactly. So very soon, like I said last time, you will hear that a governor has been kidnapped. So what we need to do, we are not doing yet. These people, they have domain. They are residents somewhere. They camp people. So when you come, you kidnap 15 persons. They are not in the air. You keep them somewhere. How come that we are not empowering our security operatives to survey these areas? We give them equipment to be able to assess these areas that the kidnappers trek to. See if cars cannot access it. So it shows that we are just we're not serious. And then you now hear that governors who hitherto had condemned state policing and now say we need it. Anything that we can do to create a pool, to build more army of security personnel, we should do. This idea of, running Nigeria like a big local government where the president is the chairman and wants to decide what should happen everywhere can no longer work.
All right, we're out of time for this. Thank you for staying with us so far. It's been our newspaper review with Libros Oshoma. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll be sharing with you what happened on this day in history, the 11th of January. Stay with us here on The Breakfast.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating it to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, there's unemployment. Yes, there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the first training.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. It's 11th of January, and would maybe say happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating today.
Yes, happy birthday to you.
Well, we always like to share with you what happened on this day sometime in history, and we're going back to 1964, a story from the U.S. Surgeon General, his name Luther Terry. It was on this day in 1964 that he linked the connection between smoking and cancer. It is something that had been spoken about and had been suspected since the 1930s, but there wasn't really any proof. And so on this day, he officially made that link and that connection. By 1958, a few years before this day, 44% of Americans already believed that smoking caused cancer. And cigarette companies, of course, over time in the next decade, continue to spend money lobbying and trying to convince the United States government to not ban smoking entirely. And of course, they instead went through other ways of remarketing their products and, basically promoting, that their product had less tar and nicotine. They advertised it to have reduced levels of tar and nicotine. Over time, of course, after this statement and this declaration was made by Luther Terry, and of course in 1995, California was the first to ban smoking in public places. Other states did follow, and took the same action. And, all of this came from about 7,000 articles with regards smoking and cancer. And it had been a very, very popular conversation back then in the 60s until this declaration was finally made. I would also say that in 1969, the U.S. Congress then adopted the Federal Cigarette Labeling and Advertising Act of 1969. And it was an act that enforced health warnings on cigarette packs. So, those things that you see when you buy a pack of cigarettes. For those of you who buy cigarette packs, you must see warnings that say smokers are liable to die young and, stuff like that. It was in 1969 that it was enforced by the Cigarette Labeling and Advertising Act, and also banned advertising of cigarettes on broadcast media. And that's why till today you don't get to see cigarette advertising on television and any type of broadcast media. That's most of it, So today, 1964, the 11th of January, U.S. Surgeon General Luther Terry announced a definitive link between smoking and cancer.
I think it's a great one that Dr. Terry was able to make that definitive link, letting you know that, yes, people die of cancer, but smoking is one of the causes. From my research, I found out that smoking causes about 15 types of cancer. Yes. And it's if 10 people have cancer, according to the research, 7 out of them are probably caused by smoking. And it's interesting to note that for New Year resolutions, one of the most listed as a New Year resolution for people is to quit smoking.
Yes.
So
some people succeed, some don't.
Some don't. Yeah, you just can only take it one day at a time.
Absolutely.
I don't mean the cigarettes. I mean take
the
it.
resolutions.
Yeah,
absolutely. Exactly. All right, so that happened on this day. I remember growing up, there were certain brands that I used to see back then in the early 90s, but those brands don't exist anymore. And what attracted me really to them was the type of advertising that they had. It was really, really colorful, and some magazines.
Yes.
It was really colorful and interesting,
yes.
But those things don't exist anymore. And there's also a very popular song by Lighthouse Family that was used to advertise a particular cigarette brand back then in the 90s. Anyway.
So yes, something remarkable that occurred this day, January 11th, was in 1957, and it was the day the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Attahiru Muhammadu Jega, was born. He was born 11th January in Jega in Kebbi State. He is a Nigerian academic. He is a former vice chancellor of the Bayero University in Kano State. He was nominated by the then president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, as the new chairman of INEC, subject to Senate confirmation and as a replacement for Maurice Iwu, who vacated that post on April 28, 2010. Interestingly, Jega is the only INEC chairman to oversee 2 Nigerian general elections, but now that the current chairman has been, passed by the Senate or confirmed for that position of INEC, we see that he's now going to be taking up that spot once more. Jega retired on June 30, 2015, handing over his position to Amina Zakari, according to a directive by President Muhammadu Buhari. Jega is seen widely as an astute intellectual with a strong sense of ethics and morality. He's a former president of the Academic Staff Union of Universities and was an opponent of the Babangida military government in the early 1990s. We see that he faced fierce criticism from both the opposition and the ruling party. That was during the campaigning for the 2015 Nigerian general election. So much great accomplishment of Attahiru Jega. He's widely celebrated, and today is his birthday. So happy birthday to him. And like we said earlier, to everybody who's celebrating January 11th today.
Absolutely. And, one moment that, would always be in the minds of Nigerians when it comes to Attahiru Jega was his calm demeanor, during the few minutes of the Orubebe episode.
That was very popular. Yes.
Everyone who remembers the 2015 general elections would remember that, few minutes of display by a man who, felt like the elections were flawed and there was a lot of cheating. Attahiru Jega's demeanor and, his calm response to Orubebe was very, very popular. So happy birthday to him. And that's what we have for you today, the 11th of January in 1964 and
1957.
Stay with us. We're getting straight into a conversation next, talking about the police invasion of clubs in Lagos and maybe in other parts of the country for persons who have decided to continue breaking COVID-19 guidelines and protocols. We'll talk about that next here on The Breakfast.
is God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back, and we're now being joined by Libra Sashama again to discuss a very key issue occurred over the weekend. What's the talk on social media? Police invasion of clubs. We'll be discussing if it's a grandstanding or a commendable action. So in the early hours of Saturday around 1 a.m. Over the weekend, the police, raided some clubs in Surulere, Lagos, and arrested over 70 club goers. Now, they say they were arrested for violating COVID-19 protocols, social distancing, and, the clubs have been suspended to check the spread of the virus. They also arrested residents and motorists for violating the 12 a.m. curfew, not just in Surulere, but also in the island. And Lagos, as we know, is the epicenter of the virus, accounting for over a third of the infections in Nigeria. Let's now bring Libra Soshama in to discuss this. Now, COVID-19 or not, Nigerian police, they've been notorious over the years for basically raiding clubs, under the guise of, arresting prostitutes or sex workers, so to speak, and internet fraudsters. So would you say COVID-19 is just an excuse this time, or would you commend them for, carrying out their duties?
All of us we are a country of very lawless people. Let's not hide under the fact that, yes, police are notorious. They are lawless. The rest of us also are lawless. When government says, the state government and not even federal government says, look, there are protocols to be observed because the numbers are increasing. Whether you doubt the numbers or not is a rule that have been laid down by government. Obey and observe. Club owners, you see, in Rivers State, even though we condemned Wike, he went as far as demolishing a hotel, even though they will pay compensation later. But that's your business have been sacrificed just to prove a point. So why would you want to, go to that extent to sacrifice a business because you want to, So sometimes when we understand that we live in a lawless society, we should try as much as we can not to be caught off guard. For one, I don't like begging policeman. I would want to be on my rights so that when I insist, I know what I'm insisting on. But when you are caught off guard, you are at their mercy. So that's the problem here. They say, do not open. When you open, ensure that the numbers does not extend or is not beyond this number, so that there'll be proper spacing. Comply. If for nothing at all, it's a rule laid down by government. They say don't move between 12 midnight and 4 a.m. I presume maybe COVID is out at that time, on a lighter note. But for whatever reason, comply. Ensure that, except you are, it's an extreme case, not to go and drink beer or go clubbing. And then for the business owners, they are not saying shut down completely, but, ensure that you observe the protocols. Because let's assume that we are lucky that it is not as deadly in this part of the world the way, it was observed in, you know, Europe and America. In Canada, it is almost an offense for you to go out without a face mask. You know, it is that bad. So, yes, our police can be overzealous. They would want to, they'll first and foremost they'll break the law. In enforcing the law, they break the law. You can imagine the number of policemen that would go to those places. All of them will go without face masks. They will cramp into those same vehicles, you know, all in one Hilux. You have about maybe 10 people in one patrol van, you know, going to arrest people.
Exactly, really. What then is the rationale for saying that they're breaking COVID-19 protocols, but you're breaking it? You're sandwiching them into vehicles.
Right.
You know, really.
Two wrongs don't make it right. The policemen are meant to obey rules, are meant to enforce rules. And so if you break the law, you don't say because a policeman, imagine a policeman driving one way will arrest you for driving one way. Yeah. A policeman riding Okada will arrest an Okada man. You know, so we know. But what I'm saying here is that do not be caught off guard. Last man would drive one way to arrest somebody driving one way. It's a norm here. But if we all, that's why for me, it's an attitudinal thing. Don't be caught off guard. So when you see a policeman driving one way or cramped, we've seen pictures of people taking pictures of policemen cramped in a patrol vehicle. You know, so when you do this, at least you are calling the government to order. You're calling the hierarchy of the police to order. You're calling, you know, the state government to order to ensure that, you know, even in some of these places, these rules are observed.
So what exactly is the, would you say is the aim here? Because now the reports say, you know, about 243 people were arrested over the weekend, numerous, you know, lounges, mostly here in Victoria Island. And then, of course, you know, they get bail, they go home, back to work on Monday. So in what ways, you know, does the government then pass the message?
Yeah, first and foremost, you know, our attitude of passing message here is to create fear. So what government wants to do is first create fear in the mind of business owners. If the businesses are not open, nobody will go there. So when you know that they've come to seal your place or the police came to raid those places, and the next day you won't open. Or if a fine is imposed on you for, you know, violating the protocols, you will not open. So our method of enforcing laws here is to create fear. When you create fear, some people were arrested and then, you know, typical police will always make money from it. So for me, that's why I advise business owners and citizens, don't be in a position where you become a sacred cow. A sacrificial lamb. You become a sacrificial lamb that you're used to show example to others. And then also, the police should ensure that in enforcing laws, they also should comply with the guidelines and protocols. You know, every of us, you see, in some cases, you find out that some persons will say, because we are, even when you distribute palliatives to people, to the poor and vulnerable, you find out that in most of those cases, we are not observing, you know, the guidelines and protocols. You know, so some supermarkets, they tell you you must wear face masks, but it is just to cross the door. Once you cross the door, you remove it. You know, so that's, for me, are areas we also need to look at, even those of us here too. These are areas we need to look at. That's why government's attitude, I always speak about this attitude. Government attitude is not encouraging. Government attitude paints a picture of the fact that, look, this thing is just a mirage, it's just a facade. You know, it is not here. Even though you hear that some people are dying, Ali Baba also gave, you know, a testimony, his own personal experience. Yes. You know, so you see this as one-off. And the only time you hear of this is, you know, when the likes of Ali Baba ministers and, you know, talk about it. You don't see the ordinary man, face similar, health crisis. So the picture is that, like I've listened to some people on the street, they'll say, now Ghana big man sickness, not be for poor man, because even the condition under which they live There is no way a man who lives in a face me, I face you, compound, for example, you have about 11 rooms this way, 11 rooms that way. And in that house alone, you have an average, I'm not exaggerating, average of 150 people in that one house, and then they all use, maybe they have just 2 kitchens and use 1 toilet. So in such areas, the government's, inactions have conditioned people to such environment. And then government comes and is telling you social distancing. You must observe social distancing.
I want us to
you get to the airport, they say you maintain social distancing, and then but you're all cramping in the plane. There is no distance between, So when you put all of this in the mix, the picture you get is that, look, this thing is not what they are telling. It's more to it than what they are telling us.
I want you to quickly speak on the necessity of these persons being arrested, because like you also said, one of your statements, the police will always make money out of things like this. But doesn't it take us back to some of the things that Nigerians have always complained about? Because 200 people are arrested, they're all made to sit on the floor, they're dehumanized for that many hours. Their photos are taken and posted on social media, even without them being charged with anything in particular.
They can't charge them because it's a regulation. It's an executive order. And an executive order cannot take the force.
So why? So isn't it better to just kick them out of the club and shut the club?
The worst they could have done would have been ensure that when you get there, you ensure that the protocols are observed, and then if the numbers is above you can seal the place for the time being, and but dehumanizing the people, making them to sit on the floor, for me is not part of the functions or the duties of the policemen that are sent to go and ensure that there's compliance. It's like coming into a church and you find out that, the protocols are not observed. Do you, ask the people to sit on the floor? Do you dehumanize the pastor or the clergy?
So basically the rules should not be different.
They shouldn't be different, but because it's a clubhouse and, the presumption is that they are young people, you want to maltreat them, dehumanize them. It shouldn't be. You won't apply such rule when you go to a church or a mosque and you see people flaunting the protocols. You will not. You will talk to them politely. You will tell them, look, you must close this prayer meeting or whatever you're doing now, and ensure that even government gave directive on New Year's Eve that what's it called now? The crossover services. Yes. I wonder where that name came from. As if the day before you didn't cross over from one night to the other. Should not hold. Rather, a lot of people should attend service online and. So even if you now meet or you go to churches that have found those regulations, would you ask all of them to sit on the floor and dehumanize them?
Lastly, Mr. Shoma, you mentioned how the government, would use fear to get people to comply and to obey rules. How would you advise the government to best proceed, lastly? There
should be, when this campaign started, government engaged more. You saw the Commissioner for Health, was almost on every platform, talking to people. Government created structures, and then, it was more believable. But then they went to sleep. They missed it during that lockdown process. The sharing of the palliative, and then, the testing. Even the scandal of testing. Recently, we also learned that some people, you come in and then you test.
Pay for.
There are some people that didn't even conduct the test, but they had results. Also, you find situations where, people also, what do you call it now? Some people, came in and then they left without actually, going through the test. We talked about it last week. Yep. And yet, government just released names and nothing is done. So with all of this in the mix, it shows that there is a lacuna, there's a big lacuna, So when you have all of this lacuna, the tendency for people not to believe you will be there. So what you should do, you engage more, communicate more, get volunteers, people who will volunteer to assist even in testing, in passing this information. It is not only when rich men, contract COVID that you talk about it. The ordinary man on the street also, the everyday people, you should also talk about all of those ones. So these are messages, these are people who are closer to the grassroots. The message will get down as much as you want. And then create a buffer for people who will not be able to go to work, those that you have asked not to work. Create a buffer for them. Be genuinely interested in their welfare. When you don't do that, they'll tell you hunger is worse than COVID. And truly, hunger is worse than COVID. So while you can recover from COVID, in some cases you can't recover from hunger. So government should be more sensitive, communicate more, not just share WhatsApp messages and then think that. How many people do you think would read such messages? We are more interested in controversies than some of this information. Right. So when you communicate more and you're genuinely interested, you would you pass the message without having to use force or compare people.
There's a lot of details, to this conversation, that we unfortunately don't have the time to talk about. The hunger is more of a problem than COVID, aspect. The fact where, the Nigerian police themselves need to do better and treat, Nigerians, better generally. And of course, the part where Nigerians themselves just find it very, very difficult obeying laws. We're still in 2021, you will still be parked at a traffic light and you see 5 cars drive past you like you don't have a brain. So there's a lot of, details to this conversation. But what's most important is for everyone to realize the danger that COVID-19 is in our community, in our society today, and find ways to adhere to these protocols as we go on. But thanks anyway to
thank you very much,
Libra Oshoma.
Always my pleasure.
For your time, and thanks for speaking with us this morning. Stay with us. We're taking a short break. When we come back, we're talking insurgency and the president's vow to end insurgency in 2021. Like I asked earlier, how different is this from the statements he made in 2015, 2016, 2017?
Every new year,
and every year. And, what we maybe, are we going to be asking the president at the end of 2021 if this doesn't happen? So stay with us. We'll be back.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Thanks once again to Libra Oshoma, and of course to you for staying with us. We're moving on now to talk about security, the insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, and all that it entails. The president, Muhammadu Buhari, made a statement a few days ago saying that insurgency will end this year, 2020, and his government will do all it takes. And of course, he's vowing to end it this year, 2021. We've invited this morning a former assistant director at the DSS, Mr. Dennis Amakri, to speak with us and, of course, share his thoughts on the possibilities of this happening. Good morning, Mr. Amakri.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, how are you?
Fantastic.
Fine,
thank you very much for joining us. So let's get straight into it. It's not the first time we've had a statement like this. Since 2015, we've been hearing numerous vows very similar to this one. In what ways, would Nigerians see this one and feel different? Or is there anything that should make this one different?
Well, if the president has the political will to execute that particular promise this time, then I think we'll get somewhere. I really advise against the president promising people about timelines, because the last time, when they first came in, it was 6 months we are going to defeat Boko Haram. And after a while, some people said we have technically defeated them. And then, of course, it continued. Now, when you're fighting an insurgency, especially an asymmetric one that is based on ideology, I don't think there's need to give the timeline. Just go ahead and do what you have to do, and then, of course, the results will show by themselves.
Indeed, it's not the first time the president is making promises like this. He did say in 2018 that they basically decimated Boko Haram, and not long later, you see abductions and killings and kidnappings and things like that. Let's talk about you. You have been in security in Nigeria for a while now. Are you optimistic that the president will deliver on this promise?
Well, this year is different from what we promised the last time, because last time, what the president was promising, they did not have all the facts. The problem itself has not been fully identified. But I think this time we have been able to, especially our military, have been able to identify the problem. And then, of course, they are doing certain things about it. So for those issues that are coming up, like, for instance, remember the 12 Tucano, A-29 Tucano aircraft that we have ordered. They are going to be delivered in the second quarter of this year. And those are game changers. You know, those are going to change the game. And if that is happening, I think we have more precision in dealing with what we say or delivery of the promises that the military is giving.
If you're saying we didn't have the facts before now, the president was just making promises, and you now know the problem, may I kindly ask, what is the problem?
Before, the facts were not gotten because they were politicians. And politicians will say anything, okay? Of course, identifying the problem that we have is deeper than what we are seeing, because there are root causes to this problem that we are having right now in Nigeria, you know, and they are very humongous. Because when you look at the problems of poverty, unemployment, you know, and when you talk of unemployment, you are talking about the insurgents recruiting from a big bank of unemployed people. You are talking of religious fanaticism, people who are not employed, who are not working. You know, the next thing is human behavior to start to depend on God. You know, God, as long as government is not going to do this for us, God will do it for us. You know, so it's easier to recruit from people who are, you know, hungry, or who didn't go to school very well, or, you know, people who are poverty-stricken. So this is the problem we're having. If they can face those root causes, I think we'll have a headway.
But it doesn't seem likely that, you know, that can end in 1 year. You're a security expert, and you've already mentioned poverty, lack of employment. You know, we have staggering figures with regards to that. We're also dealing with, you know, situations where our borders don't seem to have any control whatsoever. The Tucano jets that you've mentioned, yes, would provide superior power to the Nigerian Air Force. But the issue, like you mentioned, it's not just about having powerful helicopters or fighter jets. There's a lot of other issues that should come into play here if we're serious about ending the insurgency. The bandits that we've got, the criminals that were, or the terrorists that we've named bandits now, the kidnappers, Tucano jets may not solve that. So how is this really possible in 1 year? You mentioned political will, but how really is this possible?
I can tell you that you are very correct, that this is not a problem that will be solved in 2 months or 6 months or 1 year, because we are dealing with a bigger problem, okay? And like I said, it's asymmetric, it's ideological, so it becomes a very, very big problem. And we have to have the political will to pursue it. The political will is very, very important to pursue it. But when you talk about the kinetic parts of it, where the military will come in with their Tucano jets, and then of course, yes, they can help in decimating the insurgency. They can help in dealing with bandits. It can even help with kidnappers, because you see, these jets are working with an air-to-ground integration system that, of course, will be able to pinpoint and isolate, these insurgents or kidnappers. But again, there are other ways, of course, to achieve, complementary ways of achieving this same problem. And those include the kidnapping part of it, where we should not be paying ransom, or if ransom is paid, the security agencies should raise their capabilities to an extent where you cannot collect the money, because the easy way with which kidnappers collect money these days is what even encourages them to go in there. So make it difficult for them to collect the money. And then, of course, look at ideological, psychological operations in talking to people, in changing people, debunking the same propaganda that the insurgents are using in recruiting people. I think when we do that, we will get some leeway, but
also,
of course it can't end in 1 year.
Also, if we're having the same service chiefs that we've had for the last couple of years, that maybe also means the same approach towards tackling insecurity. How is this going to be possible, regardless of the political will that is brought into play?
Like I've said earlier or before, is that removing the service chief does not solve this problem for us. Because right now, for instance, we are bringing Tucano aircraft. The Tucano aircrafts have their own standard operating procedure, which is not going to be affected by any service chief, the chief of air staff or chief of army staff. The standard operating procedure will be carried out and it will achieve its objectives. So whether the chief of army staff or chief of air staff is there does not matter any longer. But where the problem of keeping the service chiefs becomes a problem is the service succession plan, because you don't stay in that position forever. People are retiring, they are getting to retirement age, and other younger officers are looking forward to becoming chief of air staff. So when it's your turn to go, you go, then others come in. And of course, when they come in, they bring in some new, fresh ideas. But if you are staying put there, it demoralizes those who are behind you. It makes them lackadaisical. And then, of course, some of them might even resort to sabotage. So these are the kinds of problems keeping the service chiefs will cause.
Dennis Amakri, you mentioned a point I want us to, delve into and deeper. It's ideology. We'll all agree that this is an ideological issue, because no matter how many fighter jets you send to the Northeast, and no matter how much the Nigerian army work, when they capture those insurgents, when they arrest them, the Boko Haram, the ISIS, and the rest will still go on and recruit more people. So I think the fundamental issue here, in addition to issues of illiteracy, poverty, and all of that unemployment, is the ideology. Why don't we focus then on countering an ideological issue with an ideological solution that's convincing them or teaching them otherwise about, the disadvantages or dismerits of, getting recruited by these, terrorists? How about that solution?
Yes, there are many counter-propaganda strategies that could be carried out. And the army knows. In fact, the military has a major general in charge of propaganda. And what he could do are so many. There is a department called psychological operations, where you actually work towards the minds of these people, the hearts and minds, how to change it. Now, also, we have a government a department called the National Orientation Agency. To be very honest with you, I don't know what they are doing. They're just sitting down there, maybe being a very, very useless cost center where government is just spending money on them. You know, then there is another area that can come into play. We are talking about the churches, because we are strongly a religious-based country. What are the churches doing? What are the mosques doing? Even the mullahs or the malams that are teaching in those mosques, they know that what Boko Haram is teaching or using is a fundamentalist one that cannot help. So what are you doing? What are they doing to support the efforts of government in fighting this? What are they putting out? What are they preaching on their Friday mosques? What are the Christians preaching on their Sunday services? So these are the things that we have to come to grips with, because it is not a fight that is for government alone. It's a fight involving all Nigerians. Nigerians have to start playing their own part in this particular war or insurgency, whatever we want to call it.
Why do you think something you mentioned earlier, political will, that you said has been lacking? Why do you think it has maybe been found now in 2021? And for every Nigerian who has suffered the effects of the insurgency in the last decade and who maybe is still suffering, should they in any way have any belief in this particular statement the president has made?
The political will is very, very important. And of course, we want the leadership of the country to show political will. Because Nigeria is a conglomeration of so many different tribes. And because we have so many different tribes, we are Yorubas before we become Nigerians. We are Igbos before we are Nigerians. We are Hausa Fulani before we are Nigerians, And if you do an appointment today, you find out people will go through the list and say, how many Igbos are there? How many Yorubas are there? And they look at appointments and they say, oh, look at all the service chiefs are from one side of the country. A leader with a political will address issues like that and say, look, we are for Nigeria. We are Nigerians. This is the country where we have to say, let us do this. It does not matter whether the problem is in the northeast or it's in the south, because also the south has their own problems. We have militancy and piracy going on there. So you have to be a leader with a political will to do what you have to do, no matter which other counter or contrary notion that is coming from your tribe.
Mr. Makri, what I'm hoping that we can put out this morning to our viewers is some level of hope that the president will be able to come and pull through with the statement that he has made. From the things that you've said, it doesn't seem very likely. It seems like this is just, another one of those speeches. If we are not able to incorporate every single detail, the things that you've mentioned, in that regards, unemployment and our borders and the information that is being passed around the north and these, crisis areas, if we're not being honest about the spending that we have every year, with regard to security and the billions of naira that is put into security every year that is almost unaccounted for, and we still don't see any difference. If there's no honesty with some of all those things, then it doesn't seem like this is going to be different. And I don't know if there are things that you may want to share with our viewers this morning, just, to give them some hope that maybe this statement makes, some sense and is possible. Is there any signs that you may have seen?
The president is a human being and he's a Nigerian. And he has led this country before. And I can tell you, when the first time he came, I personally worked with him in Donna Barracks, and there a lot of things were changed in the country. A lot of things were changed in the country. And I know that right now, he's been listening. And of course, I don't think that he wants to leave a legacy of failure for Nigerians. I know that he is also worried. For him to come out and say that, okay, this year we're going to do certain things, then it will happen. Because when, like I said, there are certain indices that you look at. We need the technological backing to do certain things, which we don't have before. Now, second quarter of this year, our Tucano aircrafts are coming in. They are going to have very, very strong air-to-ground integration. And then, of course, our space, the Defense Space Agency, Space Administration, is up and running right now. That is something that is a game changer in whatever is happening. It can solve the problem of insurgency. It can solve the problem of kidnapping, and things like that. So I think the president himself is becoming optimistic that, okay, now that we have this, remember, the Tucanos were cancelled by President Obama. And now we have them coming up, and the contract is going to be delivered next quarter. So it gives hope to people that, yes, this time we're going to do this. And I know that 2023 is coming when the president is going to leave. So there is this burden of legacy that he has to leave for Nigerians, because he's not running for re-election again. And when he's gone, people are going to remember him, just like they remembered him the last time when he was head of state. They will still remember him for all the security problems that we have now and the efforts that he has put in bringing them to a very manageable level.
Well, still talking about political will, we've seen that several, military men have come out on social media with viral videos that they were eventually sanctioned for, saying that they don't have the adequate facilities, that the Boko Haram insurgents have, superior firepower than they do. And now for the 2021 budget, the president recently signed of over 13 trillion naira. We see that security basically has the highest share. The defense ministry getting so much, of that, the budget of 2021. Now, do you think this would change anything regarding equipment and training for the military in this year?
Very correct. Very correct. In fact, that is one of the areas that, we have to also consider. Because when you look at the defense budget for 2021 and how much money is put to it, because, besides the money we've spent already, because for the Tucanos, we spent about $539 million, and that includes not just the planes themselves. It includes bombs, it includes all kinds of ammunition that are coming with it. So, and that is aside. Now, with the new one, we are going to strengthen the police, because that is a very, very serious area. Strengthen the police, strengthen the Navy, because the Navy now also have their regional maritime awareness capacity that they've developed, about 3 of them for the Gulf of Guinea. So all these are things that are coming up this year. And with those things coming up, we believe that, there must be a change in the game we have been playing.
All right, Dennis Makari, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. We hope that, the statements of the president actually come with the political will, like you've mentioned, to end insurgency in Nigeria in 2021 and give us a more peaceful country to live in.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right. I'm, what I truly was hoping, for, even if, yes, in your heart, you can always already tell,
same old.
Same old. It pretty much is, it's the same type of political statements that have been made for a very long time. But talking about a legacy, I don't know if, it's a regular Nigerian thing for politicians and public office holders to remember their legacy when their tenure is about to be, rounded up. People started to talk about legacy projects and things like that when they have 2 years left in their tenure. So you spend 6 years, and when you get into your 7th year or your 8th year after being president or governor for 2 terms, then you remember legacy. Or
doesn't that just remind you of when we're in school and you get assignments, you get brief from your lecturers, oh, these are things you need to do, but you sometimes hold off until the last minute. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
But the effect of doing that in government means loss of lives, loss of jobs, and a very, very, very pitiful society, simply because you're waiting to the last moment. And to be honest, I don't know how this conversation can be had that will convince Nigerians that, yes, it will end this year. Does it mean also that without Tucano jets, we wouldn't end insurgency in Nigeria? The problems that we're talking about with regard to security are not necessarily we need more fighter jets. We don't need to have, the biggest fighter jets in the world. We don't need to have F-15s and F-16s flying all around for us to end insurgency in Nigeria. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Yes, we'll need to tackle poverty. We'll need to tackle illiteracy. We'll need to tackle unemployment. There's so much involved in this. And I do hope the government, is willing to actually follow through.
Also very important is truth.
Yes.
And in the absence of truth, we would continue to run around in circles. 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, I said it, that if we're not being honest with ourselves, we continue to do this naked dance in the market and continue to expose ourselves if we're not honest. The lack of truth and honesty has, let us continue being in the same space over and over and over and over again. And it's really heartbreaking. I'll be honest with you, it's really, really heartbreaking seeing these things, play out this way.
Anyway, that's where we'll draw the curtain on this conversation this morning. We'll take a short break here and we'll return to discuss burning issues like the NIN registration and the closure of the 3rd Mainland Bridge. Do stay with us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. And just before I think this is what we can call the final lap of the conversations this morning. We are now going to be talking about the federal government's statement and the FRSC declaring that the NIN will now be a prerequisite and a must before vehicle registrations can be done in Nigeria from the 2nd quarter of 2021. And of course, also getting updates on the status of the 3rd Mainland Bridge that is going to also be shut down. We've invited this morning the FRSC Sector Commander, Lagos State, Mr. Olusegun Ogungbemide, to join us and have this conversation. Good morning. Thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to start by asking the importance of the NIN with regards vehicle registration. In what ways, is this important? And, how was it done in the past, without the NIN?
Thank you very much. It's a very germane aspect of operation, or let me say, motor vehicle administration. In the past, what we normally do is, when you procure your vehicle, for you to get it registered, you access the necessary portal, get across to the motor vehicle administration, where all the necessary payments are made, and the requests are always made through the state. FRSC does not have direct relationship with the members of the public when it comes to procurement of driver's license and number plates. It's always through the states. The states are clients of FRSC on behalf of members of the public. So we procure the driver's license and number plate for the states. So after the necessary payment and procurement, it gets through to the members of the public through their various states. And that has been the system. But with the exception of the introduction of NIN that just came to fore now.
So what level of, identification was used in the past that makes it, now very relevant that, the national identification number is must be brought before vehicle registration?
They actually, we were almost putting up the same system in the past because FRSC has been very, very much sensitive to the issue of security all along. Before you can procure a number plate, you must still have your necessary biometrics taken in the course of the procurement. And that has been the system, your capture, your address, your normal thumbprinting, that's the necessary complete biometrics requirements are always got in the process of getting the driver's license and the number plate acquired. But what is making it different this time around is in line with the federal government's directive that all the database should be harmonized under the NIMS supervision to enhance security and other germane issues that are so important to the entire national security architecture of Nigeria. And that is what is prompting the present regime.
Okay, so right now you're saying the FRSC has, had nothing to do with this. This is all government instruction you're acting on. But have we considered the controversy surrounding the NIN registration? Workers, they're currently on strike. They're saying staff are contacting COVID-19. They're saying they're not getting paid, they're not getting promotion. And we don't know how long this strike will go on for. So don't you think this timing might be ill at this time?
According to the directive of the Corps Marshal, Dr. Obokoye Oyemi, it is not something that is taking effect immediately. That's referring to the acquisition of the number plates now. It is the second quarter of this year, meaning maybe before the end of March. The blueprint has not really been released to the field, but he has made the categorical statement that if you don't have it before the second quarter of the year, there might be necessity for you to find it difficult to procure your number plate. But I know, we have a very sensitive and responsive government. If all these hiccups that we are noticing in the recent time still persist, I'm very sure the system is not that rigid. They will look into it and take the necessary action.
Okay, so information reaching us has confirmed that the NIN strike has been called off, a strike by the NIMC workers. So let's just hope that within these next 3 months, Nigerians are able to actually register and, get their vehicle registration done with the NIN number. Yes,
absolutely. I believe they had a meeting over sometime late last week and agreed that the strike will be called off by Monday. But let's still talking about this. I want don't know if you agree that all of this is to make the process more stress-free with getting your vehicle registered. But is there a large number of unregistered vehicles currently plying Nigerian roads that the FRSC is aware of? How often do you come across these type of vehicles? And what do you think, might need to be done in order to encourage more people to get their vehicles registered?
From the way we operate, we have zero tolerance to vehicles plying the road without being registered. It's an offense and it's captured under the FRSC offenses. That if you get your vehicle, it is expected that it's registered immediately. Because you all know what it means, apart from the security aspect of it. When a vehicle gets involved in a crash, maybe hit and run, it's very difficult to identify. That's talk less of those that get involved in crime. So the system does not permit running the highway or the road of Nigeria without getting your vehicle registered. So we have limited number of vehicles that fall into this category because our enforcement machinery does not have provision for that. So what we'll do is that when you are caught, you are sanctioned, the vehicle is impounded, you are not allowed to make any payment until that vehicle is registered, after the necessary fines are going to be paid. And if, by extension, we still feel necessary, you can be prosecuted as going against the law of the land. So apart from dealers that also have their number plate registered, no individual person is allowed to move or fly Nigerian highway or Nigerian roads without getting the vehicle registered within a specific time.
How much, just before we move to talking about the Third Mainland Bridge, how much does it cost currently to get vehicles registered in Nigeria? And will it be different when the NIN directive comes into play?
Registration of vehicles in Nigeria, like I said earlier, is not under the law. We only produce the number plates for the state. So it's the state that determines what it goes. So if you find it different from one state to the other, it could be maybe the documents that are acquired from different states. Or FRC does not have any rights to dictate how much procurement of driver's license goes, the number plate goes for.
Let's now talk about the closure of the Third Mainland Bridge. The FRC has announced that it will be closed for 2 weeks from January 12th to 27th. And Nigerians would have been expecting that by now, the Third Mainland Bridge would have been open to motorists. And why the delay at this time?
You are all very much aware of what we passed through towards the end of last year. The initial agreement with the contractor was for the road to get set before the end of January. That's a span of 6 months. But in the course of this, we had a series of distractions from COVID-19, which also ended up with NSAS that took almost 2 months away from this process. So that is what gave the little delay that we are witnessing. And I'm very sure the entire nation are very much aware of the efforts all the security agencies, the traffic management agencies are put in place to alleviate the pains of motoring public. So I still want to plead that they will appreciate with us for the little delay that we experienced, which is actually open to all. So by virtue of the information we received from the contractor, if there's no change, unexpected change in view, this might be rounding up before the end of February.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Olusegun Ogungbemide, for your time on the breakfast this morning.
Thank you.
All right, and have a brilliant day at work. Hopefully, like you said, there would be further discussions on whether there should be an extension, with the time, because I'm not expecting that the number of people who still need to get their national identity numbers will, be
able to get them before the end of the first quarter. Yes.
So hopefully there would be further discussions on the need to expand or to extend the time and give more time for people to get registered and, of course, to get their vehicles registered.
And for the further closure of the Third Mainland Bridge, I do understand how much, we hate it, the traffic and all of that, but we must be reminded that it's for our safety. The bridge needs to be properly checked. There has to be repair works on it so that everybody, can be safe when they ply the roads.
Absolutely. Still is a Monday morning, the 11th of January here on The Breakfast Plus TV Africa. We would be moving straight to talking about what's trending across social media with our in-house social media expert, Buki November, and that comes up next here on The Breakfast. Stay with us.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Before we get straight into talking of Plus Trending and what's going on across social media, just to quickly update you, the closure of the Third Mainland Bridge will now be starting on Friday the 15th and not Wednesday, as was earlier stated. And of course, we have also been asked to let you know the diversion has been moved 2 kilometers before Adekunle Ramp. So if you're heading, in that direction, know that you're going to be diverting before you get to Adekunle Ramp. And this is about 2 kilometers before that. But you can find more information on the FRSC social media page, and of course at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We'll be sharing these details with you over there this morning. And now to social media. ASUU is back on the trend map, but of course, the truth be told, it never really, left the conversation all across Nigeria. On the 4th of January, ASUU announced that schools will officially resume depending on dates set by each institution. And this follows a 10-month-long strike that was finally called off in December of 2020.
Now, today, the Punch newspaper reports that despite the strike being called off, chapters of ASUU across the country say it's still unsafe to reopen institutions across the country. Their argument is that their members are ready to work, but the government has not put appropriate measures in place to ensure the safety of students in the hostels and lecture halls. Now, bringing us reactions from people online is our in-house social media manager, Vicky November. Good morning. You look beautiful.
Good morning.
Oh, I love the hair.
I know I'm beautiful.
Looks like a mix of Chimamanda Adichie and Yvonne Chaka Chaka.
Amazing. So
I like that combo.
This is unique, right?
Yes, it is.
Book it 2 in 1. I'm all for that.
Good morning. All right, so go ahead. What's going on with the conversation?
Okay, so like you said, ASUU never really left the trend map because, 10 months, students had to sit at home. In fact, University of Ibadan was trending at some point. We were dragging them on Twitter saying, people who came into 200 level in 2019, I think, were still in 200 levels at 2020.
Ridiculous.
So these reactions just preceded this announcement because now they're saying, we're ready to work, but the government hasn't put things in place for hostels and lecture halls, to help students stay safe when they resume school. And I know this isn't really about me, but then if I was going to tweet a comment, it would be, why wait for the government to do these things? Schools they have income.
They've not really been earning a lot, since
but then
lockdown and the strike.
There should be something. They can put the basic amenities in place for these students.
I believe so that the school can take responsibility to install hand washing facilities and all of that around the campuses. You don't have to wait
10 months. These people need to move on. I mean, anyway.
I completely agree with that, and it's a shame on university management across the country if they can't at least afford to put hand washing
and space out classes or something. Anyway, comments. So first off, this Twitter user says online lectures, because there was the option of online lectures. Yes. So he says online lectures, no student. It says online lectures, no. Students have stayed at home for so long already, and it is not likely to. It is not like Yeah, so it says students have stayed home for so long already, and it's not staying for a little while that's going to change anything. So basically, he's saying that staying at home again is not going to nothing is going to change. They're just going to keep staying at home they wait till the government provides this thing before they now resume lectures, despite the strike being called off. Amazing. So Isa_Ramat also from Twitter says, those lecturers don't want to work, but they want to collect salaries. Abi, when FG was owing you didn't say anything. Just you didn't say anything about COVID, but now things have settled and you still don't want to work. So this is another side to the reaction. So I'm saying, oh, they just want to earn salaries, but these guys haven't actually earned any salaries in the last 10 months, though. I don't.
They earn some. You know, they're still, of course,
they were paid for 2
asking
months.
for the rest of their salaries to be paid. But
okay, so
it doesn't, in any way excuse, not being able to provide COVID-19, safety facilities. For
so but before we go to the other comments, because we have quite a number of them here, I'm asking, why don't they want to opt for the online option? Well, actually, the students also, as opposed to the comments the students are putting out there, even some chapters of ASU claimed that they're not prepared for online lectures. And then I'm asking, okay, so we all know this is our new reality. COVID is living amongst, across the world, living among us. So why wouldn't you just look for ways to make this thing work? It can't be business
schools
as usual.
abroad, even Harvard, they're having online classes.
So
why can't we make it work here?
Why is it taking
Everybody's
so
on social
long?
media. Everybody has internet. So it's
why is it taking so long for
for
them to adapt to this new reality? I mean, everyone, it's been since 2020, we've been battling COVID. So at 2021, you want to say you're not even ready for online classes?
If we're being honest, they're not ready. And it's not giving them an excuse or, patting them on the back for not being ready. But the logistics and the little details here and there that need to come to play with regards to online lectures, I don't think the Nigerian university system is ready for it. The universities themselves need to have enough of those gadgets to be able to make online lectures. The students themselves, yes, you say, everybody's on social media, but not everybody has the amount of money to afford data all the time. Not everybody has a laptop. Not everybody has a smartphone that the screen isn't cracked. And so there's just these tiny details here and there that will take a while, but it doesn't mean that we can't start somewhere. I believe that we should start somewhere. And then slowly build and continue to develop until we get to a place where we can now have a full session online. It maybe doesn't even need to be all the classes. You can have 8 courses. I don't know how many courses they have these days. If you can have 8 courses, a semester, and you have 3 of them online, 5 of them you go to university for. But let's start somewhere at least.
And I think it goes beyond just taking classes online. You know how it is in schools, right? That you have to sign this, and then you go from office to office to office.
All of that.
So people will still need to come into school at some point because they haven't really activated these things online. Ordinary transcripts, that's with some of.
That you should be able to get via email.
They will tell you that it's going to be you're going to be attended to according to the way you submit your applications. They don't even tell you what number you are on this queue. You get so. Yeah, I do agree.
I think what's worse is the fact that Nigerian students can't even plan their lives and say, okay, I have a vision board, I have a goal, like this year to this year. I don't know if you've seen that tweet on social media where you say, okay, 2011, I'm done with secondary school, 2016, I'm done with university, and you're like, as a cycle looking at you like this. So that's just so unfair.
But how many private universities have online classes?
Okay, so don't even go to private universities. No, we had this conversation like in the newsroom, and private universities are holding it down. They are doing well. They are doing okay because they probably because of funding, they can afford to make changes real quick without necessarily calling on the government to come and do
because
anything.
The students for them are a priority.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. The students are a priority, but it doesn't feel like these students. 10 months.
So unfortunate.
10.
Sadly, we need to wrap up now. We wish we could take all the tweets. But definitely, like we say, the conversation continues on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Follow us on YouTube as well. We have all the details and the juice for you, so to speak.
It is very likely the 10-month strike that has led Isa to be spelling that way on Twitter.
Do not do that. Don't do that.
Thanks a lot for joining us. That's all we have for you on The Breakfast this morning. And we will be back again tomorrow morning. The news comes up next at 9 a.m. I am Osaugi Ogbon. Have a blissful Monday.
Yes, and I am Aneta Felix.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if I told people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we wouldn't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I ended up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent,
it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves. We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. Like a sickle, that means the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior's been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I wouldn't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see it, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's a woman's fault, like for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business, which is tailored to be a run-to practical guide for small-scale business owners. In the studio with me today is Aramide Abe, an entrepreneur and the executive director of Naija Startups, an entrepreneurship hub of over 70,000 startups across Africa. She has an MBA from INSEAD and from the Kellogg School of Management with a focus on marketing and strategy. She has worked as a technology consultant in the United Kingdom. She has worked in Africa, Singapore, United States, and in Europe. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thanks, Irene.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks.
I know you have had your time working with corporate organizations, but then you have moved now from working with corporate organizations to having, creating a niche for yourself with entrepreneurs, SMEs particularly. What has been your experience so far working with the African entrepreneur?
Okay, so African entrepreneurship is like entrepreneurship. It's only that, it's very unique to the environment we're in and the infrastructural challenges. But generally with SMEs and startups, what I see is I say we because I also count myself in that demographic. We see ourselves as change makers generally, but there's a common theme, which is there's a need for funding. So entrepreneurs generally need funding, and I find that a lot of entrepreneurs need structure. So how to structure their businesses appropriately to even begin to look for funding and then growth. And then the third thing that we found is that there's a need for mentoring. There's more and more startups or SME founders who are looking for mentors, looking to network, and then capacity building. So those are some of the common things or common themes across entrepreneurs in Africa and even outside. When I look at other studies in other continents, I find that it's the same where entrepreneurs need these things. So it's not very different apart from the environment that we operate in. which doesn't allow sometimes for us to get things done speedily. Like, you know, like ease of doing business is one of the challenges versus in the West. So.
But then with ease of doing business, for example, do you see an improvement of some sort, you know, within the African-Nigerian context?
Yeah, let's look at Nigeria. So far there has been, and I even looked at the ratings a few days ago. So the ratings have actually gone up for Nigeria, ranking better on the Ease of Doing Business Index. And now I find that even with the Corporate Affairs Commission, you can register your business quickly. So the turnaround time has actually reduced, which is actually good now for SMEs. And then the third thing I noticed was that the fees, I think there's a 50% discount that they're offering, which is excellent
for registering
businesses.
Your business.
Yeah. So they're enabling that business environment and enhancing the processes, which is good.
Should we be focusing on building a brand or building the business itself?
Okay, so you can build your brand or a business, and it really depends. That's my answer, because building a business also involves an element of branding.
Yes.
And, you know, your brand identity. So it depends. If you're in a consumer goods sector, then yes, you know, your brand, you know, carries weight because people are brand loyal in certain sectors. And then in other industries as well, for example, I know someone who manufactures toothpicks. It's not so much the brand, it's the business, it's the process, it's the, you know, the logistics, all the things that come into place, the capital structure and all that. So it really depends. If it's a personal brand, then of course the brand is more important. I was reading somewhere where a popular musician spoke about him building his brand over his business. And yeah, so for him, that was his priority and focus. And he was able to do both at the same time and be very successful. Now he's a billionaire. But again, it depends. So that's what I'll say.
All right, so I like the fact that you're stating that it depends, because me thinking off the top of my head now, a musician, a chef, a fashion designer would have to focus on both of them, but then also pay more attention to his or her brand building as well. But then if we're talking about a mechanic, maybe we're talking about the business, the focus should be more on the business now.
Let me even tell you, so even for the chef and the musician, the lifestyle, your brand can only get you so far. If you don't have a good business or operations behind the scenes, you know, people will find you out. So as much as you're focusing on the brand, which is very important in certain sectors, especially lifestyle, entertainment, client-facing, the business as well. But like you say,
equally as important.
Exactly. Some mechanics have even carved a niche in building some kind of brand. Maybe there's a female mechanic now in Nigeria. I think there's somebody like that.
There are female mechanics
exactly
now.
And there's one that is actually called that. So she pushes the brand. So yeah, so she may have a good business as well, but what we hear is really the brand name, who she is. But to your point, yes, it's more about the business, the quality of work that you're offering and service, and then, you know, then your brand can then enhance additional interest, customer service, mileage, awareness.
But then we also see that some of these small-scale businesses for which you have, you know, direct, you know, contacts with, we see some of them, you know, not really taking cognizance of the fact that strategy helps your business either grow, or a lack of it would break your business.
It's because a lot of people just fall into it, you know, think that you can just start, and then they don't even know the difference between maybe revenue and profits, for example, or
maybe
things
you want
like
to
that.
help some people out there understand that bit now.
So the revenue is how much you're earning altogether in terms of just what is coming in. So when you've sold a product, you know, you're not taking into account maybe any taxes or costs. You've not removed any of that. It's just the general money coming in. But profit is what you now earn after you've taken into account all the costs. You've subtracted your costs, sometimes even the taxes as well.
So that's what we call the net profit.
Yes, so your profit, exactly. Meanwhile, the revenue is what you get altogether and what's coming in. So people don't even think about that, and people go into business and realize that their costs are way overboard when they finish going in. And so with that, the key thing is, okay, what is your strategy? Are you working on your structure? What is your plan before you go in, so that you can just get a sense of what it's like, as opposed to just going in because everybody else is doing it. In this day of social media, more young people going into business without necessarily even having a plan. And that's why people always say have a business plan. So as much as it sounds a bit complicated in terms of all the things that go into it, it's actually very useful, because you can always go back to it, tweak it, refer to it along the way when you're maybe a year in or half a year in, and looking at your numbers, looking at your size, even the vision. Are you sticking to that vision and all of that? So it's very recommended.
And what are those basic things that you would say while you're, considering building your business strategy, you should at least have penned down already?
Okay, so for your business strategy, kind of things I need to think about is, okay, what is your model in general? So what is your business about, first of all? So the vision, have you actually looked at the competitive landscape? Who is your customer? Who is your audience? How are you going to engage them? How are you going to grow? So yes, you're going to achieve maybe 1,000 orders in maybe by 9 months' time. What's going to get you to 10,000 in X amount of years?
Future projections, pretty much.
Exactly. So apart from knowing, what your vision is and what the business, the brand, maybe the identity is about, your customers are important, even the competitors, because you want to know what the market is like. What position are you going to be in the market? Is it feasible to actually even begin to go into this type of market? And then other considerations like legislation. People don't think about legislation, and then they launch a business or an app and realize that, the government doesn't allow for X, Y, Z. So those are all the things you need to think about prior to going into business. And it's not hard in this day and age of internet, Google, communities, even like ours, where you can ask questions and find out information. It's very, very necessary. So I always recommend it.
All right, so we know that, like you just mentioned, the technology age is, of course, now, building up day by day, minute by minute, of which you're very active on Instagram. And a lot of business owners I see go on there to sell one or two things, whatever it is their products are. But what are those things that you still see as mistakes that these people still, get involved in? You feel like, oh my goodness, you're running a business, shouldn't be doing this.
So we're very active on social media in general. We use Instagram as one of our channels, and our audience consists of people who sell products, but also services as well. So we tailor our content to all types of entrepreneurs, even though we also have a niche audience who are people who are looking to raise money, looking to structure their businesses, looking to pivot and grow their businesses. Now, some of the things I have observed or we have noticed along the way is sometimes people lose their focus, and that's very common. It's easy to do when you're in entrepreneurship sometimes, when you realize, okay, this is popular, this was your core vision.
Corporate outfit, you're seeing that Ashwebi is moving now, you've moved to Ashwebi.
Exactly, that's a good example. And so you start venturing into that without having understanding maybe even the model or what is required. Because sometimes, is what you see is not always what it is behind the scenes.
Yes, very true.
Operations is always the key thing. So while there's a lot of stuff going on social media, I find that sometimes it doesn't always tally with what's happening. You see something looking so glamorous, and for the consumer, the customer, is also tricky as well, which is why nowadays there's a lot of horror stories about people getting
what I ordered and what I got.
What I got is different. Or some people don't even get anything when they order because they can't verify the authenticity of the person providing the service. Then also what we've seen, at least on social media, is that some businesses don't even define who they are properly. So you go on a page, I don't really know what you're about unless I look down and see you sell a few things. It's not very clear. So we always recommend, from a social media standpoint, define who you are in your bio, what's your identity, what are you about, let people know, and then let your content speak to who you are. If you know that you sell shoes, I don't want to be seeing Amala somewhere in your timeline, things like that. So that's just an example. So the key thing is having a good focus, make sure your operations match up to what you see, who you say you are, and then also have a good description of who you are on social media, because people are always looking for, I've made purchases of things online, and that's because they had a good description. I could see what they were selling.
Their vision getting on their
page. Their content was appealing as well. So good pictures, high resolution pictures, all of that is very, very important.
Yeah, because sometimes you see some very blurry pictures and you're wondering, what were you thinking? Are you selling, or you're,
and I think sometimes people just wing it. But in this day and age where you know that even your competitors are working hard, you can't just wing it anymore. You have to put in the work. People get professional photographers just to take pictures of their product. And why not? Because they understand the importance of service quality. You don't know where the pictures will go. It speaks to your brand. So let your brand identity be consistent, not just a logo. A logo can be fancy, but if it doesn't represent what your business is about, then it's failed in that sense. So just thinking about everything, let the quality be consistent across all the areas.
All right, and then before we go on the break, maybe you just want to share with us ways in which we can make business owners, small-scale business owners, can make their products more attractive to people that both want to invest, those that want to buy, you know?
Okay, so do you mean attractive online or
Yeah, attractive
in general?
online.
Okay, so there's a few different things that I'm thinking about, but the first thing is product photography has to be high resolution. I always say that. So high resolution means a professional camera, or sometimes even an iPhone or a Samsung that is very good with the camera, because it's like flipping through a magazine. I always say, you know, you don't want to see something that is faded or blurry. So if you think about that, even on social media, it must be the same quality. And the big brands do that. It's high resolution, high quality pictures and images. Another way of engaging with the end user is video. So video is growing and it's becoming more popular and it's very engaging. And the more you can capture a lot of information in a 1-minute video, you know, the better it is for you. So video is a good way to engage with your customers.
And then offline, what's tips?
So offline, again, offline is hard because you're only, it's only within the sphere of the people you are interacting with. So leveraging relationships, you know, selling through friends and family, but not also friends and family, just through contacts. That's where social media helps you to reach other people. And then communities as well. So I found that a lot of people are siloed. They're spending time maybe within the groups they know. Meanwhile, when you join a community, more people can know about your business, even in another state or another city. So communities are always good for interaction, networking, and even sharing what you do. And then finding out more about what's going on in the news is good, because if you find that a bank is offering some kind of promo or something, you can latch onto that very quickly and use that as a springboard to advertise and promote your business more. So there's just so many levers that you have to pull, but the key thing is making sure that you're on top of the game and being open to change, because with technology everything is evolving and whatnot. So.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break now. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Stay tuned. Thank you for staying with us. Aramide, I run a business. All of my customers have always been my family members. But I need to just break into the market, expand my net. How would I do that?
What's wrong?
Because it can be really frustrating sometimes. I mean, it's not me, but then I know somebody that has got that problem right now.
What's wrong with family being customers?
How would my accounts even... How would it expand? I mean, I need more money, right?
Yes, no, definitely. You need to grow. Any business, the next thing for you is if you're doing business well, you're selling your 12 crates of eggs every day, at some point you want to grow, you want to expand. Ideally, you shouldn't just remain and coast. If not, what drives you? Yes. So if you sell to family and friends, perfect. It's a good prototype or even example to say, look, I already sell to people. They may be friends and family, but people actually use these products. So that helps you to sell to other people. So I always recommend, okay, first of all, get your friends and family to refer people to you, right, to your business. So that's a good way where you get referrals through friends and family, and then you can then grow your business that way. They're also good ambassadors of your brand, so they can help you advertise, publicize, social media, all of that. And another way is also to get them to have testimonials about your business. The next person doesn't know that they're a family member. All we know is they're a user of your product, and that's a good way to validate your product to the next person, the next potential customer. So it's not a bad thing to have friends and family, but of course the key thing is to leverage that to begin to spread and reach other people. And that's where social media again comes in, because you can then reach a wider audience. There's some people all the way in Abuja making the millions, have customers in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Kano. Why? Because they've used social media and they've capitalized on that, because they have a good product as well. So always think, do you have a good product and a service, and then can I then market that online? Yes. Yeah.
All right. This brings me to the ad running question on Instagram, right? Are there specific strategies that one should put into consideration when you're trying to run an ad? Does it just stop at, you know, for example, Instagram, pay for the promo and then it goes? What are those specific things I need to take note of before I even decide to run an ad on social media, on any of the platforms?
So adverts are good. Organic growth is good, but adverts also enhance, especially when you have a promotion. So you want to reach more people about something you're doing with regards to your business in a finite period. So you can run a promo through an advert, and you do that through Facebook, and then it goes onto Instagram. And from what I understand, Facebook accepts certain ads and rejects others. So you also have to see what works. If you have a flyer with too much text on there, I don't think the app actually likes that. So sometimes it might help you to look at what has worked before if you've run an ad before. Another thing that is very good is when you really define your demographics. Some people don't do that, where you say, okay, I want people only in Victoria Island, or I want people only in Mushin, from the ages of 25 to 35. Like, be very specific about who you're trying to target, because then that helps it really drill down, and then you're not just throwing money and casting the net so wide. It's very specific, and then you reach your target. Because I've seen some ads and I'm like, they really got the definition for it to reach me, because it's the kind of brand I'll probably buy from if I wanted to make the purchase. So for them to have reached me on my phone, it means that they really defined who they wanted. So that's what I encourage from an ad standpoint. But also at the same time, start thinking about organic growth as well, because you can't just keep spending money on adverts. As an SME, you combine and say, okay, yeah, so I'm doing ads, but then am I building good content? Good content is a good way to get engagement, interest. Some people don't even do any ads at all, but their content is so rich, so engaging, interesting topics. Yeah, I mean, there's some, let's just say, gossip blogs. I mean, they don't need to advertise. Do you see what I mean? So sometimes it's really the content, and I'm not saying every brand should now be gossiping, but you can find what really ticks and gets your customers engaging, sharing your posts and all that, and then capitalize on that.
Oh, fantastic. Something that's very important to all business owners, I believe, right now, is the issue of funding.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
So I was listening to a friend of mine a few days ago, and then she mentioned the fact that what some business owner, an SME, had seen a free flyer for, oh, come and get a loan, and then she got way more than she really needed. And before she could close her eyes and open it, all of the money was gone. And now she's practically struggling to pay back that
your
loan.
boss.
Exactly. So what's your take on this, really? Fundings for SMEs before we move to, either debt financing or equity financing?
Okay, so funding is not a bad thing. Funding is good. Funding helps you grow and achieve more than you would have done when you had no funding.
True.
But the question is, are you ready for funding? Sometimes it's really just getting your ops, your back end in order to get more customers to fund the business. So sometimes if you realize that you're spending too much time doing this process, maybe streamline that process, or you're spending too much money on certain raw material, where can you find it cheaper? Sometimes it's just those things that you need to adjust. In other times though, you need funding, and there you begin to think, what kind of funding do I need? Do I need a loan? It's not always a loan that is useful. Sometimes seed money from friends and family, or from a grant, or from angel investors. There are a lot of grants.
Maybe you want to explain all of these different fundings as well.
Okay, so seed funding is just an amount of money given to you to start your business, kickstart your business. Typically, sometimes people ask for equity. A lot of the time, people ask for equity, so ownership or a stake in your business. And that ties into an angel investor who is just saying, look, I don't want to dictate how you're going to run your business. I'm just going to give you a bit of money to start your business. Some people say, okay, give me 4% of your business, 5% of your business, whatever you agree with them. That's angel funding. A grant is money made available because you fit a certain criteria and you're doing something, your business is delivering some kind of value that perhaps a government or an institution finds the need to support more businesses doing that.
You have Bank of Industry, the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Yes, so exactly. So that they offer grants. The Bank of Industry actually offers loans. And so with that, because it's not a retail bank, their interest rates are lower. So with that, you can get money from them and you can pay, but then you're not killing yourself in paying back the loan. Meanwhile, the retail banks, their rates are over 20%. So if you're paying back, you're really, it's almost killing your business. So I always ask, why do you want to just go for a loan? But the challenge is a lot of people just assume that that's the next thing to get money. They just go to the bank. Meanwhile, there are other ways you can raise money. There's even now competitions as well, where you pitch your business to a panel. By the time you fill in the criteria and you get through all the stages, you pitch your business idea to a panel, and then there's €20,000 or $20,000 available for you to start your business. And that's not a loan. So I always say, look at it and see what you need at that point in time. But even before that, are you investor ready? You may not be. And if you're not investor ready, you need to be, which means getting your books in order. Nobody's going to give someone who is not paying their taxes, who doesn't have any structure or back end.
No one-year record.
Exactly. So get your books in order, get your structure in place, your governance in place, the ownership, the leadership, the board, if you have, or your advisory board, and then start seeing how you value, if it's a for-profit business, what the valuation is and how you can then start generating income through investment. And so I guess your question was about around debt versus equity.
Yes. Okay. That's where we're headed now. What's the difference between debt financing and equity financing? What businesses would you encourage to go for, either debt financing or equity financing?
Okay. So with debt financing, like I said, that is borrowed money, it's debt, and it means that at some point it has to be repaid, right? With equity, it involves ownership. So you have stakeholders who have a stake in the business. It could be venture capital, I didn't mention that before, or it could be angel investment. And venture capital firms or institutions who, they buy or they put money for a stake in your business, but they have more of control in terms of the running of the business because they also have investors who they have to, report back to. So you have to follow or align with those terms. And sometimes they may even change the ownership, they may change the leadership. They have more of a say in the business. And it's, the negotiation with them typically takes longer because they're really looking for the next business that's going to bring them X amounts, maybe times X times 5 multiple.
Because at the end of the day, it's profits we're looking for in it.
To be honest, So with regards to equity financing or debt financing, the kinds of businesses that should go for debts, and before I even say that, debt is not bad. Sometimes it's good to have debt in your business as well. So some debt and some equity. But which kind of businesses should really have debt financing? The ones that perhaps have capital expenditure needs. So if you're building a refinery, like we have Africa's #1 billionaire now, building a refinery, some level of debt is important because it cannot just all be like equity. There has to be a good level of debt and equity there. If you're starting a gift shop, you may not necessarily need debt. That is a loan, borrowed money. Or you may. So debt can also be money you've borrowed from an investor or a friend that you're paying back. But then try and look for ways where you can get seed money. So you're applying that into your business and then you're not looking to now pay that back. But like I say, it depends, right? So it depends on the business, it depends on the industry. It all depends. I find that a lot of CapEx, capital intensive businesses with plants and whatnot need some level of debt as well. Ones that, you are buying huge amounts of machinery and then you agree what the tenure is, in terms of paying back.
I mean, I think it saves you that stress and worry because you're not very sure what your return on investment is in terms of the equity financing now. When you make profit, when the business makes profit, everybody makes profit, But then at the end of the day, right, everybody just needs to find that one strategy for his or her business, either small scale or large scale, that would work. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thank you. Thanks, Irene.
It was amazing having you on here.
It's
All right, thank you very much for staying with us. I hope you did enjoy the conversation because I did. And I hope you would be able to implement 1 or 2 things learned in your business. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. You can always tune into our YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter to watch our amazing content. Thank you very much. I still remain your host, Irene Ubani. Bye.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of the headline stories and event that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. There is no greater asset to Africa than its youths. According to United Nations, Africa is attributed to a high rate of youth unemployment and underemployment, with the demography making up to 60% of the figure. This could be attributed to lack of financial literacy and poor employability skills. Recently, I was at a press briefing organized for special recognition of young people who have demonstrated exemplary leadership. Take a listen.
It is said that there is no successful nation as well as any continent without high youth's involvement in capacity building. Thus, young people representing different African countries believe gone are those days for blames and excuses.
There are a lot of issues and challenges. There are a lot of problems. And I just believe we shouldn't be waiting for the government every time. This is the time for we, the youth of Africa, to stand up. We can't depend on the government 100%. I think there's the limit to what they can do.
If you're a youth and you're not doing anything for your community, that's an excuse. You have so much potential. As I was saying on the stage, we're all blessed with gifts. No matter what your gift is, it's meant to help somebody else. We all have potential. Everybody has potential. Every single person has potential.
Exploring and expanding leadership potentials in Africa was also highlighted at the gathering.
Irrespective of the challenges that Africa may currently be going through, we have bright minds that have so many innovative ideas, especially in the area of technology.
I really want to encourage most African graduates that it's not about the history which you study in university, it's not about the anthropology, it's not about the biochemical sciences or whatever you studied. It's about getting a skill which can make you fit in the job market.
It does not matter what the government is doing. We youth are the largest, occupy the largest population in our countries, and it is our responsibility to go out and to volunteer and to also cooperate in the initiatives that our governments are doing in our countries. And in that way, we'll be able to develop as African countries as a whole.
Technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. The youths are therefore encouraged not to wait any further in contributing to the growth and development of the continent.
Well, the take-home message here is that there's no time for blame game again. There are so much that can be done with our youthfulness to develop the society. Away from youths and leadership, again, Nigerian government increased electricity tariff by over 50%. The hike is coming barely 2 months after the implementation of a controversial tariff increase. Anita Felix in this next report took a look at how Nigerians are taking the news.
In November 2020, many Nigerians opposed the hike in electricity tariff, with an outcry on social media and protest on the street. This was, however, reverted when the labor unions also demanded return to pump price when it was increased. 3 months later, in January 2021, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, surreptitiously increased the tariff, though it insisted it hasn't. Here's how Nigerians have been reacting to the news.
The bill they brought for us, each flat is 20,000. Can you imagine? There's one flat that man is Alhaji. He doesn't stay around. They still bring 20,000 for him.
Last year we paid 1,000 in the company, you understand? But now you are paying 3,500. It's very bad.
Last week now I recharged my meter 5K. You never even reach how many days the thing don't finish. Why should they increase the tariff?
The regulatory body said the increase in electricity tariff is because of a 14.9% inflation rate rise in November 2020. Foreign exchange of 379.4 naira to a dollar as of December 29, 2020. Available generation capacity, US inflation rates of 1.22%, and the capital expenditure of the power firms to raise the tariff. But the people are concerned about the survival of small businesses.
Some business, small business, they are going down now, and with the pandemic, I think they should just, if there is a way they can just bring the tariff down, because so many people are out of jobs.
Economic analyst Gbolahan Olojede recommends that the government adopt the pay-as-you-earn system in power billing to cushion the effects of the recession and the pandemic on low-income earners.
The lowest rung of the ladder needs help. And it is the duty of the people that are up there to carry them along. So the people up there carry a higher burden while the lower people carry a lower thing.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is determined not to take this sitting down, just like they did in 2020. The Congress has issued a warning to the government to reverse the increase in electricity tariffs or face an unprecedented industrial resistance. Aneta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Meanwhile, the hike has been suspended as at the time this report was filed. Now to ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. Days after the Yuletide season was over, Plus TV Africa tried to find out how Nigerians celebrated amid the virus, if they were mindful or not.
The Yuletide celebration is over, and Nigerians have ushered in the new year 2021 with COVID-19 still staring in the face. Some pertinent questions require answers in the wake of the second wave of the infection. How did Nigerians celebrate? Did they observe preventive measures? Were they carried away in the spirit of the season, or were they careful?
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
We went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Most people don't wear face masks anymore. Just only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks.
Yeah, people are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, like, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Plus TV Africa speaks to a medical expert via telephone. He believes the people need to do their part as government has done its own.
In all fairness, government has done enough because it has reached a level whereby people have to take responsibility for their own health. So the government aspect of it is to generate awareness, which has been done, to provide necessary infrastructure to ensure that those who have symptoms are tested, which is available. So I think now the only thing that is lacking is the fact that a lot of people are thrown caution to the winds and they are doing whatever they like, forgetting that the COVID-19 is still here with us.
Another question hovers. Is it not time for the government to bring back the isolation centers?
It's very expensive to manage COVID-19 cases. The best thing to do for us is to ensure that we take personal and individual responsibility to ensure that we protect ourselves.
The fight against the pandemic should be a collective one and not to frustrate or disrespect the government's directives.
Sadly, we do not have a choice than to observe all the preventive protocols to stay alive, especially when the vaccines are yet to arrive the country. Still on the pandemic, in this next report, a cross-section of Lagos residents have expressed worry over possibility of a second lockdown following the rise and the spread of COVID-19. Plus TV's Africa's Mary Chenda followed the report.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they are really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things, and we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here, so I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown, there should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
Just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not real in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear their face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
We definitely don't pray for second lockdown, but how much are we all doing in observing these protocols to at least control the spread? Reactions have continued to trail border reopening after almost a year and a half of closure, which came as a surprise. Details in this next report.
The commercial isolation ordered unilaterally without consultation had not been appreciated by Nigeria's neighbors affected by the measure. It was a subject that came up often behind the scenes at every meeting of the region leaders. Nigeria could not keep its borders closed indefinitely, and this reopening was not a Christmas present. It came a few days before the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area on January 1. Although the benefits of the border closure have been seemingly very slim, the reopening is only partial. The cross-border marketing of products such as rice and chicken, for example, remains prohibited. Business developer and serial entrepreneur Chris Imomwalen says the policy framework may not favor some businesses.
The policy have been made, the policy have been adjusted again. I think there is a good and bad to it. But of course, policy change often a time like this does not really tell well to business environment, does not really encourage investor to want to invest in a nation. A lot of persons are careful in investing in those products that closure of border would have helped.
The benefit of the measure has been to curb imports, notably via the port of Cotonou in Benin, such as rice and fuel, which were destined to the Nigerian markets. But for the time being, the Nigerian agri-food industry and oil refineries may have not improved their performance.
A lot of investors came into rice farming in Nigeria. You know that the statistics of farmers that went into farming of rice and other products that usually were smuggled in from neighboring countries grew, and consumption of Nigerians for local rice also grew, and I think it was effective. And I think if there is, even if with the reopening of the border, if there is a strong enforcement from our border patrol agencies, the custom and the rest of them.
As Nigerians and indeed Africa welcome all the benefits derivable from the border reopening and indeed the new free trade area which is in force, the country has been advised to carry stakeholders along in its policy formulation.
Well, another angle to it is that opening of the borders without effective strategies in place to combat smuggling may see a reversal of the fortunes of the companies that had previously benefited from the border closure. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
The one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Thanks for staying with us. Another recent trend, of course, from the social media is the case of paternity fraud. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Osaroge Ogbonwa took a look at this with other angles to the conversation.
The conversation around paternity fraud is trending across Nigeria, with recent tales of fathers finding out that they may not be the true parents of their kids. The most recent being the case of the current managing director of the First City Monument Bank, Adam Nuru, and accusations against him involving a female junior staff. Unverified statistics from a few years ago stated that Nigeria had the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world, only second to Jamaica. These figures have not been completely verified with data or statistics, but it has started a conversation nationwide about infidelity in Nigerian marriages and the high occurrence of workplace relationships in our society.
A lady working in an organization spends more, even a man, you spend more time in the office than at home. And so you relate more with your colleagues in the office. And so as a spouse, take time to communicate. You started by communicating. You must end with communication. So, but in the absence of communication, just like you say, when you don't talk to your kids, somebody will talk to them. In the absence of communication, be sure that somebody else is talking to your partner.
Many times as adults, as we make decisions, we tend not to understand the long-term effects. And I would say that I can only hope that in the midst of all that's going on, you know, the children are thought about and the long-term effects on the children are considered.
The cost of DNA testing in Nigeria may also be one of the factors working against its popularity.
Many of Nigerian facilities are primary care centers and secondary centers that are not really prepared or advanced for DNA testing. So it's not readily available in Nigeria, but is accessible in Nigeria as well.
Paternity fraud is real, but will our society and culture accept that the very definition of fatherhood may be changing, or that the emotional ties between a man and the child are just as important as the biological relationship? Osaroge Ogbonwa, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Sadly, it is reported that Nigeria ranks high in paternity fraud. While the debate continues across different platforms, the consensus here is that there is no illegitimate child, and the children in this case must be protected irrespective of who is right or wrong. And this is an Osun State where the governor, Gboyega Oyetola, has restated its commitment to setting the state on the path of sustainable economic revolution.
Governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, stated this position at the inter-religious service organized for the state civil servants to usher in the new year at work. Governor Oyetola, who was represented by his deputy, Benedict Alabi, urged workers to redouble their efforts in a view to realizing government's visions.
I must equally challenge you to work harder this year. Your commitment to improve service delivery is central to increase productivity.
He also promised to continue to ensure the state bureaucracy becomes one of the most equipped and remunerated in the country.
Our state is only as worthy or as efficient to the extent to which you contribute your individual quota to our collective aspiration.
Religious leaders offered prayers for the state and those at the aim of affairs. In their separate sermons, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamed and Apostle Victor Mosadumi urged the gathering to change their ways and shun all acts capable of incurring the wrath of God.
As we begin the year 2021, it is important that we commit our affairs in the hands of God once again, beseeching Him for His grace, mercy, and benevolence on the state and entire world for an end to this pandemic and other social crises.
Repentance has to do with changing your behavior, changing your attitude, changing your disposition. If you claim to be a Muslim, be a good ambassador of Islam. If you claim to be a Christian, be a good ambassador of Christianity.
Tọ́nà gbogbo àwọn tó wà lábẹ́ wa aláti múnú wọn dùn. Iṣẹ́ tí Olúwa gbé fún wa ní ọdún yìí nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ gbé kákànjẹ́ olórí kan wá máa ń gbé àpò wa lámọ̀ kó gbogbo lóòsí.
To ensure that the event is in compliance with NCDC safety protocols on COVID-19, only workers on grade level 12 and above were in attendance.
The U.S. 2020 presidential election between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has been riddled with lots of intrigue, controversies, suspense, and truths. Our correspondent Destiny Momo gave a review of the electoral journey between the two political giants and the aftermath of November 3rd poll.
It's risky, but you got to get out.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the 46th President-elect, Joe Biden, had some pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year 2020, things were looking up for the Republican president. Impeachment trial ended in Senate, with him being cleared on 2 charges brought by Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring, and prospects of his re-election looked relatively strong. Trump delivered a coronavirus address March 11, 2020, after weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat, with cases skyrocketing in the country. Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a jittery public.
We're years ahead on vaccines, and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election.
For Biden, he won South Carolina primary on February 29, 2020, after disappointing finishes in the lower caucuses and New Hampshire primary. Joe Biden's presidential bid looked bright. Democratic hopeful Bernie Sanders dropped out on April 8, 2020, trailing Biden badly in delegates, with the coronavirus outbreak paralyzing the nation. Bernie Sanders became the final rival for the Democratic nomination to drop out of the race. The first Trump-Biden debate happened on September 29, 2020, needing something to turn his fortunes around. Trump came into his first debate with Biden looking for a fight.
My transition team is already working on what I'll put forward in the next Congress to address the multiple crises we're facing, especially our economic and COVID crises.
After a large turnout of voters for both candidates, making the largest in America's 240 years democracy, Biden won convincing, both with majority votes and Electoral College. Despite this, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will leave the White House if the Electoral College confirms Joe Biden's victory in the election. But speaking to reporters, he suggested he might never concede, alleging again without evidence there was massive fraud in the vote. In a dramatic form, Trump's supporters invaded the Capitol Hill to stop the certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January. Worse still, the president urged the supporters on which led to him being suspended from Twitter and Facebook come January 20, 2021. Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris will be sworn in as the 46th president of the United States, barring another unforeseen circumstances. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Soon in this January 2021, Americans should have the 46th president. Hopefully, that should end this drama. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
From the attack of the Capitol building to the snatching of ballot boxes in Ghana, and also on the home front, the publisher of Ovation Daily Momodu, the exit poll. And Labour says it is impossible as Kano State reverts to 18,000 naira minimum wage from agreed 30,000 naira. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome to Plus Politics. The events of the past few days have been nothing short of shock. With the attack of the Capitol Hill building in the United States, the snatching of ballot box in Ghana during the parliamentary elections, the words of Loretta Onoche as regards several issues in the country. It simply has been an eventful week.
And to discuss these issues and more, we have the publisher of Ovation magazine, Dele Momodu. Good evening, Chief Momodu.
Good evening, Kade. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you. Quite a lot of issues. Let me start from the one that is currently trending now. You're in the news, and I was just wondering what could have gone wrong. And some would say that probably your response has made the story big, and that has to do with you calling the one of the aides of the president a scavenger. And I felt, could that be from you, or you were being misquoted?
Well, I don't think it's a big news, except that anyone who knows Madame Loretta knows that she's a very troublesome woman. So my description of her is very appropriate. When I say scavenger, there are scavengers always in the corridors of power. That also is nothing new. She's fond of insulting people, and I wanted her to know that nobody has a monopoly of madness. And so that's why I responded appropriately. I have a policy in life, and I was taught that policy by my boss, Mr. Mike Awoyifa. He says, you don't attack a man who has a medium of reply. In this era of Google, everything you say is captured for posterity. If someone calls you a thief and you refuse to respond because people are going to tell you, oh, don't respond, Google is going to capture you that once upon a time you were called a thief and you did not respond, so you must be a thief. So it is no longer a situation where people say silence is golden. Silence is no longer golden.
Okay.
Madame Loretta attacked me a few years back, and I did respond, and she's done it again today, and I've responded, and I will continue to respond to her because she feels that's her job as a personal aide to President Buhari. I can bet my life that she has not met President Buhari one-on-one as many times as I've met him. And she has no reason to insult people just for saying that this government has not lived up to expectation. I was one of those who supported Buhari. She wasn't there. I didn't know her. I didn't see her. And so we have a right. We criticize President Jonathan. Then they used to hail us. They were very happy. Anytime we attacked Jonathan, they were happy. And when I met with the president in 2015, I told him I was going to be doing the same thing, appointing myself free of charge as special advisor to President Jonathan by advising him every week.
Okay.
And that's what I've been doing, advising our president from time to time.
Chief,
and anybody who doesn't like that, I wish the person good luck.
Okay, Mr. Dele Momodu, quite a lot of things for us to talk about, but I will try my best not to play the devil's advocate. We will reach out to Loretta to see whether she would also give her own take. But let's put it in context. On record, I remember those days that you referenced when you were with Buhari during the campaign, and that some would say that they were shocked that you had to appoint yourself to criticize some of the things he's doing. But that's okay. But can we look at the import of what she said? How insulting did you consider that statement from her, so that people can be on the same page with you?
That was not the main insult. The main insult is to say that those of us criticizing Buhari were doing so because we have not been paid money. I mean, I don't want to use foul language. There is nothing more insulting. Let me just use your word. I was going to use a different word. Where was she when we were spending our hard-earned money on promoting Buhari? Till today, go and check my Instagram page, go and check my Twitter page. I promote Buhari every day, despite my criticism of him. There is no Nigerian who does that in his private capacity without being paid a penny till today. She should, if she doesn't know, if she's not aware, because I know that there is a duplication of jobs inside Aso Rock. A lot of them are not needed. But after lobbying, it's possible they will give them a job by fire by force. She should ask Bayo Boborewo. She should ask Sunday Agaize. She should ask Tolani Ali, who works in the office of the vice president, who they send all their pictures to on daily basis. And she should go and ask if I've ever collected any penny from 2014 to date from Buhari or from anybody working for Buhari. She should go and check it.
Okay, Chief.
So to say we are angry because we are not paid is the height of insult.
Okay, Chief, can we, for the purpose of people who would definitely probably not agree with you, can you also put the record straight that some may say, oh, after all you've done for Buhari, and Buhari has not compensated you with any appointment, therefore, that might be responsible for your tweet and your messages? How do you also convince them that that has nothing to do with what you're doing?
I don't have to convince anybody.
Okay.
Anybody who wants appointment knows the procedure of getting appointment in Nigeria. I'm not a member of APC. I'm not a member of PDP. So how can I expect an appointment from a government that I am not in their party? Anybody who wants appointment will not criticize government. He will be praising government, like Loretta and others have been praising government. So if I was hungry and I need appointment, I know my house to Chief Tinubu's house is 5 minutes away. I will go there. By the time I will sit for 2-3 days, I will get an appointment in Lagos State. If I cannot get an appointment in Abuja.
Okay.
Anybody who knows me knows that I work very closely with the chairman of the Governors Forum in the days of Abacha. I was one of those who was working for Radio Kudirat from London. So if I need an appointment, I will go to Governor Kayode Fayemi and say, please, I am hungry. Take me to Abuja. It will not take 6 months before they will put me somewhere. So okay. I am not hungry. I'm a global citizen. So, and that is why I am telling Loretta, stop insulting everybody. It's not every Nigerian that is hungry. I am not hungry. If I need an appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government. So when you see somebody who is not praising government, you know that person is not hungry. Okay. God has blessed some of us. I have a job.
Okay, good.
If I am tired,
let's quickly move.
I'm a global citizen. I can pick up a teaching appointment anywhere in the world.
Okay, Chief.
Anywhere in the world.
Chief, I know how you feel. I know how you feel about what she said. But let's quickly move to another, I will call it another country that you belong, and that's Ghana. I remember the last time you appeared on this channel. Okay, no, the one before the last time, when you were talking about the build-up to Ghana election. And some of the things you said is that Ghanaians are politically sophisticated. With what happened, is it okay to say that it is time for your friend, Mahama, to accept the verdict, or you think it deserves to go to court like he has done?
Oh, he has gone to court, so there is nothing to accept again. If he accepted the verdict, he would not have gone to court. And what he's asking for in court is very simple and straightforward. He didn't say he won the election. He said, based on the collation by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, that there should have been a tie, which would have led to a runoff. The Electoral Commission itself admitted to making mistakes. I've never seen such mathematical errors in any election. So, but I'm not a judge. I cannot comment on it. So, and he has gone to court, asking the court to find the best mathematicians in Ghana or anywhere in the world, so that when they add up, because in Ghana you must have 50 plus 1 before you can be declared president. And he's saying that by their own mathematical calculation, that President Nana Akufo-Addo has not met that requirement. Right, yeah. So I don't know. It's up to the courts of Ghana to determine that. So I can't really comment on it. And you must know that yesterday already, President Nana Akufo-Addo was sworn in for the second term. So I wish him and I wish Ghana the best of luck.
Okay, before you leave Ghana, let's stay with another thing. While we're still trying to recover from that huge shock that we saw in America, which we are going to talk about anytime soon, there was a big drama at the parliament. The Ghana you describe as sophisticated, what really happened? How do you describe such snatching of ballot box at a parliamentary session there?
Being sophisticated does not mean that you will not have a few bad eggs. And the man who snatched the ballot has apologized anyway. It happens. It happened in America. We saw what happened in America. Would you have expected that that thugs, hoodlums would go and take over the Capitol? But it happened before our very eyes. So sophistication has nothing to do with occasional skirmishes. What I know is that Ghana has done very well in the area of protecting their democracy. They had a revolution under Rawlings, and I believe this has helped them. Even the election that was conducted recently on December 7th last year, the election was very well conducted. It was the collation that is the problem. People went about voting peacefully, and they were determined to make sure that their votes were well counted. But it was in the process of collation that trouble started, and we saw soldiers firing shots. I've never seen that in Ghana. I landed in Ghana for the first time 25 years ago, and I've interacted with practically all the leaders from President Rawlings to date, and I've never seen anything of such. So let's praise Ghana for at least making an effort. The Ghanaians went on the streets, they demonstrated. They didn't burn down houses, they didn't fire gunshots. So, and we can only pray that Ghana will continue to set good examples for other parts of Africa. No country is perfect. Now we can see that even America, that is supposed to be the peak of democracy in the world, is not perfect.
Okay.
But what we should learn from America is that we need strong institutions. Because what has saved America today is the fact that they have strong institutions. So we have a lot to learn from that. The judiciary, you see, when we say we have problems, the light has gone off again. And this is what we go through. So that's part of the thing. When you say, oh, somebody has failed, they say we're abusing government. We're not abusing government. We're only stating the obvious. But I know that where I live, it will come back in less than 1 minute. So
okay,
that's fine.
Okay, quick.
Yes.
I'll stay with you. So let the conversation continue since we can hear your voice. You're tempting me to go straight to American issue, but I'll come back to the role you played in that verbal exchange, or you call it a mail between, or a write-up between FFK and Pastor Tunde Bakare. We saw the pictures, we saw what you did, but probably you will help us how you intervene. Trust me, I will not forget to talk about that. But let's look at the America issue you've started talking about. Now, a whole lot of issues that happen, the evangelicals, the issue of prophecies, what God is saying and what God is not saying, and we've seen America getting more divided. How far has this extremism in terms of religion, in terms of white supremacists, has affected American democracy?
Well, it's unfortunate that at this time and age, America, of all countries in the world, is still bogged down with issues of religion. Religion should be strictly a matter between a man and his God. It should have nothing to do with politics. Unfortunately, the evangelicals this time said Donald Trump is God's sole representative on earth. Maybe he's the next pope, I don't know. But some of us disagree with them. And it's a shame. It's a big shame, because now America is on its knees, and it has taken the intervention of very, very strong institutions to resist the enemies of democracy. I don't think there's any better alternative to democracy for now. So we will continue to encourage America and encourage ourselves more, because we are all talking about America. It's worse back home. It is worse in Africa. You see an election is like going to war. There will be an election in one state and they will tell you that they are sending 30,000 security forces to the place. For what? An election should be a jamboree, it should be a festival, it should be a carnival. Let everybody vote for whosoever they want. And that is why I feel so bad when government feels that we have no right to talk. It's enshrined in our constitution: freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of opinion.
Chief Momodu, let's interrogate what you mentioned about strong institutions. We've seen some strong critics saying that was that truly the issue, that if we were to be some set of black people, involved in that protest, we would have had more casualties, where we saw police even retrieving, avoiding to attack these protesters who went far below the line. So don't you also think that there was some kind of strong influence of the sitting president that actually affected the response of the police?
If Donald Trump was an African president or an African emperor, trust me, Biden would never be president. And I have friends who are quite close, they are Republicans in America, who, even as at yesterday, still told me that Trump will not go. Even after all the hula baloo. It's unfortunate that we could have such a dictator in the United States of America. In Africa, to start with, government will control the Electoral Commission. Government will control the security. Government will control, the president will control the vice president. The vice president will not go there and declare their opponent. It will not happen in Africa. So what Mike Pence did 2 days ago was unprecedented. After all the pressure from his boss, so just imagine a Professor Yemi Osinbajo going to say that Atiku Abubakar has won election. That day, that will be the end.
Chief,
it will not happen.
Chief, I think
so that is what I meant by strong institution.
Okay, maybe I was just going to ask you that, was that really the case? They don't have, from what I understand, they don't have the Senate president. The vice president is like the Senate president. It's a constitutional role that he performed. And this was a case where he had to succumb to the Constitution, which I agree with you, that is a strong institution. So because
I am telling you that in our own situation, we will not succumb to any constitution. The president himself will be the constitution. In fact, the Nigerian president is the most powerful president on earth. Nobody can challenge him. That is the truth. And I'm not talking about Buhari now. Every president that has ruled in Nigeria, in the Fourth Republic, from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan to Buhari, nobody will be able to challenge them.
Okay, because of time, let me quickly get your thoughts, like I promised you. What really happened? How did you intervene? Because trust me, for mischievous, a lot of people, they were waiting for more fireworks from Fani Kayode, and it's almost like a tripod. We have Pastor Bakari, we have Fani Kayode, we also have Yinka Odumaki. How did you quench the fire?
Well, let me start by saying a big thank you to all the dramatics personnel. The thing about me, at now over 60, I want to be a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers. You understand? So I want to be a peacemaker so that I can inherit the kingdom of God. I woke up very early that morning and I noticed that Chief Femi Fani Kayode was online on WhatsApp, and my mind told me to reach out to him. So I sent him a text message and I said, FFK, please, in the name of God, I want you to cease fire. Don't attack Pastor Tunde Bakari. He's our Egbon, and he's a man that I respect and love dearly. And he responded immediately and said, thank you, my brother. I promise you, I give you my word, that based on your intervention now, I will cease fire. And I thanked them. And I immediately reached out also to Pastor Tunde Bakare. And I said, my great Egmont, please, I've reached out to Femi Fani-Kayode and he has agreed. Please, let's all come together. Because if you say you want a Southerner as the next president of Nigeria, if that is possible, and you say you want Southwest to produce a candidate, how come anytime they mention all the potential candidates, if they mention Kayode Fayemi, you will fight. If they mention Tinubu, you will call in names. They mention Fashola, you will fight. You mention Bakare, you will fight. So how can you have a president when there is no unity in Yoruba land? So that was the basis upon which I intervened. And God took charge. And then my childhood friend, the Mogaji Olubadon, Boyega Rijmo, apparently in his own capacity as a spokesperson for the Yoruba movement, also reached out to Pastor Bakare, reached out to Yinka Odumaki, and he was even able to do a three-way call to Pastor Bakare and FFK. And so the next thing I saw was a tweet and a thank you to Mogaji Olubadon and myself from FFK. And that was it. So my principle is that we must seek peace. No country can make progress without peace. And we will continue to try our best. And that is why you need integrity. You need men and women of integrity. You need people who, when they speak, they know you are not speaking because you want any pecuniary gains. It's just because you want the best for your country. And that is why we will continue to resist whosoever is in government and is casting aspersions on our innocent interventions.
Okay, let me take this one, like call this one for the road. And that has to do with some of your previous interventions. Now there is a lot of prophecies out there about 2021. And I saw...
2023.
No, I'm even talking about 2021 now. Okay, which can also dovetail into 2023.
Okay.
So, and one of the things that was done by an online medium is to also list, they call it list of failed prophecies. What is your take about these prophecies that are being churned out, and how should we react to it?
Well, I believe prophecies are based on individual beliefs, your faith. I was born in Aladra Church, and my mom was an Elemi, those who went into trance.
Okay.
And I knew that there were prophecies that were foretold, and those prophecies came to pass. Of course, today, it is possible that people are no longer as disciplined as my parents were in those days. So Amulumala, what we call a potpourri of you tell some truth, you tell some lies. People have commercialized religion a lot, but there are still genuine prophets. I know genuine prophets who, when they say things, they may not be perfect. There's no, even in the Bible, there's no prophet that is absolutely accurate. I'll give you just one example. Professor Atta Mills, the former president of Ghana. I met him one day. I was invited by Prophet T.B. Joshua to the synagogue. The president came from Ghana. He had just won the election. And I asked him, I said, why do you believe so much in Prophet T.B. Joshua? I said, even Nigerians, they are skeptical. And he told me, he said, no. He said the man told him emphatically that he was going to win the election when he even had no chance whatsoever of winning the election, that the man gave him specific dates when elections will hold, that it was going to go into a runoff, and there will even be a third election. And it all came to pass. He said, I'm a professor, so I'm not stupid. If someone tells me 1, 2, 3, and it happens, then why won't I believe it? So there are prophecies. I can tell you that there are prophecies. People have told me, even when I was a young guy, there are prophecies I remember from when I was about 7 years old.
Okay.
About my future. And today, I can see those things come to fruition. So, of course, there are fake prophets even in the Bible. So I won't be surprised if some of them are just guesswork.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to call it a day with you. But Pulse Politics will continue after signing you off. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your intervention. And we encourage you to continue speaking truths to power. And we also hope that they will not just see it as criticism, but they will see it as constructive criticism to push us forward. Thank you once again, Dele Momodu.
Thank you.
Yes, we will take a short break now, and when we return, can the Labour see reasons with Kano State government over the plan to return minimum wage to 18,000 naira? That is up for discussion after this break.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Welcome back. And to the second topic of the day. The Kano State government has returned to paying the 18,000 naira minimum wage. This was stated by the Special Advisor on Media to Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, that's Salihu Tanko Yakasai. He also added that the action was due to the recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was also reported that the House of Representatives is considering an amendment to the 1999 Constitution by removing matters relating to wages from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. If the bill becomes law, states and local governments will determine different wages for their workers. Joining us to discuss this is a public affairs analyst, Femi Lawson. Good evening, Femi Lawson. What's your reaction to this? And I would like you to consider the excuse or the reasons given by Kano State government. Looking at the reality, is 30,000 naira sustainable?
Well, what is this? You see, the government failed to achieve one reality. That reality is that the government has selfishly considered the implication, of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy on itself, rather than also considering the toll it has taken on the citizens, particularly these workers. The truth is that government all over the world have been doing the possible best they can to alleviate, the economic hardship that have been faced by the citizens as a result of the pandemic. But here in Kano, you have a governor who has decided that rather than alleviating the hardship of the workers, he has rather instead decided to elevate it. It is not a decision well thought out, because this is a state where, of course, the 30,000 minimum wage itself is not enough to take home. Now reverting back to 18,000 tells a lot about how sensitive these governments are to the plight of the ordinary citizens. It is a very sensitive decision at this very crucial moment.
At this very crucial moment, you know, I can understand. Imagine if I'm in one of those workers' shoes, and that has to do with there is a, harsher economy, and now you want to also make me collect something smaller. But what about the government? Where will they get money from? If the federal allocation drops, if the price of crude drops, you know how it is here in this part of the world. Most times these salaries come from federal allocation. And if we have a decrease in this, I know the easier way is they should work on their IGR. But how realistic is that at this point in time?
Even after we escape the consequences of COVID-19, there will always be circumstances in the future that will likely bring about the need for a review of wages or salaries like the Kano government is doing. I think rather than pushing the burden of the current situation on the worker, whose wages have not even been enough to take them home, this should have been an opportunity for this state government to rethink and redirect their approach towards generating funds to run their state. You cannot in any way sustain, even if you are paying 5,000 minimum wage, you cannot sustain a system where you have to wait for 30 days and go to Abuja with cap in hand, to beg for allocation to run the affairs of your state. And these are states that have a lot of potentials. These are states that have a lot of mineral resources that is enough not only to pay workers a living wage, but to also satisfy the infrastructural needs of their state. But because we practice a system that has given so much power to the central and taking every authority and economic empowerment away from the state, we continue to have what we're having. The people should not be punished for the inefficiency of the government. If governments, particularly these governors, cannot begin to think about how to creatively, without unnecessarily exploiting the people, raise revenue to run their state, then they should have themselves to blame, not the people. We have continually demanded that we should demand for a restructuring and remove so many things from the exclusive list of this in our constitution that will empower the state to function, that will empower the state to be economically viable. Take, for instance, states like Zamfara, states like Kogi, states like Osun, have no business being poor. But today they are struggling to pay their worker salaries while they are sitting on enormous mineral resources in their state. It is not wise. So these governors should be courageous enough and begin to demand for a true federal system that will encourage productivity at state level, rather than waiting for monthly allocation from oil money generated from the Niger Delta or exploitative taxes that are being imposed on our people. So that is what the state should begin to look at. That beyond the pandemic, there may be the need tomorrow for us to review wages and salaries, and we'll come back to square one.
See, when you go into the issue of resource control and some form of restructuring, and that takes me into the second part of my opening remark on this discussion, that has to do with the gist about House of Reps considering moving the minimum wage or moving the issue of salaries to, is it concurrent now from exclusive list? Now, some would see it as that's a dangerous move. I've listened to labor union leaders saying that then some states are going to starve them to death. But some would say that might be an opportunity for states that are doing well to even pay above this ridiculous minimum wage that we are still fighting about. So what is your own position on that? Should we leave it for the federal to determine?
Yeah, you see, you cannot continue to have a system where somebody will sit in Abuja and decide that a state like Rivers should pay the same amount of salaries and wages to its worker just like Zamfara and Osun can do. The federal government have no business in determining how much a state to pay its workers. These are part of the deficiencies, anomalies that are inculcated in our constitution, and that is why beyond the little items, beyond the little remedy being fashioned by the National Assembly to address so many of the anomalies in our constitution, I think the constitution demands a holistic review. We need to properly restructure the system to accommodate some of those things that are really taking us back as a country. The truth is that the federal government, like I said, has no business in determining, what Sokoto should pay its workers, or what Lagos should pay its workers. It should be the decision of the state based on their capacity, and it will encourage productivity, because when we restructure and we give powers to the state to be productive, don't be surprised that a state like Zamfara may end up coming out paying more salaries and wages than states like Oyo and Ogun State, because of the economic potentials that are buried underground in this state that are not exploited. So the moment we encourage productivity and the workers in Zamfara can produce more wealth for Zamfara State, Zamfara State will have no reason not to pay its workers as much as they deserve. Not waiting for Abuja to determine how much a worker in Osun or Zamfara or Kogi should be paid. It is unfair, and it is not really, it doesn't speak well about what we call, a federal system of government.
Femi, like I always say, this is part of my philosophy as an individual, that let's take one step at a time, and what you're talking about might end up reflecting in the restructuring that you subscribe to. But as we speak, the fear of the labor union leaders is if you do that, some states will never agree to the 30,000 naira minimum wage. And they also cited example of, when local government were being handled by states, we realized that many school teachers were not able to pay teachers their salaries until they had to be paying from the federal, from the first line charge, and that's when they were able to pay. So, if you say
the inability of the state,
okay,
or local government to pay workers, it's not due to the fact that this government at state level or the local government were not willing to pay. The truth is that irrespective of how you want to define it, they are incapacitated because of the limited resources that are available at the state and the local government level.
Okay.
Are we saying that since federal government took over the payment of primary school teachers, has there not been time they were owed salaries? Have they gotten their arrears and their remunerations as at when due? Have they gotten all their allowances as at when due? What we need is to encourage productivity that will increase wealth. When the states are economically viable, nobody will be interested in who pays what and who pays who. Because we are all assured that at the end of the month, we are sure of getting our wages and salaries. But even if you give the job of paying even the gate man in your house to the federal government, and the resources are not available, be rest assured that the time will come that you go back to square one, and there will be no money to pay, and it will be the same story of how you were not able to pay as an individual, and now the federal government has taken over the responsibility. So I think what we should encourage more is not this shortcut approach of initiating laws that give so much power to the central. The federal government has no business in certain businesses that it's currently engaged in. That is the truth. The federal government has no business in paying primary school teachers. The federal government has no business in determining the wages of workers in my local government. Let states pay according to their capacity. It will make states to be more creative because there will be local demand, there will be local agitations, and there will be negotiations for productivity. But if we don't do that, you can continue to make laws to put everything on the table of Abuja. And the central is overburdened, the central is so overwhelmed, and it cannot function beyond what we are currently saying.
Exactly. Maybe this is going to be like you may have to peak because we are trying to round off the show soon. We may have to peak, and I want to put you on the spot now. As we speak, whether we like it or not, Nigeria is already on the second phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. And by instinct, we may also go into another lockdown. In fact, the recent one from the federal government is that lockdown is likely to happen soon if some certain things are not stopped. What am I trying to say? That means more difficult days are ahead.
Sure.
And you have given us a whole lot of a piece of advice on how government should go about it.
Sure.
Now, how do we survive this harsh condition that is coming? Should we look at reducing salary, or we should continue the 30,000, or we should just hold the workers? When economy picks back, then they will collect their money.
The truth and the question we should begin to ask government is this, and I think the media has a fundamental role to play in this. Now that Kano State government, for instance, came out that it is reducing salaries of workers because of the prevailing economic, circumstances, as Governor Kanduje or any other state government or federal government considering